What's up, gang? Good morning, good morning, good morning. I'm sorry for being late. Bro, let me tell you guys, I feel like I am having issues getting to sleep. Like, I'm going through insomnia, and I hate it. I hate it. I felt like I was almost able to fall asleep last night. Like, literally, I was up till 3 in the morning, 3:30. So I got 3 4 hours of sleep. My alarm's going off, and I don't like it. So tonight I'm gonna I have some melatonin. Tonight I'm gonna take some melatonin and I'm gonna put my ass to sleep because I need to be here in the morning. So whatever I gotta do to take this brain and just be able to take this mindset and put it to rest, I will do it. So I hope you guys are doing well. I hope you guys got your sleep. Look, you have the VIX here. It's already huge gap up on the VIX. Um, So we talked about this last night about why I wanted to check out the VIX. Let's go run through the news real quick. Oh, did I just see more layoffs again? Amazon terminates iRobot deal vacuum maker to lay off 31% of staff, baby. It's coming, gang. I'm telling you, it's coming. Here comes the recession talk. I'm telling you, the unemployment labor market is going to start ticking up, and they're going to start saying, "Oh my God, are we in a recession? Did the Fed do too much?" That's going to be the next question. All right, let's do it. So, I don't need to know five things this morning. I need to know stocks making the biggest moves. Alrighty. So, Dollar Tree shares of discount retailer popped nearly 2%. Now, why do we do this? Because we know that this is news. This is going to provide liquidity for the most part. This will create ideas and opportunities, okay? Please, if you guys are just joining us also, hit that like button, subscribe. I need you guys to like the videos and subscribe. Please, that's all we ask. I do not want to take this thing to Discord or go do anything else. I'm telling you guys right now, I told you last week, and I'm telling you guys this week that I'm going to get my triple digit gain. I'm going to get it. I'm going to trade my ass off this week. There's going to be so much opportunity, and all I ask from you guys is to just hit that like button. If you haven't hit the like button, what are you doing? Like, seriously, what are you really doing? All you gotta do is say doot doot, hit the like and subscribe, because ain't not a mother trucker out here is doing anything like that I'm doing here for you. All right, I'm here to help us all bring home the cheddar and the bacon and the steak and maybe the person's stuff behind us. All right. Excuse me for drinking my coffee in the mic. If that stops you from hitting the like button or subscribing, I'm sorry. All right. So the plan still is as it was. I got to start doing a better job of just having the list of names that I want to go through. I feel like I spent too much time talking about other stuff instead of sticking to charts last night, so I apologize. I'm going to get better at this stuff. Sometimes I get anxiety from being on here, but it'll in due time I'll be okay. So yes, please hit the fucking like button, subscribe. What are you doing? All right. So I can shut up. Like, let's get there so I can shut up. American Airlines. Oh, this might be nice. A Shouty, what you doing? AAL. All right. American Airlines. The airline stock added 1.5% following an upgrade by Citi from neutral at Citi to a buy from neutral. North America carriers. Blah 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 blah. Let me grab the remote real quick. They're talking about saves. That's so funny. As soon as I bring up this. So you have Flywire, Zim. We can go through all these. The fintech stock added 4%. We need to go look at SoFi, Warner Bros., Builders First Source, Bloom Energy. The green energy firm slid almost 6% after Bank of America downgraded stock to underperform. They don't even have SoFi on here? Are you kidding me, bro? Let's go look at SoFi real quick, see what is going on with their earnings. So they went to the upside. Like I thought. I said that they go down, they go up. Guys literally do the opposite of what I say. I mean, not that I said to do anything with this, but I said if I had to pick a side, it would probably be to the downside. But it was already on its lows, so that really wasn't where the trade was. All right, pretty simple, guys. All right, watch for the earnings call, and we're gonna look for a pullback into that 50-day moving average. All right, SoFi pullback, 50-day moving average. They meet, they connect, they say hi, they say hello, they hit the like button, they subscribed, bang, they go long. Everything is gravy. So, and that level's going to be 825, roughly 822, 825 area. I have a full list here. Did I write down SoFi yet? No, I did not. So this is 825. 822. See, you could also, it could start to come in up here as well. So just keep your eyes open. Um, Look, this thing's all the way over there. So I'm just gonna draw a line. Excuse me. I wish we could listen to music on here. All right, so okay, all right. So we hit $9, like $8.94. You can see it backing off from this area. This area is a key area. That's why I have it a dotted line. There's a couple reasons why I have it a dotted line. It's because this was the move that was made, right? It was like a dollar something, $1.60, I think, something like that. What the market maker said roughly was priced in on the stock from the options and the move that they thought it would have this earnings season. Look, it's right about on the money, bro. Um, so that's SoFi. So let's see if we can get this pullback to like 850. I thought it was 829. Why was I saying 829? 822. Okay. 860 to like 855 area. Yeah, I don't know why I wrote down 822. I do apologize because it's above that level now. So we got to look for, and look, there's a gap right here. There's a gap there, but it still broke above it. So $8.60, 860 on SoFi. We're looking for a long. Be cautious of the earnings call that comes out. Again, I hate to say this, please, if you guys could just do me a solid and hit the like button, that would be awesome if you could. I hate to say, just because like I still can't help but think that they're playing ads on my video, and it's all good. It is what it is. I'm using their platform, but yeah. All right, we're going to have a small amount of resistance up here, okay? A very small amount of resistance. I'm going to make it pink, right? Because it's a BITCH. I'm going to make it pink. All right, so bang, we ain't even worried about it because it's a little you-know-what. But you do have a double bottom right here, gap fill. All right, so we will be watching this gap fill. I'm going to make it a dotted line so that I know that that's what I want to look for. I could make it a gray box, right, to literally put out that box that, hey, this is where the gap is from here, from like 891 to 950. All right, it's a 50-cent gap. But we get up in there, it'll make my charts look ugly. It'll just be too much. It'll be too sloppy. Like looking at Tesla, it already is bugging the stuff out of me. So, yeah. All right, so that's SoFi. That's our game plan. We're going to look for that pullback into the 50-day moving average. The 50-day moving average and 860 area, okay? 859, 860, and see if we can't take this long. All right, I'm going to look to take the long, and I want to be able to I would like to be able to take this to $10. $10 target. It may take a couple days. All right, and that's if the earnings call goes as planned. If you're just joining us, welcome. We're talking about SoFi. Let's go over the overall markets real quick because that was just one of them. I noticed AAL also last week started going. So it's that simple right there. Bang, pull it back. See if we can get the pull back. Go long. All right. Let me turn my stuff on. How's everybody doing? Is there anybody that's new here? If you guys are new, let me know. Is this your first time here? And what are you guys watching this morning? If you care to post that, I'm ready to slay this week. If you guys haven't looked and seen that the VIX, the VIX, is already up, so my thesis is already. I'm already seeing things and thinking about things correctly. It's what we like to see. Okay, let me just get this up. Unfortunately, they took a bit more of a dovish tilt in their prior meetings and some of the speeches that we've heard. Let me go here. Shelf registration for stock and warrants. That's Bravo Fox, Romeo Golf. All right, and if you guys don't know, send a prayer out to the service members and family members of the, I guess some military personnel got killed in an attack of some sort yesterday in the Middle East. I'm not sure exactly what happened, but if you haven't heard that by now, that happened, and a few U.S. service members passed away. Trying to protect passage so that these goods can just get through the straits. And I'm sorry, but this is my opinion, and it may be a little bland. I guess they did do those tunnels and stuff that would take a little while, but the man's been president for 4 years, so I feel like this change in energy policy always leads to the Middle East with Obama, and just every time I've grown up to this shit. It's like we get this change, and everybody hates the person that brings us the change, and here we are right back in it. People getting killed in the Middle East. We're fighting in the Middle East. It expands like. I mean, you guys will get tired of it if you're not as old as I am. Trust me, you'll get tired of it. Keep voting these same people in. They're going to rape you guys for money. They're going to send these people over to the Middle East. There's going to be conflicts. They're going to get killed. You're going to have to worry about your, attacks again. Like, it's. There was a sense of where we were making a change with Trump, right? Everybody can hate the man all they want, and I'm not sitting here, you know, telling you who to vote for and this and that, but like, man, all I have to say is it felt like the first time we were out of the Middle East, wasting money while we have homeless people that they're cleaning the streets up for Xi Jinping, who don't like a single one of us. Well, yet you're gonna clean the streets up for the man that treats you like shit, and is pretty much your op. Like, it's crazy. It's fucking crazy, man. It really is. No, don't clean the streets up for the person that lives there and pays those taxes for you to do your job. Nope, and then make a joke about it. Yeah, we did. We cleaned the streets up. I don't know. It just shows when I tell you guys, or when I say that these politicians aren't your friends. That is 100% an example right there. Not willing to clean up for you, the worker, the taxpayer, but for a dictator who can and will kill U.S. troops if we start going into this Taiwan issue. If this Taiwan issue starts to grow, it just wrap your head around all that. You know what I'm saying? So let me get out of that. I'm sorry. I just had to get that off. So Middle East, here we are again. Right? That was the point. So Dollar Tree, SoFi, AAL. So American Airlines has gotten an upgrade. Let's look at that because upgrades are awesome for some nice. They can help give you continuation to the upside. American Airlines. So let's look at AAL. And this is a stock that one of those names that I say, hey, this thing trades pretty nice. I need a pullback. I need a pullback to 1450. Um, Yesterday's close. Just going to take a look at this. Even though it's making new highs on a lower high, I kind of don't trust it. We'll see where we at. 1535. I'm going to go right into like the big boys. Or if you guys have any tickers or anything you guys want to look at, please throw it in the chat. Let me know if it's your first time here, and more importantly, hit that like button and subscribe. Let's have a banner of a week. We're at 1530, so we haven't even made it up here. All right, so pretty simple, I guess. We have a little bit of we have some minor support right here at $15. Okay, $15 was support. We are trading right now at 1538. 1538. We still haven't even climbed past yesterday's open. No. So I need to get above yesterday's open for me to get this thing long. I'd look for a pullback. All right, look for a pullback in yesterday's close. Yeah, this isn't doing nothing. This isn't doing anything for me. I gotta be real with y'all. It's not doing nothing for me. So this upgrade may not mean much. This was the area I was looking at for the long. Okay, if you get a pullback to on American Airlines at like 1460, I would look at the long, but I don't want to go too crazy. Let's go look at JP Morgan and some of the ideas from yesterday. If you don't know, I told you guys I'm already thinking about the VIX. We got layoffs, we have war in the Middle East, and we'll look at energy prices. Look at this gap up. Look at that gap up, man. I should have bought it Friday. I was so close to buying it last week when it was down here at 1250. It would have paid off. It would have paid off. I thought about it and I didn't do it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to buy UVXY. I'm going to let this thing pull back. Let's go look at the SPY and the Qs, see what we think that they're going to do today. Let's see where they opened up at. All right, so it looks like we are turning this area back into resistance again at 487.50. All right, so let's look for the pullback. I want to see what we do here at 486.50 on the S&Ps, that pivot low from Friday. All right, you have a minor level right here, and we're testing it right now at 487.25. Okay, so you know, I'm going to be patient. I'm going to be patient today, and if we start to break through this level, then we should see a test, right? See if we can't break above 488. SoFi earnings were decent. Who else reported today? Not many. We had a few banks. Let's see here, and we'll go to look. Did the camera finally do it? It did it, didn't it? I apologize. It just has a mind of its own. All right, KRE. We brought up Snowflake too last week. I was going through my list last night after the live, and we brought up Snowflake. And I had that written down from last week. Snowflake and DraftKings. Okay, this is this is KRE. Okay, so this is your regional banks. Looks like we made some upside here. This could possibly be a nice little long here if we can continue to hold this level. Okay, KRE. These are all trade ideas. So I gave you SoFi. I did not mean to make that a 2. I gave you UAL, and what I'm looking at for there, not UAL, but AAL. See if you can get a bit of a pullback and start trying to go higher with these banks. $52. You have some resistance up there at 52.75. All right. Let's go to an hourly chart. Yeah. you have a small bit of resistance up here. It's like an area. Um, I'm not gonna get too crazy with this one because I don't feel like I'm gonna trade it yet unless I have a reason to. Like there's news or something. I know the camera went out again. Right there. All right, so that's what I'm watching for KRE. If we can break above here and regain 53, if we KRE we regain 53, long baby. All right. I guess it's going to give us issues. Damn it. All right. I don't understand why it's doing that, but whatever. Okay. So that's KRE. You have a minor level here at 52. See if you can uh, get long. If it holds 52, or even better yet, if you see it pull back and hold 51.50. 51.50 long. 53 break. 0. Alright, so if you guys haven't looked at the chart on Snowflake, Snowflake is a really nice setup that we brought up last week in DKNG. I'm just going to put this in here. Alright, so DKNG's real quick. It's putting in a double top for the most part up here at $39. So 39 bucks. We're going to look to see if she wants to turn herself around. Maybe she hits the like button and subscribes. Thank you guys. Okay, so you guys did. Thank you. Yeah, 39 guys. 39 bucks. Look for 39. See if you can't get a pullback. You have a huge gap right here. All right, we have a gap here that I would look forward to seeing if we can just at least get down to this gap. You know, see if we can't break $38. All right, 38 bucks. I told you guys JP Morgan. That was one that's been on the list. Okay, we're at 171.74. So let's see here. I wish we could play music. Okay, we broke the level. We broke the level, gang. But it's not over with yet because you have this pivot high to the left. All right, pivot high to the left here. And this area here at 171.85. So it's not completely over with. 171. 171, 170.96. Look to see if it pulls into there again, and then you start getting some longs. All right, we need to see if those longs are still there because it looks like we barely touched it yesterday or Friday. So maybe she's going to pull back into 171, 170.96 into this area and see if we can't hold it for a long. And what is this one more time? 171. Yeah, I have that written down. I already have it written down. So, and that'll give us some extra meat on the bone for the long, which makes sense. Let's take this off, see if we see anything that lines up. Again, I feel like I'm going through insomnia with my sleep, and I need to figure it out. You know, I wouldn't be surprised even if we pulled back to 170.50, to be honest. That would not surprise me. Let's go pull out a Fibonacci retracement. If you asked me, I would think that that's roughly a 38.2 fib. 38.2 is right there. That's 50%. Depending on where you're from. Like if I go to the close, right? It's, yeah, so that's your 50% retracement. Okay, you can see here it's a 50% retracement. Maybe we can hold the 38.2 fib. Maybe we can hold this pivot right here at 170. All right, but again, I'm looking at this area. That's going to be where I'm looking at. It'll give you the gap fill. It'll give you the gap fill. You have a gap here. The gap, you start getting into the gap at like 170, 115, and you're out of it at 170, 70. So, I mean, honestly, if this thing pulls up, I wouldn't look for the short at 172 to take to 171. You could take it to 171, 170, 50 if you so choose, but is that really a trade you want to be making? You really want to put risk on for that little bit of a move. All right, what do we have that's going on here? It doesn't seem like there's much. I gave you guys DraftKings, JP Morgan. We went through SoFi. Let's go some of the bigger names. Let's look at the Dow, see what the Dow and the IWM. Oh, the IWM. The IWM was looking beautiful. It was looking like a beaut, okay? This Dow setup is a really nice setup. You have a really nice possible long here at 380.50. Okay, you had IBM report. You had some of these Dow names report doing pretty well. Let's go to the IWM. Alright. It looks like she's putting in a bear flag. Or a bull flag, I mean. I'm sorry. Okay. Looks like she's putting in a bull flag, if you ask me. Let's go to a 30-minute chart. Let's do this. So you can see that it is just hanging out with this downtrend right here. Alright. Right there. And we're finna find out very, 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 very soon what's about to happen here. In my opinion. Alright, in my opinion. To me, it looks like she wants to hold and try to, run higher. I would assume SoFi is in the Russell 2000. I'm not sure. I would assume. Beijing with the latest. So we needed to watch Alibaba. Again, y'all, don't make me get the receptionist out here. I want to get the receptionist out here, actually. Y'all haven't even seen my receptionist yet, have you? Oh, my God. Damn. So this is the IWM, okay? You have the 50-day moving average working its way up. I got a lot going on here, but I feel like, I feel like she needs to pull back. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe we go higher today. Let's go look at a 5-minute chart. I hate how these 5-minute charts look. I don't know why it does that every time. Every time. Okay, so yesterday or Friday, it held 195.50. 195.50, you can see it looks like a key area pivot low. All right, and we need to keep an eye on the divergence as well. There's going to be a bit of divergence. We'll just look to hold the levels, guys. I don't really know how else to say it other than let's see if we can get to 196.50 on the IWM. If we can get up there, start turning that into support. All right, 196.25 ish. Okay, pretty much just pivot low from pre-market. Let me look at this real quick. Why is this here? Oh, okay. So we have minor. If you guys can see here, you have a double bottom. All right, so we've broken back above it. I don't know if I should get rid of it or just, put a line here or how to recognize. Yeah, I'm just going to leave it. Guys, double bottom. Look, resistance. This whole area has been resistance. Can we start to reclaim it? All right, can we start to reclaim this level and break out? All right, can we break out a 197? That's my question. That's what I'm going to be looking for on the IWM. IWM, breakout of what is that? 197. Yes, can we break out a 197? IWM.
CYPH on that Patch News, $2.18 now. Charlie Yankee Tango Hotel CYPH.
Out of 197. All right, let's go look at Baba, and we'll look at Apple. Let me go to Apple real quick, actually, even though the IV. Okay, so we're holding right now. As of right now, we're holding this level, um, and that's that. Okay, we're holding the level. Let's go look at the SPY. Let me pull this up. Thank you guys and welcome. If you guys are joining us for the first time, please, I urge you, hit the subscribe button and please like the stream for us. I don't want to say this shit anymore. And if you're not hitting it, what are you doing? Right? What are you doing? I, you know. Told you guys the VIX. There's a huge gap up in the VIX. So far, if you caught that video from last night, we on to something. All right. So I'm watching Apple for the long. I would like to try and get the long out of Apple. It's not getting off of this level. Like if we go look at the SPY, right? If we go look at the SPY, it's starting to pull back. It got off the level. It got off of this level. Right? It's putting in a wedge. Let's look at the Qs. All right. This is going to be your divergence. The Qs were weak. Do they continue to be weak? There's a bunch of iRobot with layoffs. Like we're going to start getting the recession scare. So, like everything is like this could be the perfect time to nail these fucking UVXY calls, or even just getting some long-term puts. I really feel like it is. I know financial conditions are easing. That's getting ready to flip to tightening. Financial conditions are getting ready to tighten. We're getting layoffs. So Q's pulled back to 424 in their holdings. We'll wait and see, right? Apple or the Dow did have a really nice setup here. If you notice, you had a consolidation. If you go to the 15-minute chart, I showed you guys already. Look at this huge consolidation day. Days and days and days and days, right? For a couple weeks, consolidated. You get that breakout. It pulls back, consolidates, and now you're sitting right on the top. What are we going to do? This could be a huge move. What's going to blast this thing off to new highs, or is this going to be a failed breakout? And we're in the VIX, and we're already capitalizing the opportunity that, if it doesn't break out, we're already in a short. We're already going to get paid if these names don't break out again. And if they do start to hold and break out, we just get long. It's all good. And if they start breaking down, we're already in a downside play, and we're going to get that boost, right? You guys may not know what I mean by that, but once you're in a position like these type of positions that I brought up last week about being in, right? These names that are strong, being long the strong names and short the weak names. And if a piece of news comes out, whatever it is, and the market changes directions to the downside, you're already in the short. Okay? You're already in the short, and it should give you that follow through. Okay? Because if the market's going up and like you're in a name that's long and it's going up with the market, you're going to get paid on there. You take your profits, but the name that's weak, it may be like just barely going up. Okay? And then you get that trigger that sends the market to pull back, which energy. Let's see. Let's go look at CL. Let's go look at energy. Let's go look at crude. All right. It pulled back a bit, but there's no denying an uptrend here. It's going to the top right of the screen. So energy prices start to go higher. That puts a little bit of it's a burden on these other names. Okay, you'll notice that there'll be like a divergence, and then we're already at highs, so you should see some of that. You could see some of that money leave and go where? Go to these dividend names. Well, a lot of them are energy. So please, I urge you guys, can we just get to like 10-15 likes today? Like I'm really trying to. So that's energy. So we gave you guys Apple, VIX. All right. If anybody can't stick around, shame on them, because we getting triple-digit gains this week. That's what I'm shooting for. I don't know what they're running around the internet for. And good morning. I hope you guys are doing well today. Take your time today. Settle yourself into the week. Okay. So that's Apple. Okay, that's Apple. Looking to hold this 191.88. We have 10 minutes. Tesla. I was looking for a bounce to 195. I think I wrote down 190, 199.50 to 200. All right. It doesn't look like it wants to bounce just yet. At least that's what it looks like. Wait, let me turn it off for a minute. And then bow. I don't know why it's doing this again. All right. Good luck today, everybody. Okay. Good luck today. Take your time. And if you could, just leave us a comment. Let us know if you're new here. Let's look at Coinbase. We're going to look at Coin. That was another name. Let's see where she opened up at. No, I don't want to edit properties. I just want to change this screen. Alright, so you can see here, Coin is on its little bit of a pullback. I'm telling you guys, because I traded Coin on Friday, a lot of people are thinking long. Like, I seen and felt the price action on Friday when I traded this name. I'm not saying we can't go long this name, but, you know, it's like, let's see what Bitcoin does. Let's see if Bitcoin can start to get up. I feel like Bitcoin may start to, yeah, it's just coming into resistance. It's got to hold this level. All right, it's got to hold this level. It's got to hold here. You want to see it get back into this consolidation range and start to, test these highs here. All right, if not these highs. And that'll help Coinbase. They have pretty much the same exact setup. Let's go look at the SPY. Alrighty, so good luck today. If you guys need any help, please, I urge you, just hit the like button. I hate saying it. I cannot wait to the day that I don't have to say it. Here we are. So that's that. If you guys have any questions, please post your questions below. If you're new here, welcome. Alright, so here's Coinbase. I gotta look for a pullback if we don't get it into 124, 125. It's 124.50, 124.25. That's what it is. It sounds weird, but 124, 124.25. All right, $1.24.25. That's where I want to look to see if we can get a pullback. Even if it can give us like 124.50, that would be cool. That would be yesterday's close, and you have this previous resistance support area. It's an area, so you may have to let it do its thing here. 25.20. Yeah, so that's yesterday's pre-market resistance. Friday's pre-market resistance. We're gonna see how this thing trades. All right. I'm not gonna rush into anything right now. If you guys see anything as well, like news, anything, please don't be scared. Post it below. All right, we're all here for one objective, and that is to bring home the bacon. Okay. Charts. So, and I will have Tesla on watch today also. Tesla will be on watch. Netflix. I'm gonna have to redo these screens because it just feels like alright, here, let me see something real quick. Can you guys see everything okay? Alright, if we get long, okay, if we are to get long, you have room up to the 50-day moving average. Know where that's at. Alright, on Coinbase. Understand where that's at. And please understand you have some resistance up here at 126. So if you can break up through 126, you could possibly... It pulled back into 126 pre-market. Okay? Bitcoin, you have to look at Bitcoin to like keep, see if it's still, doing its thing. All right? Um, so that's going to be 126. I'm going to keep my 15-minute up here. And I'll put my daily chart right here. Alrighty. So take a breather. Just relax. Ease into the day. Wait for the setups. Don't go swinging out the gates. Unless you see something. Unless you got a reason to go swinging out the gates. Okay? I urge you, if you haven't done so, please hit the like button. Subscribe. It means a lot. It really does, guys. Alright? There's not anyone else out here doing this, but it's not about that. It's because I'm trying to build something here, and you guys would help me if you just take the time to hit the like button. I'm shooting for a triple-digit gain. All right, in the least, all I ask is to try and hit the like. Is for you guys to hit the like and subscribe if you're not subscribed. Again, if we get to 1,000 subscribers, I don't have to say this shit anymore. Excuse my French. 2 minutes. 2 minutes. So Apple's breaking down. That's okay. That trade's still not over with. All right? It's not over with. You have the 50-day right here. All right? You could see 189.99. Call it 190. All right? Sound like a rap song, right? Sound like a song. 189.99. Call it 190. Look for that 50-day, guys. Okay? Look for the 50-day on Apple. See if we can get... Look, that's a shake and bake. Look like a shake and bake. She's turning it into resistance. Apple's turning it into resistance. Okay. Solid setups. We want grade A setups. Okay. We want grade A setups, team. Good luck today. If you guys have any questions, I'm going to take my time today. I'm going to be jotting down options contracts and their pricing. I thought I had coin up. There we go. Alright, so that's starting to turn to resistance. Right here, 126. It was pre-market support into yesterday's close. That's the area I'm looking at for Coinbase. Alrighty. Again, I traded this Friday. I made some money. You know, there's a lot of people that are bullish, and it's easy to understand because of Bitcoin. Alright. And if there's something I'm missing, let me know. Alright, let me know if you guys see something, whether it's the scanner, save. Oh, and for clarification, I went long save Friday. A piece of long. Oh my gosh, that hurt. Sorry about that. Alright, so here we are. We're up here holding this level now. And look. That's a huge gap up on coin. Huge gap up, guys. Let's look for, again, I'm looking for 126. Again, I traded this Friday. I know how this thing felt Friday. A lot of people can sit here and say that they're bullish, and it may be bullish. That's okay. I'm gonna swing whatever it tells me to do. But I know I need a pullback. I need to get a pullback in a bit of a liquidity grab to see if we can't take this thing higher. Just watch Bitcoin as well. If Bitcoin's rising, then you know, you guys know. You can see it struggling just a bit here. I'm gonna take my time. Let me bring shit. Where's let me bring up whatchamacallit real quick. Okay. Alright, so Bitcoin's pulling back. So if Bitcoin can get back down into like 4180, that's about where I'd like to see coin and be able to get long. This would be a nice area. If we can just get it one more shot, guys, to 41.79, 41.8. Okay, 41.80. That's what I'm looking for on Bitcoin to see if it holds right here, and then we can look for the long on Coinbase. All right. The VIX, VIX, UVXY. Look, it's already going to start rising. Man. Again, I apologize this morning. I feel like I'm going through sleep. Whatever it's called. Like, I didn't get hardly any sleep. it's the worst feeling. I'm like, dude, why? Why me? Or not like, why me? I'm not saying that. It's just like, something as easy as sleeping. I had issues sleeping again last night, and I'm starting to think I'm having sleep issues. Look at Coin busting through these levels. Wow, guys. Fuck. Excuse the lingo. Please don't get hurt either, because this thing could pull itself back. It can pull back. I don't want to keep... Alright, your resistance up at the 50-day up at 134. It's pretty amazing to me that Bitcoin was pulling back, and unless it's doing the catch-up. Unless this is the catch-up trade. Ooh. Ooh! Alright, guys. Get that like up, because if we get... Thank you, guys. Damn right. I love you guys. Thank you. Alright, I can shut up now. See, I hope you guys didn't just get psyched out right there. Like, I know how this thing felt. I am looking for 125, like 126. Alright, 126. But look at that strong reversal, guys. Look at that reversal. I was wondering why. I'm like, yo, why is this thing pulling back like that? Or rallying so strong? Yeah, I still, guys, I'm going to stand firm. A lot of people can be bullish this name. That's fine, but I think we need a pullback. I think a pullback is the play. I do. I want to see if we bounce here. Let's see if we bounce off 126. Bounce off 126, and I want to possibly take the short if we get the opportunity at 127. I know I may be fighting the trend here, but I got to go with my instinctive feeling here and what the chart's telling me. Shit. Excuse me, I'm for cussing. Let's go back to this. Alright, let's see. Man, I wish I could listen to music here on YouTube. Is that 126? Alright, so there's a low volume pullback to 126. Is Boeing moving? Sorry, I'm trying to bring the 15-minute chart up and move this daily 50-day. I have to look real quick. And look at snow, guys. If the Qs start to get any type of bounce, keep snow on watch. We wrote that down last week. It has a beautiful daily setup for a long. Okay, it has a beautiful setup in my opinion. Okay, let's do this. So this is the area where we thought about the long at 126. And that's it. I think we got to see. Look, we're not getting much volume here on the 1 minute. I got to pull this back. It could start to go. Maybe. Just don't like that reversal. You know, I really don't like the reversal. We don't have much on the 15 minute to tell us, like 128 is like the resistance level. Maybe she tries to break out again. Let's see here. Thinking calls. Come on, man. You should already be up here. What's on your mind? Just be sure that you don't get caught in a consolidation. And please, if you guys see anything, throw it in chat. If you see a nice move, continuation, all that fun stuff. There was the 128. Let's see. This volume, it's got to extend. It's got to hold and extend. Look at the volume. Where are we looking? The 50-day is up at 139. I still think, guys, you know, my conviction is still, you know, like long term it could go higher, but it's got to go lower to get that long. It's just how I feel. Okay. All right, let's see if we can. Where's the 50-day? It's at 139, 139, 139. What's on your mind? So there's pre-market. That's that pullback from pre-market right there. I may look at the. Let's see. I'm gonna look at these deltas. 40 cents, 350. And look, she's going. I feel like it's gonna either try and go. Here it goes. See if it pulls back, guys. What do you guys think? What are you guys thinking? Alright, so there's a nice break and retest on Apple. I told you guys, Apple still has some support right down here at the 50-day. Okay, there's still some support. REVB. Alright, let's check REVB. REVB. Please hit the like button. Y'all are... I appreciate all of y'all. REVB, guys. So this has a halt. This is halted. Let's look at Tessie. Alright, so there goes. Coin is trying now. It's just got the worst volume, man. Coin's got just got BS type of volume. I gotta stick to my guns. I really feel like I gotta look at this chart. 15-minute. Give me that old 15er. Give me that old tainer. It's a nice pullback and hold. Are you guys noticing the rejections here? Listen to your boy. You noticing the rejections? Huh? You guys noticing that? Please take that into consideration. I think I'm going for the short now, guys. I'm going to go try for like a 125 pullback. Come on. All right. Let's see here. 120. No. Alright, here's the pullback in coin. I feel like it's going to start coming in here. Maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like... Let's see. Let's see what happens here. Just be patient, team, because you have some resistance up here at 131. Alright, 131. I don't want to get my head taken off. Let's look for a... What did I say? 120? Oh, it's already... Fuck, they went up. All right, I'm looking at. I have a trade in line. Where's the likes? I gotta hurry up with this. The spreads are pretty wide, so you gotta be careful. What was the last fill? 134. I'd like to see it bounce higher. All right, we're doing good. So I'm looking at Coinbase short. I'm not in it yet. I'll let you guys know. What I want to see is I wanted to see that reject. I want to see if we maybe even put in a double top here. I'm giving this a minute. I want to try and get these contracts cheap, but they were at 125, 120 something to 120 or 144 was the spread. Okay, 118, 130. Okay, 118, 130. This thing could just trade sideways today. If we pull back, what's the volume look like? The volume's really low today. It's not bad, but it's low. Excuse me, I'm sorry. All right, it's low. So, Gronk is there goes Apple. Shit. Was there news with Apple this morning? Do you guys know? I missed this break and retest. It was in our laps. But I still felt like, hey, this isn't a downtrend too. We have room to 189 or 190. You have room to 190, guys. I would like to see if we could turn back around and get another opportunity at 191, but it already tested it. It feels like there's some continuation here. All right, so we got to look at Apple. Let's look at Apple for the downside. Shit. And look at the VIX. What's the VIX doing? SPY coming into resistance. Do you guys know if there was any news with Apple? Has anyone seen any news with Apple? I'm just curious. All right, so you have room to 190. All right, sorry, I know I just said that, but 190. Room to 190, baby. Room to 190. Please give me a bounce back, please. Please. I need a pullback. I need a pullback. And has anyone seen any type of news on that name? Look at that volume that came in there on Coin. That's what you need to see. And you would want to see a pullback on Coin. You would want to see a pullback to this area and hold 128.50. Okay, 128.50. But you got to hold it. It's got to hold 128.50 on Coin. And look, it's close. It almost broke it there. See what I mean? Do you guys sense? Here we are. So this was at 128 and 128.50. You guys sense the weakness, though? It feels like it has no problem going to the downside, but it's struggling to go higher. It's going higher, but like the moves just, it doesn't take long for it to go down. And look, does it turn this into resistance? Nope. It got through it. There you go. Let's see if she goes now. That was a sign right there. Okay, so what do we have here? That's a 128. Man, she just has no problem pulling back. Let's look at Apple. I'm thinking about this short, guys. You see how weak it is on Coinbase? It just doesn't really have the volume, I feel like. And there it is. That level is solidified and broke. Man, we could have got.
Microsoft investigating issue with users may be unable to access Microsoft Teams or features within North America, Canada, and Brazil. That's MSFT.
She's going crazy right now. She really is. Alright, so MSFT just had news, guys. I'm not sure if you heard that or not. Microsoft has a bit of strength here. Alright. Nice bit of strength right there. Pullback. This is a really nice level here up at 406. 406.
Halted on a circuit breaker, Papa Alpha Lima India.
Damn it. It never gave us the bounce back. I knew it wasn't going to. I knew Apple was not giving us the pullback. I knew it wasn't. You could just tell. It's rolling over. Do you guys know, if anybody out there, do you guys know if there's news on this thing? Europe fears honeymoon is over as Biden continues Trump's sector updates. AI, biotech, energy. Dude. That hurts. It's down almost 1.5%. I need a bounce back. I need a bounce back on Apple.
RBSN, more highs now, $13.25.
Has anyone heard anything on Apple?
7%. Romeo Victor, Steady November. REBB coming again. JL, low volume shares continue to pull back here. Now down about 14.
So we know we have a minor support level here.
On JL.
Let's see how many people got shaken into a short there. But you can't argue that volume. Good morning, Wiz. How are you today, buddy? You can't argue the volume to that downside, but I feel like that was our long. And yes, let's go, baby. Let's go. I'm going to look for a long back to VWAP on Apple. I need to hurry up with this. AAPL. It's going to take me a while. I need to know if there was news on this or not. I don't know. Wiz, did you see any news on this morning? Or anything? Yeah, it's free. I would hope so. I'm not sure, what other ones it isn't. But yeah, it's free. Like TradingView, it's free on TradingView. Yeah, I figured you were watching ES. I just didn't know throughout your morning if you had heard anything or not. Apple's Vision Pro era begins. Well, Apple's biggest product. Traders at a Fed meeting, big tech.
PFE, Pfizer, FDA revises letter of authorization for the emergency use authorization.
Let's see.
Join
Join
Fox, Trideco, PS.
Johnny Ive wanted to merge MacBook Air and Pro lines report. It's whatever. I wonder how many people just went short and they're like, oh, it's falling out of bed. But really, it's just pulling back to retest this 189.
Dragonfly Energy, getting a pop here.
That is a nice little retest here with the 1 minute 90 MA.
India,
I still
PFLI.
wanted to look at that long. So the ES is struggling. At least the SPY looks like it's struggling right there. I'm going to come back right to Apple in 1 second. She's been pretty weak. She's been pretty weak the past few days. I need a pullback though. Like I need to at least try to get the 50-day. It's probably not going to give us 192 again. I'm a little frustrated. I watched Coinbase and I was watching Apple right there, up here at this, double top at 192, 191.90, and I didn't take the short. I was watching Coinbase. I was watching freaking Coinbase. So that's a little frustrating. All good. All right, JP Morgan pulling back. And like we said this morning, we're looking for, we're looking at some of these names that aren't that aren't going to have crazy implied volatility. So JP Morgan might be setting up for a short. We wrote 171. We want to look to be long here. It's already pulled back and held this double top support. Central Israel rockets. Man, that sucks. That's awful. JP Morgan pulling back. So you're seeing a lot of names pull back. Apple, JP Morgan, the leaders of the industries, right? Apple, for the most part, is a leader with Microsoft. Apple and Microsoft are the two biggest names. Banking, JP Morgan is one of the biggest banking names. Let's go look at USO. Why does this not do that? All right, so USO is starting to bounce off of that area. Yeah, that pivot high. It's a nice little bounce. Let's go look at VIX, and then we could probably look at UVXY. Let's see if SPY starts trying to pull back here. Man, this thing just gapped up on us. Damn it. SoFi. Okay, that's another one that's on our list. All right, so SoFi, this could be, it looks like it's trying to break through the highs. Okay, we have the level we want to watch on SoFi is this gap fill up at 950. Up at 950 is the gap fill. Okay. All right, and then Coinbase. All right, so it's having a little trouble here. All right, here she goes. Is Coinbase going to break out? I hate the way this thing is trading right now. It's not giving you anything. The volume is cruddy. I feel like it could break out. But I'm also not blind to the downside as soon as you think it's going to go and then it reverses. So it's like it's not giving you a continuation is what I mean. Right? There's no continuation like there was with Apple. Right? That's what you want to put yourself in. Those are the probabilities and setups you want to put yourself in. Because when it doesn't pull back, or when it does pull back, it takes, it's not going to pay you. You don't want that. You want something that's moving in a direction and you have the confidence that you can put that trade on. All right. I feel like it's so hesitant at times to break out. And it may take a little bit. That's fine. But, I seen what happened up here. I seen what happened Friday. So I am not blind to taking the short on this name, especially if 129, if you get a rejection and 129 doesn't hold. I feel like, that the longs may give up at that point, and that's for coin. I know you may not really understand what I was saying, but it's just this level right here, up here at these highs that it just broke through at 129. If you see it, how it just went up and we pull back and 129 right here starts to break, like it pulls back and then it breaks it, look for that to become resistance. I feel like the longs have fought really hard to get this thing where it's at, and it hasn't even moved. It's moved $1 or so from the opening price. It's moved $2. Almost $3. you know, let's see. We're about to find out. It could just start breaking out. Let me put this right here. So I'd look for a pullback to 120, 129. Pulls back into that area, starts to hold. We look for the long. All right, can we start getting the SPY to pull back? The SPY is starting to pull back, and Apple's right at the 50-day moving average. All right. Apple is coming into the 50-day. All right, let's see here. That was a nice hold. I am not getting shaken out on this thing because this needed to become support at some time or another. All right, it's that little like previous resistance level. And it circled back around. It tested it. So far, it's held. I know you probably can't see it, but right there, look at all that resistance. Look at all that resistance. So, yeah. And we would look for 192. 192 would be the next level we would look for to get short if it gives it to us. Okay, here we go. What are we going to do? I'm going to, so we have 50% retracement. You have 50-day moving average. I hate that I have all these whatchamacallits. All right, so she's bouncing into the 50-day right now. She's bouncing into it right now. Man, I kind of want to give it a try, guys. I want to give this short a try. I still feel like the long is the play, though. That was a break. It wasn't an increase in volume either. Like, I want to see that type of volume. I want to see just under 1 million shares. I'll put it on. If it works, it works. If it gives us a little something, something, it gives us a little something, something. Okay. What is this? 190. Why do we have that there? No. So, 185, 189. I'm going to look at the 185s. That's too far out of the money, in my opinion. Maybe we go for a next week. Maybe we go for a next week put. Okay, alright, get yourself some time if you're thinking about the puts. Like I said, they're all going to be expensive. It's going to be expensive because of, they have earnings in a few days. Let's see here. So we have an increase in volume on that break. The break of this level wasn't that big. You had the extension through the 100-day or the 50-day moving average. That's a nice bounce and hold there. The SPY is above that prior resistance level. It's feeling a little bullish, guys. It feels like we just came back around to hold this level. I really think so. We're going to find out here. We're going to find out. Because did you guys see any news at all? Have you guys seen any news on Apple to make this thing do what it did? Okay, there's a rejection. 89. They're so crazy. These options are so crazy. 180. Let me look at, so what is the delta on these? 34 cents. Let me look at a, I want to look at a next week, and this is 187.50 at $2. 187, 262. 185 for next week. I wouldn't mind doing that. I'm going to look at a February 9th. Okay, if I take a short on this, all right, I'm looking at the February 9th on Apple. I would look at the February 9th. Okay. February 9th, 185s. Okay. She's still holding, guys. Let's see here. Let's see what happens. All right, let me put this here. 183, 185. Last fill was 184. Let's keep our eyes on this. See if we can get a little bounce, or if it starts to break here. Can she start to break? I'm in it, guys. Let's take this. I'm going to take it. I got a bad fill, I feel like. All right, let's see. Let's watch. The SPY is pulling back here. The SPY could pull into support, so be careful. Okay, be careful. All right. Oh, shoot. We have Dallas Fed meeting. So you got to be prepared. All right, you got to be prepared. Got to be prepared for that. That's a low volume bounce. Hold on here. What is going on here? Alright, I feel like the same issues that I was dealing with the other day is happening again today. Yeah, I need this to not do that. Alright, sorry, I'm just talking to myself. And what was my entry? Let's see here. I wish I got a better price on that. I'll take my profits as it goes. You know, honestly, I got to be honest, guys. I feel like this could be a support area. You need this 190.48 to break, and you could get a long here. This could be a long. All right, it could. I need to see this level break. It's got to break, guys. Because I don't know if there was any... Yeah, see the bounce? What time? It's 10 o'clock. And you're getting a nice bounce there. Okay, I don't like that at all. I like that the volume had shrunk a bit. What's the SPY doing? SPY's pulling back. Yeah, I had a feeling this could happen. Alright, I had a feeling this could happen. So we'll have to... Because again, all it did was just pull back. That's the entry that I wanted. And it's not too far away. There we go. Let's go, baby. Hit that and let's go. Shake and bake. I want to see the extension through this level right here. I want to see us get through this level. I want to see us get through there because I still am bullish on this. I think this is a bounce back. All right? I got to manage. I don't want to just manage risk yet, but man. I'm not getting... I want to get an increase in volume on that pullback. You got a nice... Look at that candle off of that level there. You know, that's a pullback pretty much in test of the 50-day. It did crack it on some decent volume, so, you know, let's see here. What are you going to do, Apple? What are you going to do? What are you going to do? I feel like she's going to go higher. I do. I really do. We gotta start cracking this. It just doesn't feel like that's... It's all good. It happens. It happens. Because I didn't see any news for this thing to be so weak. I want to start seeing selling come in here, and it's not.
Yeah, when I speak to clients, there's certainly a lot of things to be uncertain about, but none of those issues are really front and center and currently creating a lot of fear in the equity market. And the two
What time
variables
is it? It's 10 o'clock.
do that over the last 2 years, inflation and the Fed, the market has largely priced out that risk or that uncertainty. And so that's what gave us that big rally in November and December
NKLA,
of last
Nicola,
year.
popping here, 74 cents,
NKLA,
0.3%.
Nicola. You gotta be
Nicola
kidding me.
Alpha.
But what has not
Yeah, this
changed
feels like the long.
is the earnings estimates and the earnings outlook. We've not seen a sharp improvement in earnings.
I would figure we would pull back and try to at least pull this thing back down to this area. I feel like they're giving up on this thing on the short side. This could be a long-term pullback test of the 50-day. I said yesterday that I wanted to be long this name. So she's getting above VWAP. She may just consolidate here. That's brutal. It's not how we want to end it. You know, it's not how we want to start a day. Look at the reversal on the SPY. All right, let's see here. Let me see if I could do something here. Let's see what this is. So that's a 50% retracement, and she's just working her way up now. I'm gonna, you know, we're not getting the extension I wanted to see. I want to start seeing this thing break. I want to start seeing it break down. If it's gonna break down and sell off. I feel like I bought the bottom, and I don't like that. I deviated from my plan, and I don't like that at all. So, you know, the volume has just fallen out of bed. The stock has went to the upside. The volume has fallen out of bed. Pulls back. It has a nice increase in volume. I'm trying to give it a little bit because I know how it likes to move. But we start getting above VWAP and all that stuff. I'm going to exit this trade.
We did a report a couple or a week ago, and to us last year,
Let's see here.
2023, there was
Yeah, because we may get another try at 191 or 192. And if we do, I didn't think we would get that. It's just climbing. She's just climbing. And she has officially climbed above the 50-day. She has officially climbed above the 50-day. You little witch. It happens. Man, look at the volume, though. The volume is so low, guys. The SPY's going higher.
CNXA getting some heavy volume now. Again, up about 53%. Charlie November X-ray Alpha.
The Fed also front and center this week with a rate decision in Powell's news conference on Wednesday. Policymakers expected to hold on rates, but open the door to cuts by removing the tightening bias in its statement. Let's bring in point 72 asset management chief economist Dean Mackey. He joins us on the scene. Dean, I mean, if you lay it out there, it feels like the eat whatever you want and never gain weight economy, right?
Yeah, I'm going to try to get out of this. See if I can get like a 180 fill. Something like that. Because I don't want to be stuck in... I'm not going to get stuck in this thing. I don't know why I have this up here, 191. I'm not sure why. What that is. Let me go find out. Yeah, she's retraced a lot of this move. Yeah, she's going higher. It's exactly what I thought. I thought this flat top resistance was just going to be support. And that's exactly what happened. She made a big move down. Now she's just going to grind higher. It is what it is. Sometimes this happens. I should have really focused on the decision I was being made. I mean, look at the buy side volume. You know, a lot of that is selling. A lot of it is buying. So it's a little mixed there. But the end of the day, she's going higher. I got to get rid of this thing. What a piece of shit, man. Let's see if we can keep this as resistance. I'm trying to... Look, it just breaks through it. Oh, my God. You got to be shitting me, bro. You got to be shitting me. Alright, I gotta keep it moving. Fuck, man. What did I give for this?
Secondary influential factors that would get inflation they thought where it needed to go, correct? I mean, can we have, 3.1% real GDP economy in the fourth quarter if that's what we really had, and still have...
Now I gotta get good at losing. Alright, this is where we gotta get good at losing. Because we should pull back, and let's see if this thing starts to hold. It's back above VWAP. She's turning around. The volume is pretty low. You know, I'd like to be able to get a 177 exit on this. Not sure if it's going to give it to me. Alright, I'm going to throw out a limit order for like 177, and I'll try to race it. 175. Let's go 175. All right. I felt like the long was the play. Volatility starting to pick up here. So I have an exit at 175. Here's our sellers are up here. You have a little bit of sellers that are up here. Let's see. No, come on. All right. Let's see here. 70. So I got one in for 176. She never filled me. She never filled me on 175. I was going to exit right here when we started to hold this. But I felt like we started to get an increase in volume there. She's not going to fill me at 176. My orders aren't going to get hit. I feel like I may have to drop this thing down. I should have taken that long. I don't know why I did not take the long. I'm a little pissed that I didn't take the fucking long there. Excuse my language.
SHOT, safety shot, getting a pop.
I seen the trade up here, man. I seen it up there. You gotta be shitting me, bro. I'm still in this. I'm still in this, guys. I'm trying to... Let's see if we can get us, like... Come on, get me a 177. Oh, it filled my 176. Damn it. Alright, so I tried to fill... Good thing, I guess, right? That's... Yeah, she filled... Okay, cool. So I am not in Apple, but I tried to raise it. I was trying to raise it. Sorry, I didn't have the camera messed up. I was trying to raise it right there. It's a good thing. Because I'm trying to bring this thing down. Like, look at the volume coming in, right? This is where our sellers were. It breaks out, shakes everybody long. Now, are we going to take this long here? Or what? Is she going to bounce? Is that a little bull flag to go higher? Is it going to be a failed breakout? We're about to find out. It's trade line VWAP cross. That's not as bad. I was able to get a nice loss on that where it didn't hurt me. I was at like that part where I was down a little bit more than I wanted to, down at the low 170s, and I'm glad I was able to get that 176 out. So not too bad, not too bad here on my end. Again, you got to get good at shit. And look, the SPY is right at resistance. Oh shit! I just got didn't I? Oh damn! Oh damn! Have you liked the stream yet? I'm just wondering. Have you guys liked the stream yet? Or subscribed? Fuck, I should have took that long off that pivot there. So what do we have? So look at Coinbase. Coinbase, look, obviously as soon as I leave, Coin gives you the follow through, and I'm fucking around with Apple. Like, you can't make this up. You guys cannot. You guys can't make this up.
Shares hitting $8.15 at the highs of about.
That's why I said to be patient, let it set up. It felt like there was just a lot of nonsense going on, a lot of fighting back and forth, and then look at that continuation. Look at that continuation. I'm going to grab a cup of coffee. I will be right back. I'll be right back, guys.
Is that gaming? They're the #1 online sports betting company in the whole entire world. And then it gets really not the way that you're supposed to do it. You want to do it responsibly, and it intensifies the game that much more.
Super Bowl champ Rob Gronkowski with us in the last hour talking about his partnership with FanDuel and the growth of sports betting. FanDuel's owner Flutter listing on the NYSE today, calling it a, quote, pivotal moment. Our contestant Brewers here at Post 9 with a very special guest. Contestant.
Yeah, thank you very much for being here. Peter Jackson, the CEO of Flutter, you were just standing there at the top ringing the bell. What an exciting morning. Here's my question. If you're #1 in market share, if your revenues are growing so substantially, and you came out with the trading update that showed that, why does it matter?
We're very excited to be launching on the New York Stock Exchange. I mean, our US business, the FanDuel business, has been growing enormously in the last few years. So to be able to bring the opportunity for US investors to buy FanDuel and also buy our international business is something we wanted to do, and we were delighted to ring. I was delighted to ring the bell this morning. It's very cool.
Just before I came up on set, I checked where the stock under the ticker symbol FLUT is trading. Looks like it was about 208. What are your expectations for the way that this excites U.S. investors, institutional investors, but also I know you've been missing out on a big share of earned media that DraftKings gets because it's publicly traded.
Well, look, that's exactly why we wanted to have our stock listed here, and so to make sure we could take advantage of some of that, that media coverage. And I think from our perspective, I've met a lot of domestic US investors who've been wanting to invest in Flutter. The higher levels of liquidity you see on the New York Stock Exchange in comparison with the European exchanges is something which they said will be very attractive, and we hope to benefit from that.
Right now, this is your most important market, the U.S., for revenue, for growth. When does it also overtake the rest of Flutter's international business, European business, and elsewhere in profits?
Our international businesses have grown revenues between 5% and 10% historically, so it's been a very solid performance. We've added to that with M&A that we've made in time. Here in the States, it's all been about growth. I mean, clearly we were the first business to become profitable.
Any of you all take Coinbase or were able to get on that trade at all? I mean, that's insane. A little squirmy out the gates. Let's see. So that's a break, pullback. Like I said, man, Coinbase can be a little difficult for me. Again, I'm not afraid to say it. Like, I have trouble with this name sometimes. I was green on a Friday. Look, for some reason, I kind of thought that, it was going to struggle a little bit. So I want to see if we can get a pullback and really sink our teeth in the long. But I feel like that continuation move has been made. And boy, could you have made some change on this name, guys. Let's go look. I don't know why I have so many options up. What were we? Look at that. I know these 138s, 137s, they're probably like $2. Something like that. I could always look on my other one, but all right, I gotta find something here. I want to find something, guys. I'm not giving up on the day at all. We're not giving up. Not giving up. Don't give up.
in terms of the game itself and what that means for the overall performance of the sportsbook.
It took a little while for this volume to come in here. It did. It took a little while for that volume to come in on Coinbase. And look at the pullback. I know we had a bit of resistance up there. I'm not getting short this name. I mean, if we can get a pullback on Coinbase and you can see that it's going to start holding 131.50, maybe. But, I mean, you went from 127 to 133. You know, your average ATR on a nice day is 137, 123. So it's about $10. Let's look at this day. 131, 122.50, 131.50, 132 to 122. So it's about $10. Okay, so if we could possibly get this 131.30 area, man, I would like to think, I'd like to try the long to get to the 50-day, because we might still have a little bit more room and a possible gap up, maybe. I would like to think, you know, we could get to 138, 137.60. I know this thing has ran a little bit, and the options contracts are already flying, so that's why I may not take this trade. I mean, I'm not paying $5 for a fucking excuse my language, a 138 call. Wrong. Sorry, bud. I'm not doing it. You guys can have that if you want. That would be my plan. Would be to look for that low volume pullback and be able to take a long there. But for me, that trade's over with. Right? It bounced out. I literally left. I was just looking at this name, and I left to go look at Walmart, or not Walmart, but Apple. Literally left to go look at Apple. You can't make it up. That's so funny. It's hilarious. You can't make this shit up. And if you're new, guys, one more time, hit that like button, subscribe, and welcome if you're new. Welcome. If you have questions, post them below. Good evening, Ann. How you doing, buddy? How are you today? I was a little insomnia. I had a little insomnia last night. I just could not sleep. I don't know why I've been having trouble sleeping. I don't know why. I really don't, and I don't like it. So I'm gonna take some melatonin tonight. Let's go take a look at Tesla and a few other names. But I'm gonna take some melatonin tonight to, you know, because I want to get a good night's sleep. I do. Let's look at Apple. Did Apple pull back after I left looking at it? Yep. I knew it. I fucking knew it. Oh, gosh. Oh, my gosh. Not that I would take the short, guys, but... Look at the SPY reversing there. Look at that reversal on the SPY. I gotta start getting something in here. I gotta purchase the VIX or do something. I can't make that up. Fuck, man. Or excuse me. Oh, that's why those calls and stuff were so expensive on Coinbase. Because they weren't weeklies. They were for February 9th. So, yeah. I needed to remind you guys that. Look, they're right back to my entry price. They got me. And I said, this is where all the selling was. That I thought, like... I thought that this thing pulled back too far. I thought Apple pulled back too far to, you know, it broke the 50-day and it broke it on an increase in volume. Right? Look at this. So boom, boom, boom. Just loaded up. Like, look at the size of the candle and it breaks it. It gets back to it and it gets above it. And we're just hanging out here. Now, you know, I don't know what I'm going to do. I don't know what I'm going to do. Because this is where I was thinking about purchasing a long. The volume got really low on the upside here, right? When it got up here, we talked about that. So we just gotta perform. That's it. Just fucking perform. That'd be cool if it could give us a pullback again. Give us a pullback where we can take another long shot here. The SPY could be coming into resistance right there too. And we want to start walking this thing up. You know, not really, because like the support level would be 487 for the SPY. So I would watch for 487 and 486.50 as your support levels for the SPY. Let me look at the indexes to see what the indexes are doing, because if we look at Meta, or not Meta, if we look at Q's, we see what the Q's are doing. Come on. I don't know why it's doing this to me with... Alright, so we're just consolidating right now. We're consolidating right here. I told you guys yesterday I wanted to start to see us walk it up.
Steve Reuters says collapse of Sony Z's $10 billion India merger was in part because Z did not meet financial terms of the deal. That's SONY.
So that's a pullback. Still resistance. Let's look at the Dow. Come on. There is news about Disney of some sort. Hold on, I'll get right into it. There's the Dow, IWM. So IWM is trying to move higher. It's gotten above 196. Could we see a possible start to a rally in IWM and start to try to break out of this pennant? I don't think so. I don't know. I think they're telling you that this is weak for a reason, and we need something to happen to send IW down to, like, we need something to be fixed, obviously. That's what that's telling me. Bro, I'm so sick of this winter season, so I'm not getting too much of the stock. I am preparing for exams. I get it, man. I get it. Winter's just starting. At least for the market. Like, the market, you know, really gets going around this time. It can be at times pretty boring during the summer, though it hasn't lately. Okay, so here we are. Dallas. You gotta know when the data comes out in case you're in a trade. All right, in case it has an effect on your trade. Here's Apple.
General business activity minus 27.4 in January versus minus 10.4 in December.
Come on, man. I'm still going to attack. It's 10:30. It's 10:30. It's only 10:30. It's only 10:30, guys. It's only 10:30. It's only 10:30. I can't believe I missed that flipping rally right there. I can't believe I left and went to Tesla. So I got up above yesterday's high, kind of sat there and held it. It was a tough trade, to be honest with you. That was a tough trade that, like, Coinbase was just it was just, everything about it was just tough. Like, it felt like it wanted to break down, and, you know, the volume wasn't there, and I think they just finally gave up. That's why I was like, I'm just going to wait and let it show me what it wanted to do. And he's going to crush United States air automakers. Ha! Yeah, okay. I've seen your design, Xi Jinping. Please, if you're watching, please leave the car shit to us and the Europeans. Please. Please. I'm gonna. That's hilarious. Oh, shoot. Forgot about snow, team. Alright, we were talking about this last week in DraftKings. Alright, we were talking about this last week. See if we can pull it back. You have a little support area right here at 204. I'm going to look to see if we can't try to take a long if the markets are going to bounce. If they're going to be weak, I'm not going to fight this. If they're going to be weak, I'm not going to fight it. I will get short real quick. I'll get short on them real quick. Give me JPM. JP Morgan's holding. I like fishing. Okay, so what does that mean? Winter declining? Like it's like the cold weather's starting to leave, or it's getting worse. Shit. AAL. What else had a? There were a couple upgrades and downgrades last week. Wow, look at DraftKings. Damn it. Fuck. I gotta really remember these names that I put out, guys. That sucks, man, because DraftKings was a nice setup. That sucks. What that $40 level, it broke out up to that level, couldn't get through it, and then it's starting to pull back. I'm wondering if this is another opportunity to get short Apple. I'm really curious. This might be the shot right there. I don't want to freaking continue to sit in this thing and it not work. I'm not going to sit in a consolidation, so I'm kind of like... No, like I said, this was the area right there at 191.93 when I said to myself, I need to take a short on Apple because it broke the level and it was pulling back to the 100-day. I wasn't sure that it was just going to crack the 50-day. I wasn't too positive that you were going to get this downside and it just straight cracked the 50-day. It's upsetting. It's really upsetting. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to look for the VIX. I may throw on some UV. Whoa. Look at that, guys. Okay. What in the hell? $15.40. Wow. $17.99, so $18. So $17.39. What I'm doing? Good morning, Bingo. Nice job, man. I had a down day this morning. I should have listened to my gut and went long that Apple. Let me look real quick at the SPY, really quickly. Like, we haven't really moved on the S&Ps yet, because I feel like we have a lot coming. Either they're going to start making this move at like 11, 12 o'clock, or we're going to consolidate and kind of wait for some of these moves to come through. This is frustrating with my charts. How about this? Let me do this. I should fix it and zoom it in right there. It's pretty easy, my guy. If you guys don't know, this guy is on here talking about Biden and like, or he's like a person from another country, and he's like, yeah, you know, he's like, I don't, you know, the people, they don't like what they're doing, and we don't like it because we don't like being in wars. We don't need, like, I get, you know, you can take a little bit and help the Middle East with oil and stuff, but to just completely rely on them when you know that they don't have a government to keep their people safe, and that money gets funneled into terrorism, and then you start going back to the old ways of just oil from the Middle East, providing them money, which then provides them the capability to buy guns and ammo, tunnels, and like just everything that they need to do bad shit and kill innocent people, and there's no government safety over there. Okay, like, not saying you can't do business over there, but to the extent to where they're all like just, you know what I mean, like a tech boom here or somewhere else, right? You know, so you have the border, you have people coming in, and yeah, I don't know. You're already getting ready to start to see layoffs, so it's all going to just be, you know, there's just a lot. I don't know. So, awesome. What did you trade, Bingo? What trade was it? I traded Apple this morning. I ended up losing pretty well, but unfortunately, it came right back to my entry price, and I could have taken profit on it. I almost took profit on it when I got into it because I felt like this level right here could start to hold, and on a longer term basis, look at this level here. I'll show you, like, right here, right? You see that level there? Or right here, I'm sorry. Right here. I thought this was a break and retest for the most part, but I got short because I was like, you know, we pulled back a little too far in one day, and I didn't see any news, so I thought that we could hold this level here, and so far we did. And once we got up to the 50-day, I shorted up there. Now, if we continue to just sit here, you know, I don't know. I'm upset, guys, because I looked at Apple bright and early, and I seen that rollover. I could have caught this rollover right there. This is what it looked like. Literally right there. There was a red candle. You had that wick. You had the opening price, initial morning low. Like, it didn't get any more. It couldn't get any more beautiful than that. And I was watching coin, so I had a little bit of a mishap. I was thinking about hanging on, but I felt like, you know, at any minute you could just get a pop because of the data that was coming out. Guys, please watch for the data. Please watch for the data. Okay, because if you don't know that data's coming out and you take a trade because you think you see a setup, and then you hear, oh yeah, manufacturing, U.S. manufacturing coming out at 10:30, you're like, oh shit, that's why the setup sucked me into this position. So, and I left Coinbase as soon as it started to rally. I left Coinbase and went to Apple. So I had a little bit of a mishap this morning. I just, you know, so we could see here if this is going to hold, but that was a low volume pullback. Just curious to see if you start getting some volume. If I gotta say, man, the volume's still kind of just, it's not even anything crazy. It is more than what you had last week. Okay, so DraftKings, we called out yesterday. It's pulling, but wow, dude, this thing's falling out of bed. I gotta attack. I may need you guys to help me. What do you guys think? Is this is probably the bottom, right? It's probably the bottom for DraftKings. Right there at $38. Unbelievable. Unreal. Unflippin' real. I can't believe that. I can't believe it. I can't believe this. And we're down 1.2% on this name. 15-minute chart. Let's go here. You pull it back. You have a bit of an area here at 36.50. Okay, I'm ready to bring home the goods. No. Come on. Dude, why? Alejandro. Okay, shit. Fuck. I had a stock and a name that was in my mind, and I just forgot about it. Just forgot about it. Shit. Damn it. What was some of the names that were on the list? JP Morgan, Apple, Save, let's see. Oh, SoFi. Okay, American Airlines is pulling back here into support at $15. You can see if that might have some continuation. All right, I have not forgot about Save. Look, so Save, just so you guys are aware, I took that long on Save on Friday off of this level right here at $5.97. That was the trade in between the SPY and whatever trade I did before that, Coinbase. So I knew that there was I had a feeling or an instinctive feeling that I may have traded something before that scalp long, just so you guys were aware. I did trade that after the live stream. And again, it was a small trade. It wasn't nothing crazy. All right, so Spirit's just hanging out. Let's pull up a 5-minute chart. So look, Apple's struggling here. Is it going to start to give us an extension lower? I'm really curious. It looks like it's trying to. We just need some volume here. Look at some energy names. Oxy, XOM. So Oxy's pulling back. This could be a support area right now as we speak. Here at $58. It could be starting to hold it to go long. We could start to see it go long. Let me see here. 50. That's a 5-minute. I feel like I need to take this. I feel like I need to take it. Shares popping double digits. Shares popping double digits at the club. Popping double digits. What you want to do? What you want to do, Oxy? Oh, look at this like weird like cup and handle there. This could be a cup and handle, guys. If we get a low volume pullback, you guys see that? Look at this. Bang, and you get this pullback right there. If you could pull right back down to like 57 from where we're at, this would be a sweet long. If you got a low volume pullback, you can see how low the volume is today. 1 hour is on a downtrend. Let me see why this isn't working real quick. Yep, so there's a bounce. So if you guys have any questions, let me know. Let me know how your day went, where it's going. If you're new here, welcome. Hit that like button, subscribe. We're trying to get to 1,000 subscribers. As soon as we get there, we don't have to say it anymore. This week I'm going to perform my you know what off. Like it's literally going to fall off. I'm going to perform so well that like it's just going to fall off and I'm not going to have one anymore. My ace is going to fall off. All right, so let's take note of what we have. Microsoft was a bit strong this morning. It pulled back. It's pulled back to like sometimes it acts up on me, so I apologize. So right here is an area where, hey, you know, it's rallied. It's pulled back a lot, right? You don't want this much of a pullback, but at the end of the day, it still doesn't matter because this is still a previous resistance area, and you have broken through it, and now you're pulling back to it. All right, even if Microsoft has went and this pullback is like retracing 75% of the move. All right, it's still, you know, see, like you can see it's kind of like breaking it. Well, it's because it pulled all the way back down to it, and that was a decent move off of these levels. So is Apple getting ready to go? Is she getting ready to go, guys? What do you guys think? Or is she going to hold here and just pop, bang, to the long and shake a bunch of people who think that the short is the trade, and they got caught, and they get caught? I think you might watch out for the long. I think she could roll over, but I think the long could definitely come into play. I'm telling you guys. I feel like Apple getting ready to play a whole lot of people right now. I'm so upset I did not take that short up there, man. I'm so upset that I didn't do it. I seen it bright and early, right before the bell rang. I noticed that it was holding it as resistance. So let's see what we can do here. Let's go to, so that's a 4-hour downtrend. Here's the daily chart. So it looks like she's starting to break right now. We could have room, guys. I told you guys, watch this this whole area of 186. 186 could be the area. And that's actually not too bad. That takes you right into a gap fill. If I gotta be honest, that's a gap fill. At 186. That is a gap fill. That's when you start getting into a gap. And you don't want to do that to yourself. You don't want to get caught and get into a gap and you're just in a bad spot. So right now we're holding, bang, held. Is she gonna pop? What are we gonna do? Like, it's coming. I'm telling you guys. Like, this move is, it should start to make up its mind very soon. Very soon. The volume's dropped out of bed. That's one thing to acknowledge. SoFi's going into the gap. Let's see if Coinbase ended up pulling back and holding. It did pull back and hold. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Unbelievable. All right, I'm starting to feel like I need to try and get long the S&Ps. I gotta pull something up out of my ace. SPY hasn't really moved. We're literally right at just about the opening price. Okay. We opened at 487.73 and we're at 487.51. So trading the indexes, you're scraping by there. Scraping by. This could be a little area of resistance, but I'm not sure if it will because I feel like it's making some or it was trying to make progress to the upside.
Bitcoin futures popping to the high 42,820 shares of Coinbase.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know they are.
In November.
You gotta be shitting me, man. I should have watched. I'm frustrated that I let this thing off of my watch list today. I know so many people that probably were waiting for this to get long, and it was acting a bit funny this morning, and I'm curious, man, if anybody was able to take this. This was a tricky play at first. You had to be patient. And that's one of the harder parts of the market too, is like, you know, having you could have multiple things up and keeping your eye on your watch list. And you know, me, I kind of changed up a little bit and just been watching one thing at a time on this screen, and I have the S&Ps on the right of me. Let's go look at the news. Meta doing pretty well. AMZN. Google's been strong. Looks like she's pulling back. Zoom. Alright, let's do this. Tesla. TSLA. Look at Tesla, guys. Tesla's bouncing. That's what I was looking for out of Tesla. Let's go, Tesla. I was looking for that bounce to 190. I have written down here Tesla 190. And then if we get up past that, I have 199.50 to 200. Alright, I have it up here. So...
Expectations for revenues to come at the higher end of previous guidance for both the last quarter and the current one as well. So watch those shares up 1%. Jefferies is also, by the way, reiterating its buy.
Welcome back. Let's get over to Dom Chu. He's tracking today's biggest analyst calls. Good morning, Dom.
All right, so Mike, let's focus on mega cap technology. We'll get through as many of these analyst calls as we can. Starting with Meta Platforms, it's getting a little help from the team at Jefferies. They raised their target price for the social media parent of Facebook and Instagram to $455. It was $425. They keep the buy rating. They cited things like expectations for revenues to come in at the higher end of previous guidance for both the last quarter and the current one as well. So watch those shares up 1%. Jefferies is also, by the way, reiterating its buy rating on Microsoft. The business software solutions cloud computing AI giant is also getting its target price raised to $465. It was $450. They cited things like being the beneficiary of improving cloud computing trends, also those in artificial intelligence. That's one member of the $1 trillion market cap club, up 1.5% right now. And of course, the other one is Apple. But this morning, analysts at Barclays have reiterated their underweight or sell rating on the iPhone and app services giant.
I knew it.
They cited things like what they view as lackluster iPhone 15 sales with expectations that it won't change with the iPhone 16, alongside overhangs from regulatory risk, also an elevated valuation compared to the S&P 500. So those shares down fractionally 0.75%. Leslie, I will send things back over to you.
All right, guys,
Dom,
there it
thank
is. So
you.
they down.
And a quick
Barclays
programming note,
downgraded
don't
it.
miss my sit down with Citadel's Ken Griffin.
Okay,
Will be live from
I
the
see what's
MFA
going
Network
on now. I knew
Conference
something
in
was
Miami.
going on.
That is tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Eastern.
Meantime, Money Movers begins after a quick break with former Richmond Fed President Jeffrey Locker. Don't go anywhere.
I'm still frustrated that I seen Apple right out the gates and it did that. And I didn't take it. I should have just put that risk on, but I got to not dwell on it and continue to move on. All right, well, we're still going to finish this week off on a strong note. I promise. Let me go see what the markets are doing. Let's see what's strong. Let's see what's weak. So we have Bitcoin, if you didn't see here. Bitcoin's getting ready. It's got a little bit more room to the upside, but she's getting ready to come into a whole lot of resistance. Up at 4,300, 42,995. Okay, she's got a lot of resistance up there. Be careful. All right, be very careful. All right, let's go right here real quick. Let's redo this, refresh, 1 day performance. All right, Tesla. That's the first thing we see. Are we at everything? Full. All right. Region. All right, so look, right? Square. So you have technology names that are doing okay. Software names, I should say. Adobe, Square. All right. Tesla. A lot of names are red. A lot of names are red. Thank you for the likes, guys. I greatly appreciate it. Let's look at Apple's getting ready to roll over. Apple's she getting ready to roll over. What did we say? Square? SQ? What a monster, man. Wow. Holy shit. Are you kidding me? I don't know. Is this a long-term cup and handle? Wow. Wow, that's crazy. So you have a nice test of the 200-day moving average there. Okay. And it's just off to the races. She's off to the race. That's a nice support zone right there at $65. So if those are doing okay, let's look at Snow. Even though it's like a it's not like a financial tech. It's tech, but it's not like CRM and those type of names. This is a nice bull flag here on this area. We brought this up last week, right? We brought this up last week. We're going to see if we can start to like hold this area and possibly get us along. At least I am. That's what I'm looking for. See, we're down there. We got to wait for 202, 201. We got to wait for more of a pullback. Let's see. What else can we do? So we see Square, right? Square's really strong. The software technology names. Okay, Square, Microsoft, Oracle is not doing too well, probably because the Dow fell. Adobe is up 2%. Affirm is doing really well right now. Okay, AFRM. Look at Affirm, gang. That is a double top. Shit. Let's see. This would be 43 would be support. Sometimes you guys gotta wait for these setups, and you may miss them. Trading can get frustrating at times. You gotta just stick with it. I've been having robocallers and all this other shit. I don't know why these people keep calling me. Robocaller. Fucking robots. I'm just kidding. So you can see here that that level there, it kind of pulled back to 43, and that would be your level on Affirm. All right, Affirm has some nice volume today. I would look at that for a possible long. You know, if it can hold, if it can pull back to 43, I would look at Affirm. So I'm gonna call AI Scalp. Let's see here. Let's see if we start to hold this level, and I'm not sure if it will. I feel like the move has already been made. VWAP. You have a trade line VWAP cross on the 15-minute chart. I might have to go to the SPY. I may have to go to the SPY to try to pull my money out of the markets. I might have to let today go. Right? I gave it a shot. I feel like I messed my shot up. But I took my shot. Right? I took my shot. It's what matters. All right, let's see if we can get some resistance up here. And it looks like we can start to put in, man, she's just like so, she's not oversold, but it's just, it feels like it's just gotten pretty far to the downside that I don't know how much it's going to give us. Let's go to the 5-minute. I don't see any signs of a recession. Jeffrey Lacker, have you not looked at any of the reports that have come out about layoffs? Are you not seeing negative GDP across the world? Like, that isn't going to hit us? I think that's ridiculous to say that the idea that a contraction isn't taking place, that you don't see it. You must not be looking at the data then. And I'm talking about this guy right here as I go through these lists. So I'm going to relax for a minute. Not relax, but I'm going to make some phone calls and do a few things. I'm going to be right here. If you guys have questions, please let me know. If you haven't subscribed, please subscribe. So I can shut up about saying this stuff once we get to that number. If you guys could hit the like button, I know a lot of you have, so I greatly appreciate you. That I can shut up on saying you guys did. But yeah, thank you guys for being here. And again, if you guys have questions, just let me know, and we will continue to trade the markets and not let the markets trade us. Okay. SoFi, decent earnings, I guess. They reported their first profitable earnings, I guess they said. Again, I had issues sleeping last night, and I do apologize. Offer alternative investment platform member SoFi post Q4 earnings. Joins Cardalytics, McGrath, Rent Corp, and other big stocks moving higher on Monday. Okay, so 129, 1030. Stocks traded mixed, which I know that. Shares of SoFi rose sharply Monday session after the company reported better than expected fourth quarter revenue. Awesome. Adjustment revenue increased 34% year over year to $594 million, beating consensus of $571. Adjusted EPS of 2 cents beat the consensus of 0 cents. That is awesome. That's what we want to see, SoFi. Shares gained 20% to 916 on Monday. Lucid, Fisker. What else do we have? Zoom Info. Gained 6% to BofA Securities, upgraded stock to neutral from a buy raise. ZI. I feel like this has a bit of is a bit spready. I'll just look at it though. Looks like it could start to break out right now, guys. That looks like a good trade there. possible good trade. Okay, let's see here. Can we start to get a bounce out of Snow? Come on, let's watch for the SPY to try and take a long. We need volume. It doesn't look like it wants to give us the volume. I feel like some people already made some money this morning, and they may not try to take. They may be reluctant to get in. It's 11 o'clock. It's a 5-minute chart. Man, I hope these SSD cards can show up, man. This is getting frustrating. I may have to order some more. What are you guys watching? What's everybody watching? I'm just wondering. I had Coinbase on the watch list this morning also, and it kind of, I walked away from it. It wasn't Coinbase, but the way Coinbase was acting, I really wasn't sure, because I traded it Friday and I wasn't sure, and as soon as I left, it gave the continuation to the upside. So that was a miss on Coinbase. What's up, Chris? How you doing today, buddy? Come on. I don't know if there was, I feel like, yeah, oh, that's right, because Bitcoin was chilling. Bitcoin was just hanging out, and, you know, we were like, we want to see Bitcoin start to rally so we can see if we can get Coinbase to rally. And she did right off the jump. So I have so much work to do. I didn't get no sleep at all. Tonight I'm taking melatonin. I'm not letting it happen again. I feel like I'm like, if I keep dwelling on it, because it happens and then I think about it, it makes it worse. And if I don't want to go down this path of insomnia. Like, I've never really ever had issues sleeping, but like for just the past like 2 weeks or so, like it's just, I feel like I've been having a little trouble, you know, shutting down. Oh no, talk to me, Chris. What happened? Talk to me, bro. Just let it out. What happened, bro? What happened? Coinbase eats you up, did another trade, or the electric? Because I would also say, I thought about this last night, if you have like a Starbucks or something that you could go to, or just wait and be patient. It looks like a day where there's moves and stuff, but I would just be wait. All the technical analysis I did to get ready to play Coinbase, I woke up last and missed the whole move. We literally was just talking about how Coinbase was going to give us a good move. Yeah, I know. Listen, I could have slept too. I overslept too, bro. I overslept a little bit too. I didn't go to bed until 3 a.m. this morning. I had 2 hours of sleep. 3 hours at most. Again, I don't know why I've been having trouble with, you know, shutting down lately, but it's all good. Listen, I'm going to be honest with you. I think Coinbase can pull back. Yes, it made a move, but just wait, man. I'm telling you, because even later in the week, some of these options can get, they were pricey this morning. I was looking at the one, I forget what we were looking at. So was it 128? So I was looking at like the 135s, I think. The 135s, 133s, I think. Just don't even sweat it, please. Like, seriously, Chris, don't even worry about it. There's going to be more. We're going to get more names to give us a continuation. I promise. I promise. I promise. I promise. Like, Coinbase this morning, if you were up and you were watching Coinbase, I don't think you would have felt comfortable taking the long, because it looks really easy looking at it right now, but it was a very hard trade to just sit and stay in, because it felt really weak, right? It would go up and literally, like, you see these down candles, right, versus the up candles. Those down candles, it would just go down and it wouldn't stop. But the up candles, they didn't just go up. right? They would go and they would come down. They would go, they would come down, and like it was like it felt real weak to the upside. And what's even funnier is if for anybody that was watching the stream, you guys know I was watching it right there to see if we could pull back into 129, and I went and looked at Apple, and it continued. Listen, this trade, the volume didn't come out until late, and you know, I would have just if you can't stay, like, you know, if you can't withstand that volatility, I wouldn't you know, because you would have lost some money even on these wicks, and who's to say that you could have sat in it? It was tough. It was still a tough trade. That's why I say don't sweat it, because it wasn't that easy to just get long that name. It really wasn't. I mean, I can't explain it, but if you were able to go back and watch the price action, you'll know exactly what I mean. Like, yes, we did hold this level, but look how far we kept wicking, right? And people getting shaken out, right? Like look, you kept coming down to 127, and those pullbacks on those options are pretty decent, right? You know, the spreads were crazy. It was expensive. Or the spreads weren't crazy, but it was expensive. And it was like, you know, I'm talking, you know, going from like 118 to 140 and then coming all the way back down to $100. Are you going to sit there and handle $40, $50 a contract up and down, right? Being up and being down, just to see if it, you know, can give you the long. I know I can. I understand the frustration, but I'm telling you, man, I was watching it, and it was a tough trade. It was still a very tough trade. It may have been easy after you got the extension, but, you know, I was watching Apple. I moved over to Apple. Apple, I'm frustrated that I actually saw this, and my head told me, put it on. I saw it hit this level with those two wicks, and we were just sitting right there. And I should have taken it. My mind said, yo, take that short. It broke the level. There's your resistance. Like, just put that trade on and look at something else and see what it does for you. And I never did it. I went back to Coinbase. But it's okay. You know, trading's not perfect. That's why there's a group, right? This is why having a group is good, having some people behind you, and being able to share ideas and opportunities when we have news and breakouts, we can help one another. I'm going to use the restroom really quickly, okay? Be right back.
And so, matter of who you want to keep close. I mean, Jim Esposito had been there for 30 years, maybe looking to do something else with the next stage of his career. But from a firm standpoint, it's definitely interesting. You know, the different moving pieces of the chessboard.
Yes, it's one of the hardest things to do.
It is, indeed. Let's turn to the markets. Our next guest is betting that a rally is ahead for treasuries, and we could get a downside for equities. Joining us now, Kamal Srikumar, president of Srikumar Global Strategies and former chief global strategist for TCW. Thank you for being here, Sri. Explain that thinking for us. What would be the driver of those two markets?
The driver here, and I think the consumers are said to be a very strong part of the economy right now, Leslie. I put out a report on Saturday saying that is where actually a serious weakness lies. Consumer spending is supporting the US economy, but consumer spending has been rising faster than income. And in the 4 largest US banks, credit card loans rose even faster than consumer spending. So the consumers are essentially spending as a result of borrowing. And I think that is where I think the weakness lies. Second, I think the banking situation is still not stabilized. The bank's deposits, which fell after last March, are still continuing.
Let's find out. Because, like I said, I'm going to look for some trades here. Let's find out real quick. I'm going over to the Qs right now for you. All right, so there goes Apple. Apple's trying to make a bounce back. When I was looking at the overall indexes, they haven't really moved, okay? They didn't really move. Like, look at the SPY. You're right back. This is why I also want to say, like, yes, Coinbase moved, Chris, but you got to understand, like, look at the markets. The markets have not moved because of what's about to come. All right? We got a little bit. Okay, here's the cues. Okay, you opened up at 424.14, and you just got this stupid-ass rally. You could consider that a failed breakdown, yeah. That's a falling wedge or an ascending wedge, right? I could go for that. And you should be able to see it on multiple time frames. All right, there is your breakdown. Oh, it regains it. Bang. What would I do? I'd probably look for this area right here. Right? I'd look for this area roughly, maybe a little bit below it, to be support. Like right here. And see if you can hold, start to regain this and take along on the cues. Right? See, you pulled right back in there. You have the volume. But you got to watch, because once you get up here, you know what you have waiting for you. Do you know what I'm saying? So maybe you get like a 424.40 to 424.80, 425 long. There's not much there, but you could get it 50 cents. If 50 cents, if you can buy enough to make 50 cents worth it. Come on, man. You just got to be aware of the risks too, though. You know, you want to see it hold VWAP and such. So, you know, at the end of the day, even just looking at the SPY, look at the SPY. I'm going to bring this up just so just relax. I know it's easy to like get upset. I'm a little upset with myself, but I really don't care because I'm going to get it back. Look, the SPY opened up at 487.73, and where are we? We're at 487.68. Look at that. We're right back at the open. The markets haven't moved. A few names have, but I'm telling you, Coinbase was you had to be tough to get in, to stay long Coinbase, in my opinion. All right? You had to be tough because, I don't know. That's all. It is a wedge, though. I would consider that a wedge, Chris. I would. So you have a 3-minute chart. This looks like a nice little possible long here on the SPY. If you can break through VWAP. If the markets do go higher, I want to see if I can take a long, and take some of that money that I get from the long and put it into the VIX. Because if we just have any one of these, like 2 out of 4 of these companies, like Apple and Amazon do bad, and Google and Microsoft do like okay, the markets could pull back. And especially if they start to like talk about uncertainty and guiding down. So I kind of have a game plan here. I was hoping to be able to pull out a little bit of change, throw that change into something and kind of like compound my week. But the SPY, if you haven't seen it, this is a really nice wedge. It's an ascending wedge. All right, it's got a nice little bull flag here.
Golf Michael, Reuters reporting dealers have been pressing GM to add hybrids to its U.S. lineup. That's Golf Michael.
Okay, look at this 487.50 level here.
GM. That from the Wall Street Journal.
Let's see if the SPY can try to bounce here.
Shares of GM right now, 8 cents at 35.27. That's GM Golf Michael.
I'm trying to make sense of this move here, because it's not like it's not like the last time when I said to go long midday on the SPY. It's not as clean. It's like not as like so blatantly obvious that it's a long, or that we should take the long. Like, because we're just sitting here. 487.25. So there's our 15-minute trade line. All right, so there's a trade line. This is what I mean. I just, you gotta hold here. You gotta hold here. I think even if you break out, you pull it back, and then it still tries to hold it. It just, you want it to be like going higher, and have this pull back to this 487.50, right? You wanted to pull back and hold this level here, and then go higher, but you broke it. See what I mean? See what I mean? Let's see if it holds it. It didn't. See what I mean, guys? Like, that's what I was trying to explain. That it didn't. It doesn't feel like the long. It's gotta like. It would have to break out, then pull back to the same area again. It didn't. It didn't jive. It didn't jive. And I'm sorry if the way I was talking didn't make sense. It's just. It's hard for me to. Sometimes it's a little hard to explain what I mean. You know what I mean? Like, because look at this. See this resistance level and support? See this level here? You wanted to see this thing, it came up, you wanted to see it pull back, and you wanted to see it hold that level and bounce and start to go higher to break that area and turn this area into support. It's not doing that. It's not doing that. We're just trading sideways. So if you came down, right, you held it, which is below that level, and then it rises, you need this like little pullback and break out. And what do you just pull back again and test it? Like, there's no level above there to test. I don't, so it just didn't jive with me for the long, as much as I thought about taking it there. And maybe you can take it, but I don't know how far you get before it comes right back down. Sometimes, it's not tradable. Sometimes there's just not a trade there. Unless you feel like risking dollars to receive pennies and dimes. That's not it's not the name of the game. So, it held on a 3-minute. You got a 3-minute hold there. But we'll see. I don't have faith in it. It's such a big meet. It's such a big week, and the Fed meeting is the least of my worries. All right, so JP Morgan's pulling back. I missed that trade. It's all good. I had a feeling that if we got up to those areas that, we got the news that Jamie Dimon was going to start selling. I'm telling you, chat, I'm going out on a limb here, and I'm going to say I'm going to try really hard. Like, tonight, again, I'm going to get my ass to bed early. I don't care if I got to take 2-3 melatonins. I'm knocking myself out so that I am... If you will not go to sleep, I will put you to sleep. You remember Happy Gilmore? If you will not go to sleep, I will put you to sleep. You want a warm glass to shut the hell up? All right? That's what I'm going to do. Because I will not miss this week. This is a week that I just lines up, like where the moons and the stars align, and it's just the volatility is going to be top tier, and I want to be there, and I want to have my sleep. I want to be focused. I want to be ready. So I'm not sweating today. I'm not even worried about this small loss on Apple, which I could go back and check. I'm happy I was able to get out of it where I was, because who's to say that it would have continued to pull back and let me out where I got out at, even though it did. It didn't have to do that, right? It didn't have to do this. Or was it this? It was that. Yeah, it was that. And what's so funny is I was about to take profit on that name. I was about to take a little bit of I was getting ready to take that trade off because I didn't like my entry. So... I gotta start being strict on myself again with that. And that was like kind of a rookie mistake, right? You want to identify where are the sellers, where are the buyers, and you're not doing anything until it gets to those areas. It's trading is easy, or trading isn't hard. It's just we make it hard on ourselves. Man, I wonder if we could get along here. So yeah, like I said, guys, I'm gonna make a few phone calls. If there's anybody that's new, welcome. Don't be shy. Participate in chat. If you have questions, ask away. Anybody struggling and has questions, please. We're here to help. If you believe options are risky, you probably haven't been taught. Or if you think options are a scam, they are risky. But if you think they're a scam, it's probably because you haven't been taught how to trade them correctly, and you probably have too much volatility in your portfolio or in your trading account.
Tesla popping to over $190 now. Tesla about 3.75%.
I knew it. I said it yesterday. Fuck. Look at that. Look at that right there. Bang. That was the trade. Why do these dumbasses keep... Please, just leave the fucking, Christmas and the old, whatchamacallit, roads. Leave them alone. Somebody has a kid that they need to deliver, or if there's an emergency, alright, I'm telling you guys right now, no fault but your own if somebody has an emergency and you get ran over and you get your skull crushed in. Right? Or you get paralyzed because you wanted to fucking sit out in the street and you couldn't mind your own fucking business. Alright? You want to do that kind of shit? Go fucking raise money and go, be a politician. Or go over there. Alright? Go to the military. Alright? Go be a doer. Holding a sign up, standing in the middle of the street, blocking traffic is not being a doer. Trust me, everybody knows what's going on. Everybody's sick of it. Alright, half those people didn't have to grow up with fucking Desert Storm and continue in 9/11 and being in the Middle East their whole life. So I don't even want to hear it from them. And the same people that are doing that hate Trump, but yet none of that was going on. So that's just my thoughts, by the way. I'm sorry. I didn't want to offend anybody. Again, I don't vote really, but sitting in the street, clogging the street up, just because there's people that could have an emergency, and what are they supposed to do? If they can't get through because other cars are backed up. If somebody's delivering a baby, or somebody gets injured, or is having a heart attack, and because, Palestine, and man, shut the fuck up. Alright, it's ignorant. Why aren't, ask the real questions. Why doesn't Palestine have a legit government that helps keep their that helps keep their citizens safe? They don't. They allow them to dig tunnels up under hospitals and all that other shit. So sorry about that. I didn't mean to go on a rant. I would, Chris, call it. Just, like I said, bro, you gotta relax. Just relax, bro, I'm telling you. Fuck Coinbase. Fuck Coinbase. I'm telling you, bro, you're gonna have easier plays that are getting ready to come. Please, just take a breather. Don't sweat it. I'm telling you, bro, listen. Coinbase was not that easy. Even if you got it, so what? You got it, okay? All right. Would you have already taken profit and said, man, it kept running and this and that? Okay, we can make up all kinds of scenarios. I'm just telling you, we have a huge opportunity coming our way. Kind of tomorrow, but more so Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday are going to be so action-packed. Like, just take a breather. Just relax, because you're going to have names like AMD that aren't going to whip around like Coinbase. Okay, Coinbase, I'm telling you, it was a tough trade. You may not be hearing me. It was tough. It wasn't that easy to just get long this name, because you would have been down a lot of money. Just on these pullbacks, you'd have been down quite a bit. But we got this, bro. Trust me. Get your sleep. Come back tomorrow. All right, we'll have news. And Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, all right, we're going to fight our fight. And we're going to get that back. We're going to get that get back. All right, so you don't have to, we're going to get this Coinbase trade right back. I promise, bro. I promise. The SEC would probably be knocking on my door for promising we're going to get that get back on Coinbase, but I don't give a shit. I'm going to work hard to do it. I don't care. I do care, but I'm being serious. We're going to put ourselves in the right position to take advantage of what's to come. So I'm putting that pressure on myself. If I'm wrong, you guys can laugh at me. All right? I'm telling you, bro. I'm telling you, because what you're not understanding is the volatility that Coinbase had this morning. I was in the contracts watching them, and these things were going. They were expensive, and they were going from like 140 to $100. That's like it's pretty. It's just in little bit moves. So it was a tough trade, right? It was a tough trade, and it's hard for me to explain it. You would have had to have seen it for yourself. That these contracts, when it pulled back, it would really pull back, and it would just suck your contracts, and you're like, oh shit, and then it's like, getting emotional. So, just, I promise, guys. I lost, I made a stupid decision on Apple. So we're seeing a lot of these little tech names like the Trade Desk, Affirm, right? AFFM or AFRM. Yeah, AFRM. They're all going. This is holding. Let's look at the 15-minute chart. If we can hold this, if we could get another little extension, it's quite possibly we could get this thing to 46. Possible. 46 is possible on Affirm. I think.
In 2024, a further profit improvement to 11 and 11.5%, and strong cash generation also in 24 of 800 to 1 billion of cash in the year. So we keep executing our plan, and that now includes the clarity that the consent decree provides us.
What about the devices that were sold in, say, 2022, 2023? Do you have to recall those? Are those safe for customers to continue using?
Yes, the devices that we are having.
So I'm gonna scan real quick. I'm gonna look around for just 1 second.
That we service every day was also part of the 2024 profit improvement to 11 and 11.5%, and a strong cash generation also in 24 of 800 to 1 billion of cash in the year. So we keep executing our plan, and that now includes the clarity that the consent decree provides us.
What about the devices that were sold in, say, 2022, 2023? Do you have to recall those? Are those safe for customers to continue using?
Yes, the devices that we are having in the market in the US are safe to use. And actually we have millions of patients that we service every day. What's also part of the consent decree is that we will continue to serve them with patient interfaces, the masks, the tubes and accessories. What is part of the agreement is that we will not sell new devices until we have fully complied with the measures we agree with the FDA. So that's something that is a target that we will work through very diligently. We have a team fully lined up for that. But if you look to the totality of Philips, which is 18 billion, the sleep and respiratory care business is 1 billion out of that. And what we presented today with that clarity on the consent decree is that over the totality of the 18 billion, we will deliver the 3 to 5% growth next year or this year, and we will deliver the profit improvement and the cash that we early committed to. Of course, we will work through all the patient remediation, and actually in the US we have done 99% of remediation. So actually we did recall, we did replace, and we have many patients using our devices safely every day to help them in their treatment of their sleep apnea challenges. And we will continue also to service them. And outside of the US, we will continue to grow the business and service also new patients as part of the agreement.
So sales growth and margin and cash flow and all that guidance remains unchanged. Does it have any broader impact on perhaps R&D or CapEx budgets?
Now, what we did guide for is that actually it will have a cost implication of 100 bips in the year 2024, but actually that we have accounted for. So actually in the plan guidance that we put out for the 3 to 5% growth and the profit improvement and cash, actually this cost is included. Now, what is clear that we will put our resources aside to make sure that actually we fully comply, we restore the business, but most importantly, we really service the healthcare system in the US and the patients in the US with our best solutions. And the partnership deal that actually we agreed and also we published with NYU Langone Health in New York is a great example, because many patients in the US do not have the best access to care and to the right care at this moment. And our technology solutions, whether it's in diagnostic imaging, whether it's in monitoring and enterprise informatics, help them to provide better care to these patients in the US across all the states. And this is a great example in New York, but we will do that with many other customers and partners. And we will continue to really focus on making an impact on patients and consumers in the US, but also globally.
Given the school of thought that some GLP-1 drugs, some weight loss drugs, could have a range of effects on certain diseases, including sleep apnea, given what's going on with the FDA, how committed are you to stay in this space for the long run?
Yeah, great question. We are fully committed to staying in the sleep and respiratory care business. We believe that this is a patient population that needs to be served with great innovations, and CPAP and BiPAPs are still the prime solution for them. GLP-1 will help because obesity is a contributing factor, but the average patient that uses and has a sleep apnea device has 5 comorbidities. So actually this helps to take maybe or lesser one of those, but actually the rest do still need a lot of treatment. And also there's a great population out there that's underserved. So we keep focusing on getting them the best care. Hopefully GLP-1 will help. I think that would be great for patients because we want them to be in the best possible health condition. But we know that many will still need this, and therefore we stay committed. And also we serve many patients every day in that space already here and now, and actually we will continue to do so in future.
Hey, finally, Roy, Street's very much interested in supply disruptions, watching activity in the Red Sea and elsewhere. A lot of questions about supply chain preparedness and whether or not there are playbooks from COVID that are being implemented now, even though the disruptions might be not as large.
Yeah, it's a great question, and actually it's indeed very true that we learned from COVID to be better prepared for these kind of disruptions. So one of the parts of the plan that I put out last year was my second priority was improving supply chain reliability. So actually we did a lot of work of making our supply chain more resilient to be able to adapt in an agile way to these fast changing conditions that we learn, unfortunately.
Just so you guys know, I do have down here on Tesla, I said, I'm looking for the long on Tesla, the 209, where's it at here, Tesla, 190, 199, 50, and 200.
But actually we are well catered for alternatives and make sure that actually we can continue to provide and dial up also the growth for our patients, consumers, and customers globally, despite some of these challenges that will interrupt the supply chain globally. But we have the alternatives in place.
Roy, thank you very much. Appreciate you being here.
Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Meantime, JP Morgan upgrading Dollar Tree today. The Street's
So, like, right now, like, if Snow can just pull it back again, possibly, and just, like, make a higher low here, I would love to take this long going into the close and see if we can't get a gap up. If Snow could just pull back to, like, 204, that would be nice. That would be real nice if we got that pullback. I think we could see that name really start to move to the upside. Alright, so this isn't really working right now. The OBS is giving us issues. You can tell it's happening quicker, more often. Alright, so there we go. So what do we have here? So we have Tesla moving. We have Tesla. Let me refresh this real quick. So really, you're getting technology names. So we want to look for the Qs. Really, you got a lot of red though, guys. There's a lot of red here. The real estate's doing pretty well today. Utilities. Thermo Fisher, you have these small cap healthcare biotech companies doing well. IBB. Let's go look at IBB real quick. I think that's what it is. IBB. Yep. So, biotech is doing fairly well right now. Sometimes you gotta make it easy and make it make sense. Okay, so 135, 136, 135. Yes, 136. Oh man. You know, like I said, I want to make some phone calls and do a few things. So if you guys have any questions, just let me know. If you guys are new here, welcome. We have a big week. Be patient. If you didn't get your move yet today, just be patient. There will be plenty to go around. There's going to be plenty to go around. All right. And like me, I took my shot on Apple short. Let's see where they're at now. What did I get? Like the 185s for next week? Yeah, they're up 10 cents.
Welcome back. A note from the desk of JP Morgan sending shares at Dollar Tree higher today. The firm upgrading the stock to overweight, target of 157. Store closures in a growing total addressable market, just some of the catalysts there. Shares are jumping this morning, but down about 10% in the past year. The analyst behind that call joins us this morning, JP Morgan's Matt Boss, who, as you know, is an institutional investor Hall of Famer. Matt, great to have you back.
Thanks for having me.
I hope you won't mind me starting with just your macro setup, which kind of sounds a bit constructive, no?
Yeah, look, I think it's interesting. You could not have had a worse backdrop for the low-income consumer in 2023. I think 2024 could be a year of stabilization. You think about the tax refund hit last year, the cut to food stamps, on top of the fact that you had double-digit food inflation for really 2 years for that low-income consumer. I think you may be seeing signs of inflation having peaked, as well as child tax care credit opportunity potentially from Congress.
I'm really wondering if I should
You are now through as you
shot at the short here, but I'm paying up for it, and I don't. It's not a smart move.
Flooding for this low-income consumer, but now I think that's in the base.
And that leads you to some of the Dollar Tree stores. This is a function where you go to where the stressed consumer will look to shop.
So it's value and convenience, Carl. To me, that's really the playbook here. And what we're looking for is self-help. So the breaking the buck, the expansion of the multi-price points for Dollar Tree, I think sets up this concept very well to take share in the next couple of years. As I look across the space, Five Below, to me, has a very nice algorithm of new customer acquisition. We also like off-price, so TJX, Ross Stores in Burlington. So it's that combination of where the consumer can find name brands, but at a great value that's also convenient. And I think what you're seeing is the potential where low-income consumer stabilizes.
I don't understand why this is doing
still looking
that.
for value. So I think you have that combination of trade down from the middle
trying to
income.
click this and
but
move
what
it,
would
and
be
it wasn't
new would
doing
be
it.
more a stable backdrop
I'm
at
so
the low
tired,
end.
but I cannot.
So you mentioned
fall
kind of an
asleep.
expanding total addressable market for this group. How do they compete with, say, the Amazons of the world and some of the other lower price e-commerce retailers out there?
Right. So it's a good question, Leslie. So as you think about the lower end consumer, there is an absolute buy now, wear now, need now component to this. And so milk, eggs, and cereal is the consumable side of a Dollar Tree. What's new is the introduction of the multi-price points in that they benefit from the treasure hunt. You never know what you're going to find. That's also the off-price model, TJX, Ross, and Burlington. But what's new for a Dollar Tree is by bringing in the $3 or the $4 or the $5 items, you can complete a category. And so I think the share that you're seeing from Dollar Tree's side is actually the more affluent customer. The last 6 quarters, the fastest growing since breaking the buck has been the customer with a household income of $150,000 and up.
And we were just talking with the CEO of Philips about, overall supply chain challenges. How about this group? Do they face similar supply chain challenges in order to keep their prices at a reasonable price point for the lower income consumer?
So I'm glad you brought it up, because inflation for the last 2 years has actually been a headwind for fixed price point retailers. That would be Dollar Tree and Five Below, meaning they actually had to work to get the price out the door. Given that it's the same, they had to manipulate the margins on the back end, and so they had to discontinue some items, and some of those were high traffic driving items, or they had to change the quality or even the quantity that the consumer would get in order to maintain profitable margins out the door. The reversal could be the case in a scenario where we saw a moderation in inflation or even deflation, in that I think there's the opportunity at that same price point. So I think it could be a nice top line driver for Dollar Tree as well as for Five Below. I think to your point on the sourcing side, look, the Red Sea is obviously very hot button. You are absolutely seeing sourcing costs rise. But this back end model, especially with the greater flexibility from a pricing perspective, as now with the multi-price point introduction at the Dollar Tree banner, it provides that company more flexibility moving forward than they did the last time around that we faced this.
Matt, does this call mean that you need to take a look at re-rating some of the names in specialty, where ostensibly in an on-fire economy you would have gone to look for brands?
It's a good question, Carl.
So here's
what we're
Microsoft.
looking for is
Let's
value
see.
convenience, so that would be off-pricers, and then
It doesn't
self-help
really feel
on the
like-
discount side.
it feels like
and
the
then best-in-class
opportunities have
brands.
already
And I think you can
kinda went.
replicate that as well. Self-help
I
for
know.
us within the
I know. You're
best-in-class
just gonna start
brands
being a
would be
little
Tapestry,
witch.
PVH,
You're gonna start being a little witch.
and then I think for compounding continued
I know.
growth, that's where
I
we
know.
put a Lululemon, a Birkenstock, a Ralph Lauren. So I think there's opportunity. I don't think the consumer was in as bad of a place as maybe 6 months ago the market perceived. But I also wouldn't run with some of the holiday numbers either relative to expectations.
Okay, so here goes
that's why our
Snow.
focus continues to be on self-help. But I do think you may be seeing as
Along
a
with the
theme,
sector,
some
so watch
potential
the cues. Keep
stabilization
your eye
at
on the
low end
cues,
in
guys.
2024.
Wow.
Keep your eyes on the cues.
When you say it, Matt gets a lot of attention. I appreciate you sharing it with us here on Money Movers. Thanks so much, Matt
Thanks for
Boss.
having me back.
Up next, from the dollar store to the luxury consumer, LVMH looks to the watch market for its next leg of growth. We're live in Miami. Plus, a look ahead to Alphabet's earnings report as another competitor tries to take them on in search. Stay with us.
We did get more layoff announcements with iRobot as well, just so we all are clear on that. iRobot is going to lay off 40% because Amazon cannot buy them. And I said this. I said, like, I don't understand why they are blocking this. You're talking about iRobot. Like, come on. Like, they're going to do this. They block this deal. Okay, fine, if that's what you really want to do. Because you act like this is like something that can just take over the world, and it's big business, like an iPhone or like the cell phone carriers and shit like that. You know, I understand some things, it's a little tricky, but like, well, there you go. 40% are losing their jobs. That's going to be skilled workers too. All right, engineers, so, and I called it. I told you guys. I said they're going to lay off. All right, so you see how the camera's being a little bitch now? See how it's being a little bitch? I don't understand. I really don't. I don't get it. Alright, so that's Amazon. Guys, I'm just chilling right now. I'm going to make a couple phone calls. I got to let today go by. Maybe I try Apple again, but I need to bounce back. I'm a little upset that I'm not in it because I was in the 185s for next week. Alright, and they're about the same price that I got in. And I didn't take profit. I could have got like 190 and just like minimize, you know, kind of, you know, made my risk a little bit better. But I should have taken the long. I should have taken the long. If you guys are looking for trades, I really don't know where to look because the moves have kind of already been made. Maybe watch Tesla to see if it gives you any type of pullback here. Tesla is, you know, on a collision course with 188. If 188 holds, then maybe look to go higher. I don't think this is the reversal just yet. Again, with the camera. You got to be kidding me, man. I'm going to rip this thing up, and I'm just going to get so frustrated with this camera because it's just ridiculous. This is ridiculous. Like, I don't understand. Stop. Stop going the fuck out. So Tesla. Pullback if you can hold 188, but be careful because, you know, this was a prior little support area here. If we pull up the 4-hour chart, I did this work yesterday, and that's why I said 190, 199.50. I want to look to start shorting. I don't really see the reversal just yet in it. At least I haven't seen it because, like, on a daily chart, there's not like the sign of a reversal just yet. Yes, it's way above its 50-day or way below, but that's not, like, I want an actual sign of a reversal, and I don't see it yet. I just see a bounce back, a day where you get some profit taking. All right. So these levels here, okay, let's pull up a 4-hour, and I'm going to show you. I hate that I'm so tired. This sucks. I don't like feeling like this. All right, right here. That is a major prior support and resistance area. Look at that, guys, right there. Right there at 190. Or, I'm sorry, 192 area. You got right up in there. So you have resistance here. Is this a gap fill? No, it's just some bullshit. Why did I put this there? Yeah, 189.95, 190. So she's pulling back right now. Keep an eye on Tesla. If Tesla starts to hold 187, that low 187 area, then you might have a shot back up to like 200 prior resistance. Let's see. I'm not trying to predict the future. I'm just looking like, okay, 189.95. Like, if you can't get through there, then you're obviously going to go lower. This fucking thing, man. All right, so 189.84. Okay. So yeah, guys, let me make a couple phone calls, and I am. If you guys have any questions, if you're new, subscribe if you haven't already done so. Like this stream, I urge you. It would help out a lot. It's going to be a big week. All right. So, come up with a game plan. If you guys have questions, I'll be here. Just give me a few minutes. I got to do a couple things. Got to make a couple phone calls. Try to get something going here.
Idea that it's more towards that generative AI shift. But in terms of revenue, what they're actually going to show for it, that's certainly what the street wants. I expect lots of questions in that regards. Will Google actually give something? I'm not sure, because they're not really charging for Bard. It could show up in the cloud numbers. They will charge for that highest version of Gemini, so that could be something there. But that's really, like B of A says, that's kind of the debate for Google this year. Can they actually turn what they've been talking about and this leadership they've had for years in generative AI into actual numbers?
Yeah, it's interesting. Everyone said 2023 is kind of like the possibility year. 2024, okay, let's put this into practice and see it actually trickle through
when
into
the rubber
margins.
hits the road. That's absolutely it. People want apps and they want numbers.
So we'll see how much more patience the market has. Deirdre, thank you. Turning to the luxury retail sector, LVMH looking to the watch market for its next leg, I guess, or wrist of growth, we should say. Robert Franks on Star Island in Miami with a closer look. Hi, Robert.
Leslie, LVMH renting out this $50 million mansion in Miami as part of the global watch wars. Global sales of luxury watches reaching $28 billion last year, expected to reach $37 billion over the next decade. LVMH already owns 10 watch brands, including Zenith, Hublot, and Tag Heuer. What they really want to do is join that top tier that includes Rolex and Patek Philippe.
Nobody wants
Like most
those
of
though,
luxury right
other
now,
than
it is the
Tag Heuer.
wealthiest
Tag
consumers,
Heuer is
very
nice, but they
high-end,
don't.
that are spending the most. and are
Fucking
the biggest
Hublot. Ain't
targets.
nobody want no damn Hublot.
And
Hublot.
therefore, the high end has been really one of the main driver of our growth. I think the wealthy people, more than ever, are eager to invest into authentic, reputable, and timeless brands.
Today marks the start of LVMH Watch Week, the first ever here in the U.S. All the executives, CEOs for each of the brands are flying in to launch their latest models. They range from 2,000 to 2 million. So we're going to see a lot of those watches today. And interestingly, guys,
So that's a nice rejection there on Tesla. It's coming back up into it. Watch this 189.93 level.
We're seeing with all these new models.
Hey, Robert, we just had LVMH's numbers, 10% organic growth. We got good stuff out of Remy. How do we square that with things that are, like, for example, that Burberry's saying about the global economy?
Yeah, Carl, it's very company specific right now. You've got those that are executing well, that really justify the prices that they're charging for their products. And then Burberry, which just launched a new line with very high prices, untested yet from a design perspective. And then even within segments, watches is sort of one of the weaker sectors right now, but jewelry's doing well and leather goods are, so it's really company and sector specific right now. But by and large, the luxury consumer globally, even in China, is holding up well.
Yeah, remarkable to hear that about China in particular. Robert, thank you so much. Tough assignment for you, but we appreciate the effort out there in Miami.
Although he always looks so smooth that he fits right into that party scene,
He
right?
really
Yes.
does.
Star
I'm always
Island.
surprised he comes back to New York afterward.
Things are going to heat up tomorrow with Conference Board. We'll get some industrial earnings. Of course, we mentioned the big mega cap tech earnings tomorrow. Let's get to the judge in the half.
All right, Carl, thanks so much. Welcome to the Halftime Report. I'm Scott Wapner. Front and center this hour, the critical week ahead, the busiest of earnings season. 5 mega cap techs, Fed meeting on deck, jobs report, our investment committee sizing up all of that for you. Joining me for the hour, Joe Terranova, Bill Baruch, and Steve Weiss. Take you to the markets. We're green across the board. Maybe a little bit of a wait and see, not doing all that much, but we do have so much ahead, Joe, this week. Do you want to tell me what you think is really at stake for this entire market this week?
I think it begins with Microsoft. I think Microsoft is absolutely critical, that earnings report. Let's be clear that the expectations for all of these mega cap companies is incredibly high. They have a high bar to exceed. In terms of the impact of the market, I think that there has to be something within the earnings report that is so overwhelmingly disappointing that it will reverse a lot of the positive momentum in the market. I think a gentle miss, a small miss, I don't think that's enough. I still think there's enough entrenched buying in the marketplace for these companies. So I think Microsoft sets the tone for the week for sure. I don't think we should make too much of the fact that this could reverse the rally. I think it's going to be very difficult to reverse the positive momentum that's in place.
Although, Bill, you know, it's interesting. You've had a reversal of sorts already from broad to back to the mega caps. So maybe to Joe's point, that only increases the pressure because now the money's been flowing back. Year-to-date performance on everything but Apple is, I mean, you go off the charts. Microsoft's up 8%, Amazon's up 4.5%, Alphabet up 9%, Meta's 12.5%. Nvidia doesn't report this week, but it's up 24%. So the gains have been substantial over the first 3.5 weeks of this year.
Yeah, I do think there is a big deal in the fact that we've seen a lot of the expectations being built into the price action that we've had. And that was, you know, one of the reasons why I look at it with a little bit of caution. I mentioned last week on NVIDIA and AMD, but I'm looking at, I think Microsoft, to your point, is the biggest one. They are the leader bringing AI to the marketplace first, and they're monetizing it. And by monetizing it, the revenues are flowing to NVIDIA and AMD. So I think a lot is going to be tied onto that. Are they monetizing it properly? And then Alphabet number 2. Then, you know, where's the cloud direction? So there's a lot out there right now. I mean, if they miss a little bit, like you mentioned, I don't think it's going to be market over. But if there's a big whiff somewhere, there's going to be a lot of fear that it could show up somewhere else too.
Weiss, is it all about Microsoft, you know, tomorrow after the bell? Because, look, Dan Ives thinks it is. Says it's the most important earnings report and conference call of this season. Barron's says, okay, Microsoft's now the most valuable company. Now it has to prove it can stay there. From a valuation standpoint, it has expanded greater over its 10-year historical average than any of the others. 23.9 10-year average, 33.1 today. Assess that.
So here's what I'd say. I'd say it is the most important report of the week until Wednesday. So you have so much news coming after Wednesday that Microsoft's going to be in the rearview window. So with Wednesday, we've got the Fed, and then we've got 3 more important tech companies. Actually, take one of those out. Take Apple, because Apple has very low expectations, despite the stock holding up fairly well, and I believe those expectations will be met. But you've got other important companies. So yes, most important of the year, the most important of the decade for that afternoon and for Wednesday morning, and then it's on to other things. Look, you can take a look at a company like Tesla that really disappointed, that really missed, that's much more elevated, maybe not historically, but much more elevated to their growth and everything else than Microsoft is, and that stock's bouncing back since the disastrous report last week. So the market, to Joe's point, is pretty forgiving. I do think there's going to be a constant bid for tech, and Microsoft should have an elevated valuation to what it had because you're entirely on the cusp of an entirely new product cycle that's driven by AI, and the company's also changed over the last 10 years with this massive recurring revenue stream. So we can parse whether valuation is much too high or whether it's too low, but if you take a view longer than Tuesday afternoon, I think you'll do quite well with the stock over time, as with the others. And that doesn't speak to what I continue to believe is a new population that's come into the market that's less driven by individual data points for more than a nanosecond and continues to like what they know, what's familiar with them. And that's Microsoft, that's Google, that's Meta, which I think is really doing quite well.
Yeah.
So I think the market's okay.
At some point, though, Joe, you've got to decide what you're willing to pay for all of the attributes that Weiss was talking about for, you know, these companies that are betting big on this transformational technology. Sacconaghi over at Bernstein says he struggles to recommend an overweight for tech because they're expensive on an absolute or historical basis. We gave you what the 10-year averages are versus what they're trading at today. You know, Apple is 10 times higher, or 10 points higher, 18.9, 10-year, 28 today. Told you what Microsoft is as well. Jonathan Krinsky, BTIG, is saying that the NASDAQ's showing signs of exhaustion, these mega caps are, so the bar's even higher.
I'm not sure I see the signs of exhaustion just yet. I think that there still is, as Steve mentioned, there's demand underneath the market when it appears as though we're about to enter a corrective phase. The buy the dip mentality still seems to be in place. I'm going to say something that I'm sure is going to be greeted with a lot of skepticism and probably a degree of criticism. But we keep looking at these mega cap companies and we keep referring back to the historical valuation of these companies. Maybe that's the wrong exercise. Maybe it's the wrong exercise to think about these companies in the past and not realize that maybe there's a valuation reset going on given the advancement of the innovation.
Well, not maybe. I think your point's well taken and fair. I mean, there obviously has been a valuation reset for some of these companies. The question is, are we putting the cart before the horse? Are we assuming that they're going to reap the rewards and benefits that the market has already priced in for many of these names? Now,
but the earnings have supported that to date.
Well, Microsoft and NVIDIA are proving to be able to monetize AI in a way that some of these others aren't. Those rising tides have lifted a lot of boats. Now the proof's in the pudding as to whether the boats deserve to be at the same level with those yachts.
Yeah, but specific to Alphabet, specific to NVIDIA, specific to Microsoft, there's enough clear evidence there to suggest that we might see valuations grow even richer than where they are now, and it is warranted. So I just think, be careful relying on a historical valuation exercise to determine your positioning in a particular mega cap. Not the derivatives off the mega caps.
I got you. You want to weigh in on that, Bill? I mean, because you have your top holding is Amazon.
Yes.
Your number 2 is Apple. Your number 3 is Alphabet. Your number 5 is Microsoft. So you're all over this week. You better hope they go well.
Yeah, I mean, I really do hope they go well. I think they can. And one we haven't mentioned is Amazon. And Amazon's the highest multiple of the entire group. And I really think here, if they've been seeing some really great tailwinds with margins in retail, as well, the juggernaut of AWS. I mean, if we continue to see revenue growth at that pace and better, I think what we're seeing is the multiples will continue to come down as we look out, and those are going to be a continued tailwind for the market, and that's huge for these big names right now.
Well, AWS has really, Weiss, I think, it's changed the game in terms of how you read where Amazon is trading. Amazon's always been at a historically expensive valuation, and in the past you're like, wow, I'm going to pay 100 times for a marketplace business. I mean, how much can that really continue to grow? But AWS has changed the game enough that the forward PE on Amazon today is 42. It's not the triple-digit one that it's lived with for most of its history.
Yep, exactly. And think about it now. The vanity projects are gone. They've gotten religion, like all the other tech companies coming out of the pandemic, on spending. So Jassy has done a very good job of allocating capital to each business. And when you look at AWS, growth started to pick up again. We had a slowness. All cloud growth just hit a wall last year, but now it starts to reaccelerate as we saw the last quarter. What's lost in this conversation, though, is AWS signed a $10 billion contract with Microsoft to use their tools in their cloud business. So when you take a look at cloud, we've been talking about it for more than a decade, but still, it's less than corporations around the world are still less than 30% of the cloud right now. So you've got that massive transition that's going to continue and accelerate as more computing power requires more cloud usage. So that's a big, big tailwind. But just go back to my prior comments. I would say to Krinsky that when you cite the numbers to the performance of mega cap tech this year, it's hard to say it's exhausted, it's anything but. But I do think at some point, it's only natural to see a pause in the acceleration in the market. Will this quarter's earnings give it reason to have that pause? Maybe. But we can't keep going like we are right now. Now, what could make me wrong? What could make me wrong is the Fed really changes their language.
Well,
what could make me wrong also, on the other side, is if the U.S. goes into Iran, and that'll be a knee-jerk reaction, because then think what happens. That's the real canary in the coal mine, because then oil prices will spike, and what's the Fed going to do? That'll drive inflation. So it's not like it's 100% clear ahead. There are some issues that can cause the market to be disrupted for a short time.
You know, Goldman's Tony Pasquarello, head of hedge fund client coverage, on the idea, I guess, of exhaustion, says this has been one of the most powerful short cycle rallies we've ever seen. The 19% rip in the S&P over the past 3 months registers in the 99th percentile of market history. This type of move usually happens coming out of recessions. Stock operators should give thanks. It won't always be this good.
Excellent note, as always, from Tony. Let's talk about the exhaustion for 1 second for the viewers. The S&P right now is 48.96.
He's not saying it's exhausted. He's just pointing out with the facts like, oh my gosh, this thing has really gone a far away in a short period of time.
So how do the viewers think about Tony's note? How do they think about this exhaustion conversation? S&P is 48.96 right now. We all know that 48.08 to 48.10 was that critical area that Friday morning about 10 days ago. We broke out at 10:30 in the morning. You had all that non-discretionary buying come into the market, algorithms, hundreds of billions of dollars coming in, getting long the market, right? Not even thinking about it. That's the level. That's the point of reference. So to what Stephen is targeting, it would be more than normal, for us to be in a consolidation range, for us to get earnings from mega cap technology, whether they're disappointing or whether they exceed expectations, and for the market to retreat in somewhat of a consolidation phase above 48.10, below 4900, and just basically chop around. That's a normal circumstance, and that's a circumstance, Scott, that doesn't mean you're getting out of your equity names, because you're not going to be fast enough to get back in when the prevailing bull trend starts up again.
I had a conversation with the Wharton professor Jeremy Siegel on Friday about where his expectations are for where the market can go over the remainder of the year, whether it's too expensive. Now, I want you to listen to what he told me. Sure, he's bullish, but listen.
I'm still positive on the market. We are selling for 20 times earnings, although, I mean, if you're a growth stock, you're selling at 25 to 30. If you're a value stock, you're selling at 15, 14. So there is a difference. Overall, 20 is okay. It's not cheap. And I still think we can get 8 to 10% for the year. The economy is still very strong. I think we're actually going to beat 242 earnings on the S&P 500. As a result, I think stocks could advance.
8 to 10%. That's the professor. What do we think?
Yep. Well, I think the market, to Joe's point, a consolidation here would be really healthy, but we could still grind higher if a rotation happens. Some of the steam that really drove this, the mega cap tech, maybe earnings pre-pricing themselves in, and then to the Goldman Sachs note, Tony's note there, in order to have such a vicious move to the upside, there needs to be money on the sidelines to fuel that. And why was the money on the sidelines? Because Powell said he was going to bring pain over a year ago. He said he was going to bring pain, and guess what happened? Inflation's come down. So now that we've seen this continual evolution of moving away from needing to bring pain, now that we can have a little bit of a sort of open space, if they make a transition this week and they remove that restrictive note around it and they really sort of pave way to a cut in March, I mean, what's going to stop this market from continuing to go higher?
They've already, look, the market's moved a lot because of the perceived pivot that the Fed has already made. Jan Hatzius, by the way, doubling down on his call for a cut in March. 5 cuts in total. March probability is now less than 50%, 49. But nonetheless, the probabilities have been coming down steadily as the economic data has remained strong and going in the opposite direction. What do you think about this March idea?
I think
how anchored do you think we are to that?
I think you have to watch the Treasury market, and I think that's what's important right now. Okay, the Treasury market 10-year yield peaked at 4.19. We're beginning to see Treasuries once again, 10 years, beginning to retreat. We've got a 4.10 on a 10-year right now. Watch for the disinversion. That, to me, is the absolute critical indicator in the market.
Tell me this trade you made. You're buying really short-dated calls in the IWM.
Yes.
Small caps as a play of sorts on what the Fed may do this week?
Literally insurance. I think, Bill, you could relate to it. It's literally insurance on the portfolio. Think back to the December meeting, how after that you began to see the broadening out of the rally. You saw the Russell 2000 get some wind behind it, significant tailwinds. Potentially you could have the same thing occur this week. These are short-dated options. These are options that I will hold through the FOMC meeting just in case you get that broadening out on something that the Federal Reserve might indicate, or if you get the disinversion of the yield curve. You've got to watch that 2 to 10 spread. So these are IWM calls, the 198 strike. Like I said, listen, they're not significant in size. They're nothing more than a little portfolio insurance guarding against what happened in December. And by the way, the probability of what I think this will actually occur, I am not incredibly confident on it. That's why I'm using the option market.
Well, I agree with you. I think the Fed wants to normalize the yield curve. And then here's the reality. With the 10-year real rates hanging around 2%, this is the highest level since 2007. If they want to cause a recession, they will keep real rates up here. That is the reason why they're going to be cutting rates.
Well, it only adds to the intrigue of what's going to happen this week. Don't forget the jobs report, too, at the end of the week. There's another Goldman story, by the way, making news today that we're following. It's Jim Esposito. He's the co-head of investment banking and global markets. Is going to be leaving the firm.
I'm thinking about a long here, guys. I'm thinking about the long. I'm not rolling the long out here on the S&Ps and the Qs. Let's see which one's leading.
He's done so many things over there, too, and just a really good guy.
He is a really good guy. I was just talking to someone about that. But yeah, you bring up a good point. 56 years in banking is like, I don't know, 80 years in another profession.
Yeah, right.
So it's time. My understanding and speaking with people close to him is that it's time to try something new. He ran that group, Goldman's Bread and Butter, with 2 other co-heads who will continue to manage the unit, which houses investment banking and sales and trading. Esposito will become a senior director, according to a memo obtained by CNBC that was sent by CEO David Solomon to the firm. The Wall Street Journal reporting that Esposito wanted that top job, and in leaving, it's a signal that he saw the odds of attaining a promotion to be a long shot from here. The Journal added, citing people familiar with the matter, that Solomon has indicated to top executives that he's not stepping down anytime soon. So it's bench warming season with the recent moves at JP Morgan, Morgan Stanley succession, very top of mind on Wall Street. But this is, I think that's somewhat newsworthy that Solomon has indicated, hey, I'm not going anywhere anytime soon.
Right.
They had a very good fourth quarter, especially relative to the prior quarters, second and third quarter of last year, where there were some special items, a pretty significant pivot at that firm. There was some negative press, some publicity, some concern that maybe he didn't have the full support of the board. Ultimately, it appears that has all kind of at least simmered down for now, and he's indicating he's not not stepping down.
No, leaving at a time of relative calm.
Right.
After what was a fairly sizable storm around what was happening, not only around Solomon, but with the transition away from some businesses. So I think there's the obvious idea of that's now past. But the inescapable part is looking into the cockpit and saying, well, the lead pilot's not going anywhere.
Right.
The co-pilot, John Waldron, he's like 55, I think. He's not going anywhere. So what are the chances that I'm going to get to take the wheel here and wanting to have another significant act before the sand runs out?
Yeah.
Right?
And it appears, based on the bench that Goldman does have, that there are significant talented people, should that position open up one day, that they could fill that void. Obviously, Waldron has been floated as a potential candidate. Dan Dees, who is Esposito's co-head of that group, has been floated as a potential candidate, among others. So there are certainly names that get floated around that could ultimately, take that position should it open up. But, based on the Journal's reporting, and I've done some reporting as well, it doesn't appear like that seat is going to be open anytime soon.
Yeah. I spent some time with him over in London not that long ago. Seems in a good place.
Yeah.
And just a good guy, as we said.
We'll see what he does next. It sounds like he wants to maybe do something a little different, although he's not sure at this point in time. So definitely a career to follow.
He's still young. We wish him well.
Yes.
Do we, Jim Esposito? Leslie, thank you.
Thank you.
You guys own the stock?
I bought Goldman Sachs recently. I think it's one of the top capital market plays as a shareholder. Yes, obviously, sorry to see such a talented executive leave Goldman Sachs, but I feel as though Goldman Sachs is positioned in the right direction now. Clearly, since December, they had a little bit of a breakout. You're maintaining that even post-earnings. Stock trading at 376. I see the stock going above the November high at 426. I like where they are. And when you're thinking about a capital markets recovery, think Goldman Sachs.
Weiss, you own Goldman too, yeah?
I do. And when you think about what David Solomon has done, he's changed the game plan at Goldman quite a bit. So you could actually be surprised that more haven't left that did so well under the prior
buoyed and helped up, or is it selling across the board? Those are those different time frame and different intermarket relationships that will kind of give us the clues about what might be coming.
You had mentioned seasonality before, and I'm fairly sure, you can correct me if I'm wrong on this, but when you look at the best 6 months of November to April, February tends to be the weakest of the best six.
Yep.
So you can argue that that's kind of on par. I think it's around sort of mid-February when things start to weaken. I think Jeffrey Hirsch put some data on that in the past. So all that lines up. Now, to your point, how does the rotation happen? Is it large to small, or if you're going to go with that seasonal pattern, maybe it's a sector rotation, meaning from tech into defensiveness. Now, this lends to a discussion around this crazy behavior that I myself am seeing, and I'm sure you are too, with utilities, staples, and healthcare, much more so utilities. Right, kind of the defensive side of things has really fallen apart. They opened up really strong the first week of January on a relative basis, right? They were the clear winners, and then just puked.
Yeah,
right? Utilities are massively oversold on a relative basis now, and I've noted that before. It's like the price ratio, and granted, it may not mean all that much, but last time the price ratio of utilities against the S&P was at these levels, it was March 2000, which obviously was the top of the tech bubble then. How do you think about defensive sector positioning here? Because I got to imagine that there's actually a lot of interesting opportunity to trade lower beta, which is usually not the way most traders think.
That's a good point, and again, that's the kind of thing that you can look at that two different ways. Some folks look at the catch up. You kind of have a mean reversion trade there, if you will, like you mentioned, the relationship of the S&P 500 to the utility sector, and you can look at that and say, man, this is really stretched, and it's just got to come back the other way. And maybe it will. To go back to the weekly candle again, I think I posted that chart as well, and there's a potential reversal candle on that weekly chart, and so we got to watch how that plays out. But to me, I still look at those and say nobody is positioning defensively. They're buying strength, they're buying big companies, they're buying growth. It's clearly a risk-on appetite attitude, and so that guides my decision more than the potential for a mean reversion. And so now, if that situation starts to change, then that will temper my outlook and say, okay, maybe. And again, to your point, and Jeff's a whiz with the seasonality data. I love that stuff, and he's just one of the best at it with the Stock Traders Almanac, and all of that would line up perfectly for a bit of a pullback over the next 2 weeks. And so personally, it's time go a little slower. It's been a great start to the year, and it's time to look for that pullback and maybe go a little slower and do a little less as we see how this extension progresses, if the pullback materializes, where the buying goes, if there's buying at all, and just kind of look for things to reset a little bit here, and then take the next setup that comes, whatever that may be.
It doesn't sound to me like you think any kind of a pullback would be particularly deep, right? I mean, maybe 5%, 10%. Is that I mean, I know with tech classes you can do measured moves and all that stuff, but it's I from my own quantitative testing, there's no way anybody can really tell sort of the depth, right, when it comes to this stuff.
You're right. There's no way to know, right? And so, and back to your comment about none of the things don't matter until they do, and then they're all that matters. Right now, as back in the portfolio management days, I was trend following relative strength. There's real, and I'm not a quant guy. I'm not a whiz with the stats like some folks, but there's real demonstrable data that shows that relative strength works. And right now, we're focused on relative strength. We're focused on strong trending markets, and that to me suggests that if we're looking for a pullback, we should expect a shallow pullback over a deeper pullback. Now, that was the same situation right before, March of 2020, right? Everything looked really strong. Granted, there was some blow off tops and other things that you can kind of, some jargon you can throw out there and argue that things were very extended leading into that. But, I would look for a shallow pullback first and then see how it develops. And that's just, bottom line is, like you said, you just never know until it's said and done. So we've always got to manage risk regardless.
So you mentioned the Fed before. Do technicians really care about whatever happens with the Fed? I mean, I thought charts were supposed to incorporate everything, and that's all that matters is price.
Some people operate that way. I kind of operated that way for a long time. Again, back to the PM days. I'm not a fundamental guy. I know enough maybe to be dangerous, but it's not the cornerstone of my process, and I try not to to pretend to be an expert in things that I'm not. So I relied on company data and other sources of fundamentals to figure out, where we're going to, what's going in a portfolio, and then use the technicals to kind of manage the timing and the risk and the weighting and that kind of stuff. So to get back to the Fed, yeah, eventually it all shows up in the charts, right? But as a shorter term focused trader, and this is something that I've worked on learning over the last 3 years, is when you're looking at these at the shorter time frame and trying to find the opportunity, we're all looking at the same charts, right? Everybody's got the same data, the same charts. Yeah, we can see them a little differently, but I think there is an advantage and a value in being able to read the rest of the market scenario, or to work with folks that have a better read on it than you do, or than I do, I should say. And so that's something that, yes, as a group, as a team, as a community, lots of discussion about, okay, let's kind of gameplay this scenario. What if this happens? What if they say that? What could the surprise be, and how might that affect the outcomes and all that kind of stuff? So yes, I try to pay attention to all that stuff. I'm not the expert, but luckily I work with some very smart folks that have a good read on those things and make the process much more robust.
But are you actually taking any actions in advance of Fed meetings? I mean, there's some interesting studies around how the day before, the day of, and the day after, you end up having some interesting performance that's consistent, right? When it comes to Fed meetings, that's on a strategy, almost anomaly type of basis. But in terms of your own portfolio, are you doing anything or just kind of watching?
Well, it depends on the situation. I'll give you an example. Last week with the PCE data, that was that's inflation data that the Fed looks heavily to, and we thought that maybe there is a chance that if that comes in light, then that might be the thing that ignites small caps to move up a little bit. So there was a trade there to get some exposure. I did it through call options, so that risk was precisely limited, and looking for IWM to move higher, and it didn't materialize. And so that's that's all part of the process. But that's just an example of looking at one, kind of, here's a scenario, here's an outcome that seems likely, and how can we position to try to take advantage? And if it works out to our favor, great. And if not, that's all part of the process.
Just to reset the room for everybody here, please make sure you follow Andrew Moss here on X. If any of you want to come up and ask questions or just shoot the shit with us, click that bottom left Micro West button. And as always, this will be an edited podcast under Lead Lag Live. Okay, so you mentioned we're all looking at the same charts, right? So there's always room for interpretation when it comes to being a more classic technician, you can argue. What are some of the indicators that you tend to go back towards to really give you some more clarity when a chart may have sort of an unclear conclusion?
I used a handful of what I consider pretty.
Give me 1 second, but I'm just gonna go grab a
educational pieces and doing some videos.
I'm gonna go grab a cup of coffee real quick.
Thank you for the.
I just
for the
need
X
something to
plug there.
drink. My
Please,
mouth is dry.
You guys follow me there if you're interested to learn more about this stuff and look up Trading Adventures on YouTube, because this is
coin
an area that I'm trying
into
to
the long.
to
It's
put a little more
reversing
information out
now.
about. So very simply,
And I'm gonna talk
it's a
more. I'm
candlestick
gonna talk
chart
more
with
about
some basic
everything.
moving averages.
I'll be right back,
8,
guys.
21,
I'll be
50,
right back.
100, 200, that kind of thing. On a daily time frame, I do keep an eye on the relative strength index as a way to kind of gauge when things might be a little overdone one direction.
Here's
or the
that
other.
4-hour rejection on
I
Tesla. I was telling you guys about
how to use the anchored volume weighted average price from Brian Shannon, Alpha Trends on X.
God damn it.
if you have interest,
It's not
in,
just Brian, dude. It's the Anchored
multiple time frame
VWAP.
analysis
It just
or the Anchored VWAP.
that's all he
is the
uses.
guy
So
who
that's
wrote the book
he's
about
known
it,
for
and
it.
it has
But
been just a really, really useful tool for me. Again, back to that.
or just technical
the Russell
analysis. Look at the
2000,
damn rejection rate.
futures
These guys,
chart.
please
We were talking
remember
about that
when you guys have
Anchored VWAP from
professionals that are
all-time highs.
quote unquote professionals. Remember,
That is
there's
meaningful.
nothing separating you from
Having the
them.
price come back
Please, I
and consolidate
urge
right
you.
above that level,
And give
try
Brian
to bounce
props.
again.
He
Those
knows
are
what
the
he's
kinds of things that I see happen.
doing. But
You know, fairly
Anchor
regularly,
VWAP
and
and
not
not
foolproof,
one
nothing is,
not one
but it
indicator
certainly
is
works.
the
Keep an eye on
problem
it.
solver.
And,
All right, they
other
all
than that,
tell you
you know,
the
Bollinger
same thing.
Bands, just to again, that's all part of.
It's just when you have a
if you think
few
of the 8 and
indicators
21 day or
converging in
Bollinger
the same
Bands,
area to
which
give
I
you that
focus
buy
around the
or sell
21
signal.
period time frame. You know, it's kind of your equilibrium, and just looking at is the situation
Not
stretched
one indicator is
too far
greater than
one way or the
another,
other?
is what I'm saying.
Are
So
the
there
bands
that was. The
rising or
190,
falling?
that's what I wrote
Are
down.
they
190.
contracting or expanding? All of that kind
Rejection.
of stuff.
So let's
To
see
me,
what Tesla does
helps
here. See
me
if we can get a
an image
pullback.
of you know what a particular stock or
I'll
index
be right
is,
back. Give me 2
is
minutes.
doing
Let me go
and what might happen
do what I
next.
got to do real quick. I just want to get something to drink
What about
and a little snack.
indicators or signals
Look,
that
it's getting ready to turn
you
this
find
into
other people use
resistance.
on X
Hopefully.
that,
We'll see.
for lack of a better way of saying it, you actually think are total bullshit? Because there's got to be some of that stuff that you see, right? Just like I do, where it's like, come on, guys, you can't even test this. Maybe do a little myth busting on things that you find people think work but really don't.
Look, there is there's a lot of really what I would consider off the wall stuff out there. One of the ones that comes up that seems the easiest to poke fun at is you know, like sun cycles or astrology or you know who knows, but people will use anything, and I'm, you know, like I said earlier, if you can do it and repeatedly and consistently make money with it, then who am I to say it doesn't work? I may not like it. I may not want to be involved with it, and it might be terrible for me. But you know, I'm always reluctant to tell somebody that, hey, this is ridiculous, because you know, how do I know? Maybe they're doing great with it, and if it works for them, then you know, fantastic, more power to them. So it takes all kinds.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the problem there is, you know, it's like, is it really working or is it just luck and randomness? Right? I
That's
mean, that's the challenge with this stuff.
always a good question. You know, is it you know, what's the definition of working? Is there, have they been doing good with it for an afternoon or a week or a month or 10 years? You know, those kind of things. And I don't know. I guess ultimately I don't concern myself too much with what might or might not be working for someone else. If it's you know, if it's interesting to me and kind of resonates, and I can find a way to incorporate it into my process, like I did with Bollinger Bands, like I did with Anchored VWAP, that kind of stuff, then fantastic. If I look at it and I'm like, man, this is ridiculous, this doesn't make any sense, then I'm just not going to pursue it and spend time on it.
Talk about some of the newer things maybe that are popping up on your radar, either new sectors that, you know, you think might get some added acceleration. Again, we know tech has been where it's at, but let's play the sort of other side of things outside of tech and maybe outside of industrials. Anything that you're noting that looks like it could be starting to really move?
You know, again, the small cap catch up trade is something we've been focused on as a group. The healthcare, the biotechnology. You know, my friend David Prince has had an excellent read on some biotech companies recently that have just worked out really well.
Biotechs are doing really well today, by the way. IBB.
The rotation has been alive in some specific areas there, and you know, those are the kinds of things that that we're looking at. Smaller. You know, energy is interesting because it seems very important.
Look, diagnostics,
look at
okay,
oil
healthcare, bio, Thermo
the
Fisher,
producers not doing
the
so well, but
biotechs
some of
are
the
doing
refiners
well today.
are doing very well. And I'm not smart enough to know the hows and whys of this discrepancy there. But, you know,
That's because
again,
financial
my
conditions have
focus
eased.
is always drawn to the relative
Especially when
strength
rates start to pull
more
back, it'll
than
really help them.
the laggards, and so I'm looking at refining things. You know, where's the strength? Coal's been incredibly strong. And so I don't know, not exact answer to your question about what might catch up or come back around, but those are a few things that just come into mind. Another interesting little tidbit is we get back to digging under the surface of the Russell 2000. The biggest holding in that index is SMCI, who reports earnings tonight. There's been a lot of opportunity in that stock recently, and who knows what'll happen tonight. But that's the number one hold, according to the Russell website. That's the number one holding in the Russell 2000, and it's a $26 billion company. It's not even a small cap. So I'm not sure. No real point to that other than just to share something interesting I found about, and they'll reconstitute and put everything back the way it needs to be. But just those are interesting things you see when you kind of dig under the surface a little bit.
Yeah, I mean that's been trading almost like a meme stock the way that it's moving.
Yeah, and it's again to rely on my team and my community here. That's one of David Prince's fortes is looking at this stuff and figuring out and what's the story here, what's the fundamental side of this here, and what's you look at the I guess when they came out and pre-announced and kind of said, hey, we're growing a lot stronger than we originally said. Then all of a sudden the forward-looking PE is out of whack, and I won't say anything more about a fundamental situation there because, as I said, I'm not the expert. But the impact was the market says kind of, oh shit, this is different. We gotta re-rate this. We gotta adapt, and so it seems to be a pretty cut and dry explanation of why it took off so quick. Now, who knows what they'll say tonight? Do they guide further, or do they cut things back and reel it in a little bit? That's a coin flip in my opinion. But we'll see what they say. But those are again just kind of the interesting things you see when you dig under the surface a bit.
Have you been tracking or trading Bitcoin at all?
I have looked at it. I've been trading crypto, Bitcoin related areas, and the obviously the big announcement of the Bitcoin ETFs and that kind of thing got a lot of airtime and a lot of news headlines here recently, but not something that I've been very focused on or involved in, other than the kind of the cryptocurrency related names like Coinbase and Mara and Riot and some of that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I mean those have definitely been on fire, which I think is interesting, right? It's sort of the argument of you want to play with the manufacturers of the picks and axes, not the actual commodity itself. You can argue.
It's these and it as part of that smaller cap contingent. A lot of these names fit that category, and so you look at okay, is this small cap technology sector starting to catch up? Is it going to lead? Is it going to keep going? How does it fit in that overall picture? And I don't know, very very volatile. And
dude, this thing is pissing me off.
Back and forth to keep you entertained there, but it can be hard to handle.
Yeah, that's for sure. Okay, I want to go back to your own trading and your own portfolio. So momentum's there.
Switch to the arrow, and look, it's on the hand. Switch to the arrow, it was still on the hand. Like, come on.
Let's talk about maybe techniques for managing risk and knowing when you should maybe be a little bit more active. Because you can be more active in an uptrend. I'd argue you probably want to be more active in the latter part of an uptrend as just kind of let it ride earlier. So how do you think about sort of frequency of activity and where we are in terms of the doing that for your own portfolio?
Well, like I said, it's right now the large cap indices seem a little potentially stretched, a little extended, and coming into such a busy week, is not the fundamental guy, not the guy with insight into earnings reports and that kind of stuff. I don't get involved very heavily in stocks that are getting ready to report earnings and that kind of thing. And we've got the Fed coming. So for me, especially this week, it's a time to be a little more, go a little slower, a little more hands off, kind of let the things that are working work, and see what develops. And so that's on the heels of a strong January. Those are the kinds of things that it doesn't always look like that, but those are the situations that lead into a period of saying, okay, maybe we do a little less here with all of these factors combining with the potential or the historical tendency for a pullback into February. Maybe we take a little easy here. So I don't have a great quantifiable. I've always thought it'd be nice to have a quantifiable system, like, just give me a stoplight. Is it red, yellow, or green? And I'm sure some people do that and do it very well. I don't have that system. It's just more of a kind of a weight of the evidence and putting all the pieces together and then establishing, okay, what is this telling me? But that's kind of my process for that.
And when you want to play defense, are you raising cash? Are you shorting? What's sort of that playbook for you?
Shorting isn't normally a defensive play for me. I don't do a lot of hedging. It's the best hedge for me is cash and fewer positions. If I'm taking a short position, it's a trade, very similar to a long position in the opposite direction. It's the markets can work very similarly up and down, not exactly the same, but so I do take short trades. I do look for that kind of thing, and when the situation dictates, not afraid to do that. But it's a trade decision much more often than it is a hedge or a defensive move.
Yeah, and I'm very loud about shorting doesn't work. It's like whenever somebody says markets can stay irrational longer than you can stay solvent. It's like that's only true if you short, right?
Yeah,
it's funny how people don't seem to understand how dangerous shorting is.
For me, shorts are always a short term, kind of a quick hit. It's not, Tesla, for instance. There's some folks out there that seem to be, it's like long term short Tesla positions is the whole play. And again, if it works for them, great. I'm not trying to disparage what someone else is doing, but we do know that over the long term, the market goes up. It tends to go up more than it goes down. And so for me, as part of my process, taking a short position is a quick hit. It's, you've got to be very strict with your risk management on those, and, don't overstay your welcome.
Speaking of that, don't overstay your welcome. There's always a question of when do you trim something that's really working, right? So, because there's a temptation we just let it keep on compounding, but of course, the more you do that, the more concentration risk there is. That does work, right, for those companies that become the next Apple, right? I mean, that's how you get generational wealth, but of course, it has its own risk. So, as a position on a relative basis gets larger and larger in your portfolio, do you do anything about it? Do you trim? If you trim, when do you trim? Let's talk about that side of the risk management end.
All right, now we get into kind of the psychology behind a trade or the whole process of trading and looking at two sides of this. And let's look at the longer term side first about the real relative strength trend following traders. Jerry Parker, the Turtles, those kind of folks that have had amazing careers doing this kind of stuff. They put on positions, and let me clarify. I don't pretend to know precisely how Jerry Parker or the Turtles or anybody else does things, but the general idea is that you put the trades on when they work, and your win ratio might only be 30%, but you're holding those trades until you get that signal to get out. And so you never get the bottom, you never get the top, you get a big chunk in the middle, and you hold, presumably nearly a full position size through the life cycle of the whole trade. And if you've got the system in place and the rules and which affords you the mentality to do that, that's fantastic. Coming down to the shorter time frame, I trim things very quickly. If you look mathematically, sometimes it's tempting to say, if you just held your whole trade until you got the signal, you'd be wildly more profitable. And of course, that's, maybe there's some truth to that, but there's the ability to look at that on paper and the ability to do that in real time are not always the same, because I learned early on, one of the hardest things to do is manage a winning position, right? So if you put a position on, it goes down, hit your stop, you're out, you're done. That's a piece of cake, right? You might not like losing money, but the trade's over. when you buy a position and it goes in your favor, and now all of a sudden, let's say you're up, many R multiples, or you've got a nice profit show in there, then unless you sell at the very top, everything you do is wrong, right? If you sell too soon and it goes up, damn it, I left money on the table. If you sell too late and it comes back down, I lost out letting it come back against me. And so those are, that's one of the more difficult things to manage. And so again, one of the things that David always says is sell some and hope you're wrong. And so scaling out a position and taking some profit helps you manage I should say it helps me. I think it helps a lot of other people too, manage the trade more effectively by sticking with it. And then as that risk reward ratio kind of vacillates, when it gets very heavily skewed out of favor, then you take some off, and then maybe it comes back in and allows you to put some back on, and you kind of trade around the core position and that kind of thing. But long-winded answer to your question about when to trim. And for me, taking some of the position off at a profit very quickly is a big part of the process.
For those who want to track more your thoughts and your work, and maybe that consider themselves technicians but are not CMT charter holders like you are, where would you point them to for your work, and maybe just spend a little time kind of going through what you recommend from an education perspective when it comes to being a technician?
Okay, lots of just endless amounts of resources out there. Twitter X has been just a great way for me to meet and talk to folks like yourself who have been doing this longer or differently or in different capacities. This is you're one of the CMTs that I started reading long ago, and I was like, hey, this guy has written some papers and they're award winning, and he's probably pretty smart. Maybe I should pay attention. And there's a lot of those folks out there. So X is a really good place to start. I post a lot there. I post a lot of charts. I repost a lot of things that I read of others that looks like really good work. So follow me there. Go to my website, tradingadventures.com, and the corresponding YouTube channel for more. The CMT Association is just a fantastic organization. They've got a really good program, a really good process for getting a formal education about technical analysis. If that's what you're looking for, I can't recommend it enough. And feel free to shoot me a message if you've got questions about how to get involved. There's some really good trading communities. Like I said in the beginning of the call, I'm with T3 Trading Group out of Lower Manhattan. Really solid organization. They've been around a long time, and their sister company T3 Live is kind of the educational side of things, and you can get involved with the community there. The one that I spend the most time with and on a day-to-day basis is called the Inner Circle. It's with a fellow named David Prince and Rick March and Kira Turner. Really smart, accomplished traders that have been doing this a long time, and a great place to kind of look around. So you can find links to that in my Twitter feed or on my webpage if you want to learn more about that.
Everybody, make sure you follow Andrew. I've got a number of spaces lined up this week and next week, getting back into the swing of things now that I'm no longer having the flu. So support Andrew, and hopefully I'll see you all later in the week. Appreciate you, Andrew.
Michael, thanks for the time. Always enjoyable. So.
Another way to cut college winners. A lot of times we talk about it as mega cap tech as really winning here, but it really can be more isolated as quality, because even within every other sector, it is the better balance sheets, it's the higher profit margins, the ones that it feels as if they're more predictable. So I'm just really asking the question if people are getting a little bit too comfortable with the stability of those names to the exclusion of everything else. So it doesn't have to be, wow, these things are really,
All right, guys. Like I said, I'm just getting something to eat. I was just doing a couple of things here. Watch this area. We just pulled back into it. You're going to have to hold it on the S&Ps. All right. The S&Ps are looking to try and hold resistance or support or resistance. Let me see here. Let me show you what I'm talking about. Yeah, it's like this whole area. Dude, I hate that my charts are doing this right now. I don't like that. So that's what I'm looking at right now, right? This whole area. All right, this whole area right here. 488. 487.90, 488. As you can see, we're pulling back in. It doesn't look like we're going to hold it. Again, I wouldn't be surprised if we just stay about right where we're at. Other than that, yeah, so it broke. It had some, a small increase in volume on the break above. It's, just hang on, man. You guys, don't get whipsawed. All right. There's not a reason to have conviction one way or another with the data that we're about to get. So please remember that for anybody that's here. You don't have a reason to go higher right now with Fed, with Apple, Microsoft earnings, Microsoft, Meta, Apple. Like, these earnings are coming out. These earnings are going to help tell you the next 3 months of movements, along with the Fed and whatnot. So, like, right now, the market is there. Nobody's going to place any bets. All right, if any bets are being made, it's probably buying the VIX or doing something to manage risk, because you're about to find out the direction. You can't assume the direction. I mean, as of right now, everything's okay. But everything's okay. We're getting the earnings. So that's why I say, don't get chopped up, man. Don't get chopped up, guys. Please relax. If you missed a trade or you did something, just be patient. Just be patient. I have some coffee being made. I'm going to brush my teeth real quick. And I'm going to come back on. I'll fix the camera and all that fun stuff. So just give me just a couple minutes. I'm going to throw on CNBC. I'm going to scan around these markets. If I see any news, I'll be right here to let you know, and all that fun stuff. If you guys notice, ARK, like innovation names that I told you guys about last week, all right, starting to catch a bid here. So you can keep them on watch. Really, it's like your TTD, the Trade Desk, right? Affirm, AFRM. Like, these are the names that we're running this morning. Got some Coinbase. I'm a little upset I didn't take Coinbase. I'll watch this level here. Oh, come on. You guys see what I mean with my mouse? So, SoFi pulled back. What do you mean SoFi having a day? SoFi did pull back from the last I looked. Okay, it's not coming up. Oh, okay. Well, it had pulled back, and it looked like it was trying to reject this area and go lower. So yeah, just, those are the names that I see that are moving. Which I'll go over. Let's go see here. Let's see here. Let's see some of the names real quick, because I want to go brush my teeth and stuff. And so we're getting a bounce on Bitcoin. We said watch the Bitcoin names. Starbucks, olive oil, blah, 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 blah. Stocks making the biggest moves. iRobot. All right. Dollar Tree, SoFi, iRobot, Western Digital. These are some of the big names that are moving. Warner Bros. Discovery, I mean. There was some news with Disney. Flywire, blah, blah, blah. So, blah, 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 blah. All right. Until the big boys start to report, I don't think we have, like, anything crazy happen just yet. Samsung Galaxy S4 smartphones use Baidu's AI Ernie. Analyst positive. So let's look at Baidu. See if I've been trying to keep my eye on some of these Chinese names like Baidu, Baba, and whatnot. But again, stay patient. Just stay patient. Just give it a little bit. Did Baba pull back to 70? Hold on. I hate that this is so... There we go. Okay. So we're still holding. I want to see if we can get a pullback I'm waiting to see if I can catch a directional trend. If it opens up the opportunity, I'm gonna let you guys know. All right. I'm gonna be doing a little bit more work here in a minute. Like Baidu's doing the same thing, just holding. Tesla. So Tesla again, that 4-hour chart is what we were using to look for, you know, possible resistance here in this area. Right here at like, you know, you have a little bit of resistance at 190. You see here, boom, right? Support, support, resistance, resistance, support, even to the left, right? You can just see this is somewhat of an area. But if you can hold, if you can get back above 189.75, 190, then you could possibly get up to like this is the real resistance level at 200, at 199.50. So let's see what she wants to do. Feels like she's kind of holding here. Let's look at a 15-minute chart. I don't like that my charts are doing this. I really don't. And when you have a big down day like this, it makes it pretty difficult to, like, you know, it makes it look really, you know, it just looks real ugly on your charts when you try to pull it up. I got to clean these charts up and fix all these damn lines. I don't like it. I don't like having messy charts like this. Nice increase in volume there. Low volume pullback. Let's use the 15-minute and see if we see any type of divergence or anything. So, yeah, just give me just a minute and I'll be right back. If there's any news, I'll let you guys know. I'll throw it in the chat. If I get in a trade, I'll let you know and I'll throw it in the chat. If you guys could, if you're new, welcome. Hit that like button. Subscribe if you haven't already subscribed. We get up to 1,000 subscribers. I don't have to say this shit anymore. Google, you know, may or may not run ads. It's not me. Okay, I did not turn ads on. And there's no copyright issues. So I appreciate you bearing with us. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. I'm with you, Sevens. It's gonna be one of those days, man. People are gonna get chopped up, you know. I wonder how many people got bullish right there. And then, you know, it may or may not have held there, so just be careful. If you get an extension, you better take your profits. I mean, it's look at the volume coming in. Look at the volume that came in there. You know, that's all. I'm not saying it's not going to go higher. It could. All right. You have no reason not to go higher. So therefore, I feel like the market can go higher, and you start to pull back when you get the reason to pull back. You feel what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Until there's a reason to pull back, you're going to go higher. So we could take a trade higher until the end of the day. I may think about that, but I'm kind of just wanting to be patient. I kind of want to be patient today.
Too. So we'll keep our eyes there as we think about big tech this week, Fed meeting, jobs report, and everything else. I'll see you on Closing Bell. The exchange starts now.
Scott, thank you so much. In for Kelly Evans, I'm Tyler Matheson, and here is what is ahead this hour. It's a big week for your money. We've got earnings, the jobs report, and the Fed's decision on interest rates. A cut is not widely expected right now, but one of our guests says not cutting now is a big mistake, and he'll tell us why. Plus, North Carolina's state health plan will stop paying for the obesity drug coverage that it had been covering, and that may be good news for one company. The CEO of that firm will join us ahead. And Red Sea disruptions could drive demand for one area of the commercial real estate market. We'll tell you where. But we begin with today's markets and Dom Chu. He's got the numbers. Hey, Dom.
All right, so we got a fairly relatively calm market right now for the S&P 500. It's been a relatively tight trading range. It's currently up about 1/10 of 1%.
What I tell you guys, man, you guys just take profit. It may go higher, but it's going to be tough. You're not going to make no money here. You know, it goes up and then it just pulls back. All right, so just appreciate you, 7 Clone. Appreciate you, bro. I'm gonna be right back. I'm just gonna grab some coffee. I'm gonna be back in like 2 minutes. I was waiting to see if we were gonna break out there or not. And look, like, you know, this is a nice area. You got VWAP here. See if it tries to do it again. But I don't know. I would look for a rejection at 487.98 and see if we can't pull it back down to 487.
It's currently down 1.5%.
Or at least get back to where we opened at.
Earlier on today, on some of those Middle East tensions kind of starting to incrementally get even more intense, with soldiers dying from the U.S. side of things in Jordan, close to the Syrian border. That did push those crude oil prices higher at one point, but as you can see there, they've backed off from those levels. We'll keep it on crude oil. And then, as Tyler mentioned, massive week for earnings. Corporate earnings-wise, it will be the busiest week of corporate earnings for the S&P 500, and the names that really matter, the heavily weighted ones, will factor in the most. On Tuesday and Thursday, you're going to get earnings reports from the like of those Magnificent Seven type stocks, like Microsoft, like Apple, like Alphabet, the parent company of Google, Amazon, and Meta Platforms. Each of these stocks is going to have their spotlight on them throughout the course of this week. So, Ty, keep an eye on that mega cap technology trade, a big factor in those fundamental catalysts, either up or down for the markets in the coming days and weeks. I'll send things back over to you.
All right, Dom, thanks very much. See you here in the next hour. Meantime, investors have their hands full with earnings this week, but we're only 48 hours away from the Fed's latest decision on interest rates. Steve Leisman here now to set the scene for us. Steve?
Hey, Tyler, yeah, one way to think about the Fed is this. They've done their final maneuvers on the balance beam. It's now in midair to execute the landing, and no one quite knows if they're going to stick it. Judged by the inflation numbers so far, the past few months anyway, the routine has gone pretty well. All three major gauges, PCE, headline, core, and even core services ex housing, are at or below 2%. The 6-month annualized core rate has been below the Fed's 2% target for 2 months running now. And all of that has come, surprisingly, with growth above potential and the unemployment rate barely budging. So why not cut rates right now? Well, staying the Fed's hand, judged by what they've been saying from that immediate cut, is concerned about the sustainability of the decline in inflation. Growth and employment still remaining strong, with particular concern about wage growth and risk from, of course, the Middle East conflict, which could lead to a new inflation surge. Hasn't so far. The Fed, most of all, doesn't think it'll help the credibility or the economy by cutting rates and having to reverse course and hike again. So it wants to be very sure. Markets have now given the Fed some flexibility. There's just a 2% chance of a rate cut at this meeting, 49% for March. That is down from a near certainty of around 80% at the last meeting. You can see that certainly rises to all the way to 99% by June for that cut. Now, the Fed's path to its landing is full of uncertainty. Strong growth could give it time to execute the soft landing, but rate cuts need to work into the economy, and you still have those past effects of rate hikes still dragging on growth. And you can do a routine, Tyler, a great routine, as you know, but if you blow the landing, Ty, you could end up off the podium.
Absolutely true. Let's talk a little bit about the global tensions that you mentioned there. How does the Fed weigh such things as disruptions of shipping in the Red Sea that could affect oil prices and certainly the price of goods coming to market?
You know, there's a little bit of just concern that, we're having the deja vu all over again. The rise in shipping costs was part of the recession, or part of the inflation that happened in the post-pandemic era. But the issue, Tyler, is I think they're going to see this, for now at least, as being isolated. They're going to watch it for a while. I was really interested in Dom's report, because we do keep seeing this, that you have these spikes in the price of crude, and then they come back down. And I think we've talked about this, but the story again is the amount of domestic production we have in the U.S. that seems to keep a lid on just how far up oil prices can go. But the Fed's going to watch it, and there will be concern about some of these higher oil prices again feeding into certainly the headline, and they'll watch if it feeds into the core.
All right, Steve, thanks very much, and we'll wait and see what happens on Wednesday. Probably nothing, but it'll be interesting nonetheless. Steve Leisman, thank you. Our next guest says the Fed should be cutting rates this week, but they won't. He sees the ghosts of the 70s and 2021 haunting Jay Powell, but warns that a late pivot could lead to an even worse horror story. You got the picture? Joining us now, Tom Fitzpatrick, Managing Director of Global Market Insights at RJ O'Brien. Tom, welcome. So what are the historical allusions back to the 70s and 2021 that have you believing that the Fed will misstep here?
Hi, Tyler, and thanks for having me on.
You're welcome.
I think when you look back to the 70s, obviously, and certainly at the start of this cycle, the Fed, and a lot of other people for that matter, focused in on the 70s because that was the last big inflation surge. But there are a lot of material differences. There are similarities, even in terms of the Middle East conflict. But when you go back to the 70s, we saw the oil price surge by a factor of about 17 times. So it was very sticky for a very long period of time. But when inflation got out of the bag this time, that was the reference point the Fed was using in terms of their past mistakes and the fact that they didn't get inflation under control. And this came after 2019, when they were also talking about the mistakes that they made during the global financial crisis, not easing quickly enough and then choking off the recovery, the jobless recovery, too early. So unfortunately, a lot of the times, Fed policy is a function of adjusting for prior mistakes. Now, we saw that in 2019, when in fact they were very impulsive in starting to cut rates and cut aggressively during COVID, as they said that they should do. But unfortunately, that was actually very successful. And the mistake then was that as we saw inflation rise, and in particularly, you saw 3-month annualized, 6-month annualized inflation rates, just as we're seeing the opposite now move up, the Fed, having been very successful in seeing the economy pick back up, the markets pick back up, employment pick back up, should absolutely have reined in much earlier. And ex-Fed member Bullard made those comments earlier this week. And therefore, as a consequence, where we sit today, when we see exactly the opposite, when we see, as was mentioned earlier, 3-month annualized, 6-month annualized rates coming down, when we see the bones of the employment report maybe not as strong as it would be thought to be from the unemployment rate, as we see a situation where nominal growth is falling, it's clear that interest rates are way too high now. They won't cut, obviously, this week. We've said that already. But they have everything in their arsenal to argue why they should cut in a preemptive fashion, because history clearly shows that when you wait too long, the impact of monetary policy changes takes time and you get caught behind the curve. And I think if the Fed does wait too long, they will get the same situation again.
So what I sense you're saying here is that higher for longer, that phrase, is sort of the new transitory, that inflation will be brief and unsustained. And the risk here, just as it was, I think you would probably argue, in the period of the transitory phase, is that they wait too long to take the appropriate action, and in that case, they allowed inflation to take hold at a greater level than it otherwise would, and in this case, it could be to slow the economy past the stall speed.
I think that's 100% right, Tyler. And they said that themselves. When they revisited monetary policy in 2019, they realized that being preemptive was very important in making sure that the least amount of damage was taking place. But we know they don't want to make the same mistake twice. The mistake they made in 2021 was not getting inflation under control. So it's not a level playing field. And they've said that themselves, so I don't think I'm saying anything new. They've said that at the margin, they would prefer to be too late rather than too early, which I think almost guarantees, unfortunately, that they will be too late.
Yeah. Let's talk about if they listen to you and they start to cut, let's say, in March, how many rate cuts would you anticipate this year? Or do you think they'll be very patient and surgical and wait and see what happens? How far down do you think rates could fall this year?
So if they go early, obviously, on the mantra of going quicker, that should help and could possibly allow them to be more cautious in terms of cutting rates. Obviously, the market has been pushing for rate cuts well in excess of what the Fed itself would feel would be warranted. And when we look at some of the charts we look at, it does suggest levels of yields that are more consistent with an economic downturn than they are with a soft landing. I think the danger is that because we took rates probably a little bit too high and because we have held them up there, and if you look at the feedback loop, inflation is low, but high rates have a lot of negative impacts on the Fed, on its balance sheet, on regional banks, on the Treasury.
I'm curious if we can get a little run out of Square for the afternoon, guys. I'm trying to hurry up. It's only 1.
Of the savings rate.
I'm really curious if we can get another extension and have like a, you know, I think that would be stupid to take. It's sitting up here holding. It's in order for me to enter it, I got to be in at like 67.40, 67.30 area.
And it will actually force them to do more. But it's going to be very much on the basis of
but like I said, I'm getting ready to go brush my teeth real quick. I just need 1 minute, guys. I got the coffee. I just got to the desk. I just wanted to look real quick and see if the SPY was able to hold. I didn't think it would. This thing is just chopping people up. Just like I don't even know what the hell my charts are doing. Oh my God, this is pissing me off. Dude, like, so I don't understand the difference between auto zooming back and I get this versus the other times when it's really small and real tight. Like, I don't get it. I think we pulled back. I mean, we're holding this area a little bit. It's an area. You got to remember that. It's just like, I think, I'm telling you guys, in my opinion, it is probably best to just relax a little bit because we got a lot of shit coming at us. And unless you don't see a setup that you see is worth it, which I want to start going over and looking for, don't waste your time. Don't waste your time trying to like think that these things are going to break out. It could, right? The SPY could start to break out because it doesn't have a reason not to. Or like there could be resistance right there on Tesla. All right, I'm going to brush my teeth and wash my face. I'll be right back. Give me 10 minutes. Like, this could be a really nice setup here on Tesla. If we could pull back here, a little bear flag, and hold here, you know, it's not ideal, but it's something I'll watch. We do have a gap fill below us. You know what? I take that back, because that 15-minute chart just, you broke VWAP. Let me see here. So pull back. Let me see here. Yeah, guys, I would just be patient. I would seriously be patient. And I wish I could take this volume off and just give me RSI, but I feel like I can't do it. It won't let me do it. Like, I want to have my charts like this, but I want the RSI on this one.
In the state of North Carolina. Starting April 1, North Carolina will stop paying for obesity drug coverage in its state health plan as the costs soared to $100 million last year. In 2021, the plan was paying for nearly 3,000 people to take weight loss drugs, but last year it paid for nearly 25,000 people. Our next guest runs a company that is hoping to capitalize on some of that news and make some of these people its clients. George Hampton is the president and CEO of Curax Pharma. Mr. Hampton, welcome. Good to have you with us.
Happy to be here, Tyler.
You say, among other things, that this is going to hurt patients in North Carolina a great deal, but it may not really affect your company. It might even help it. Explain.
Well, obesity coverage is pretty rare, right? It's only 1/5 of the commercial patients actually have obesity coverage, and we know CMS currently does not cover obesity at all. And so we've stepped up back in 2019 and created a Cure Access program where patients can actually receive the product for $99 cash per month. And so that's still 75+% of our business. So we're trying to bridge this gap between a lack of access for patients suffering from obesity and until a time when the insurers and the government comes around and starts covering
Your
the
treatment is
disease.
a pill as opposed to some of those well-known, whether it's Zepbound or Wegovy, which are injections, right? Yours is a pill. And what have the results been with this pill? In other words, what does the average patient lose?
Feels like Tesla's going to start pulling back
So
here,
we've been on the market
possibly.
since 2015, right? So
Possibly
this
start pulling
has
it
been
back.
around for some time. In our clinical pivotals that are in the package label, patients lose up to 25 pounds, 4.4 inches off their waist, up to 11+% of their body weight. So, it's a very effective medication.
The coverage of medicines depends in large part, doesn't it, on the declaration that a condition or an affliction is a disease. Is obesity a disease or a condition?
Obesity is a disease, and it's defined now as a disease. Unfortunately, we as society do not yet treat it as a disease. And so that's becoming more and more prevalent to do so and start to treat it as a disease in the most recent years. But we still have a long way to go.
Why is it, or does it appear, or why does it appear, I guess is how I would like to phrase that sometimes insurers or programs push patients to the most expensive treatments rather than the less expensive treatments? Why is that? Am I right, or am I full of it?
Well, I think you're right selectively. I think the healthcare system in general has done a great job. Society in general has done a great job of controlling diseases cost effectively, hypertension, type 2 diabetes, et cetera, right? But we don't start in those diseases with the most expensive medication. For whatever reason in obesity, I think it's probably brand awareness and just the lack of understanding of obesity as a disease. Certain health plans in certain states like North Carolina have decided to start with the most expensive medication, which is contrary to how we as society treat every other disease.
So why is that? Why is that? You mentioned something that occurs to me, and that would be effective marketing on the part of pharmaceutical companies, either to practitioners, mostly to practitioners, but also on the airwaves like CNBC or Nightly News or whatever, where these drugs are widely advertised.
Well, these new meds are exciting, right? I mean, the GLP-1s are going to make a complete sea change in the ability to treat obesity, and they have their place. But as you look to Europe, and we see kind of Europe 3 or 4 years ahead of us, they don't let anyone first line have the most expensive medication. You actually have to go through what we would call step therapy in the United States, what they call in Europe more therapeutic-based rationale or value-based type of approach. So I think we'll get there. This decision in North Carolina points out we're behind and we need to learn more about this disease. And I think as society figures it out, we won't have to take drastic measures like banning all obesity medicines or not covering all obesity medicines.
So your drug, your medicine, what is the branded name of it? I'm sorry.
Contrave.
Contrave. Its results are comparable to those of the GLP-1s, or or not necessarily?
There's not been a head-to-head study, and so we can't compare them head-to-head. In individual trials, the GLP-1s are more effective at driving weight loss. And it's very similar to other disease states. You know, people with obesity don't start in class 2 or class 3 or severe obesity, right? They work their way over time. The disease progresses over time. And in society, we've failed to intervene when the people are early in their disease state. And there's an opportunity to start curbing this disease early with cost-effective medications. And then for those people who are further in disease state, you know, start to use the more powerful medications.
So I asked a question: Is obesity a disease or a condition? And you said emphatically it is a disease. What makes it a disease? How does it fit under that definition as opposed to something that is more benign, I suppose, a condition?
Well, I point you to Dr. Acosta at the Mayo Clinic, who's done an incredible amount of work on this topic. And he can identify 4 different types of obesity, the underlying phenotype of a patient, that they're going to be more likely to be obese over time. So when we can identify that, it's very similar to the way we diagnose hypertension or type 2 diabetes or any of the other chronic diseases. We're just, you know, we're still learning a lot about obesity.
I'm skipping around a little bit, and please forgive me, George. Could your company develop one of these GLP-1 drugs? Are you working on something like that, or something that is next generation to contrave the drug you have?
Yeah, great question. So, you know, GLP-1 pipelines are rich in clinical development. I think there's 7, 8, 9 of them right now. Obviously, the 2 largest companies, both Lilly and Novo, have GLP-1s on the market. It's not our intent to develop a GLP-1. Our product works differently than GLP-1s, and so we're reinvesting in second manufacturing sites around the world. We're investing in a once-a-day product because we think that would help patients significantly be more successful with the product. And so we like the space we're in. We like the way our product works. We have a long IP life, and I think the GLP-1s are going to do just fine without us in that mix.
Thank you very much, George. We appreciate your time today. Thanks for answering all my questions. George Hampton of Curax Pharmaceuticals. All right, coming up, we are kicking off the busiest week this earnings season with a look at 3 under-the-radar names, including this one. It's a key barometer for the economy, but excluding airlines, it's the worst name in the transports over the last year. There, I said it. There you go. The worst non-airline transport stock. We'll reveal it ahead. Plus, Alphabet shares are trading near an all-time high ahead of earnings tomorrow afternoon. We'll look at the numbers the street's watching for and one company to watch as well.
your business.
Welcome back to the exchange. The markets right now, that Dow gain has become really de minimis now, up 4 points, basically flat on the Dow. At its high, it was higher by 61. At its low, negative 48. Let's look at some movers this hour. The hydrogen manufacturing supplier Bloom Energy is down 8% after Bank of America downgraded that stock from neutral to underperform. The firm says it now sees revenue growth through next year as flat instead of accelerating, and that will cap the stock. Remember, Bank of America initially downgraded the stock from buy to neutral last month, saying hydrogen expectations are too high in the near term. Shares are now down 26% since that downgrade and on pace for their worst month in nearly 2 years. On the flip side, here are some of the names hitting all-time highs today. There are quite a few. You know them. Uber is one, Chipotle another, Ross and AutoZone all-time highs. Now to Pippa Stevens for a CNBC News update. Pippa.
Hey, Tyler. The former IRS contractor who leaked former President Donald Trump's tax records to the New York Times was sentenced to 5 years in prison today. Prosecutors say that Charles Littlejohn had abused his position and weaponized it for his own political agenda, sharing private tax data to news organizations. Littlejohn said in court that while he was sincere in his belief, he made the decision knowing he would end up there. Japan's nuclear lunar lander has regained enough power to conduct its mission more than a week after it initially landed on the moon. The lander ran out of electricity because its solar panels were at a wrong angle due to a tumble after landing on the lunar surface. And while she's nominated for her 10th Grammy nomination this year, Joni Mitchell will perform at the awards ceremony for the first time on February 4th. The announcement comes as the legendary musician slowly returns to public performances after suffering a brain aneurysm in 2015. Tyler, back to you.
Some wonderful songs from Joni Mitchell. Remember them well. All right, coming up, one area of commercial real estate could be a surprise beneficiary from the shipping turmoil in the Red Sea. We'll speak to one analyst who will tell us where. That's next. Welcome back to The Exchange, everybody. A record $544 billion worth of commercial real estate debt comes due this year. According to the data firm TREP, and loan maturities will only continue to rise, estimated to hit nearly $3 trillion by 2028. Those eye-popping numbers increasing the possibility of defaults as owners are forced to refinance at higher prices. And that is weighing on some of the big commercial real estate players. Shares of Colliers, a global real estate services and investment firm, down about 6% so far this month. But the company still sees plenty of opportunities out there, even in the distressed office segment. Joining us now for more in an exclusive interview is Gil Borok, CEO of Colliers, U.S. and Latin America. Mr. Borok, welcome. Good to have you with us.
Thanks. Good to be here.
Are we overstating the worries about debt maturities and repayments that are in the pipeline?
I think so. There's no question that there's going to be distress coming. The signs are all there. But I also think that we will see banks and other lenders continue to work with borrowers to work through the situation. And we've seen that historically. So the sort of the doom and gloom that's out there, it's not to make light of it, but it is to say that there are pathways that will be less drastic than maybe what we're hearing in the media today.
I guess some firms and banks have worked out extensions of debt and leases. That would be one way to mitigate the problems. Am I right?
That's correct. And we've seen a good bit of that in 2023. And we've also started to see repricing of certain assets, buyer and seller equilibrium.
Letting you guys know, I am here.
Which also helps.
I just got done washing my face.
Starting to move volume.
Come back, I don't know, 2 minutes.
Take on pricing.
Not even. I just wanted to let you guys know what was going on. I just wanted to brush my teeth and wash my face real quick.
Don't get overwrought.
I got a couple things to do. I'm watching Tesla here.
That's correct. And also,
I'm probably not going to make any trades today.
Certain sectors like office, which
I already had this feeling this week, but watch this pivot high on Tesla on the 15-minute chart if VWAP fails. All right, you're coming into VWAP 90MA, and you could possibly have either a breakout or a breakdown to get back to the opening price. Take off pre-market,
I suppose the one that has attracted the most attention
and just to see where they both are,
has been office.
Because VWAP and 90MA are going to be in two different areas. Nope, pretty much same area. So let's see what happens here. It's a nice bull flag. You know, it's a shame that VWAP isn't here at 186 or 187, 186.90 because that wouldn't be too bad of a long setup on the like VWAP meeting up with prior pivot highs.
That hasn't happened yet. But we do see folks
be
coming
patient.
More and more so coming back to
I know it may feel like a waste of a day, but you got to be patient.
Reasons,
you got to be patient. There's a lot coming up.
That you'll see folks
Let's look at the markets.
For the culture in the office and the collaboration in the office.
So, you know, the SPY is just kind of put in this double top up here.
Employers have been.
This is a little bit of a bullish setup. See if it can get an extension and try to work its way up to 489.
Companies that might be more flexible.
That's a possibility. 489.
I'm thinking too that the office market
little girls coming in here to yell at me.
Localized. In other words, it
may
be immensely healthy in.
So yeah, let me go get a shirt on and let's see what we can do here going into the close.
Robust in San Francisco these days. And then there's the difference between Class A properties and Class B properties. Talk me through the regional and class differences.
Absolutely. So you're absolutely right. And even through the pandemic, just with different cultural phenomenons in parts of the country, the South was always stronger. There was always more attendance, even during the pandemic in places like Florida and Texas, less so on the coast. And that has continued. And we do definitely see variety across the country. San Francisco, you mentioned, is obviously one of the weakest office markets because there's a lot more work from home. There was a lot more work from home with tech companies there. So it depends on the industries and the locations for sure. But in general, we are seeing improvement in terms of return to office across the board. With regard to asset classes, there was a flight to quality Class A and even some high quality Class B, high quality meaning good locations, maybe refurbished Class B, is also more popular than those that are outdated, like lower Class B and Class C. The flight to quality is such that if you take a city like New York with the new buildings on the west side of Manhattan, they're pretty close to 95, 97% occupied. So they don't have any issues. They're amenitized, they're new, and there's high demand for those types of spaces.
We're going to have a guest in just a moment who's going to talk about industrial properties. I don't know how big Colliers is in that area, but certainly warehousing and data centers and those kinds of properties seem to be doing very well.
Yes, that's right. And industrial, the warehouses, the types of properties you're talking about, did extremely well during the pandemic with the rise in e-commerce and have continued to do well. There is a bit of a pullback, but it's not a pullback relative to historical norms. The industrial markets are still quite healthy. It's just a pullback versus the extreme frothy markets in 21 and 22.
Gil, thank you so much for being with us. We appreciate it. Gil Barak, CEO of Colliers U.S. and Latin America. We thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we're going to stick with commercial real estate, as I mentioned there, and a particular segment that could see an uptick in demand because of those ongoing tensions a million miles away in the Red Sea. Joining us now to discuss is Lisa DeKnight, Managing Director of National Industrial Research at Newmark. Lisa, welcome. Good to have you with us.
Thanks, Tyler. It's good to be here.
You heard what Gil Barak of Colliers just said and how he characterized the commercial or industrial space that you're here in part to talk about. Do you agree with what he said? That, in other words, it's healthy, though maybe not as frothy as it was in the pandemic years?
I think that's a perfect characterization. At the end of 2023, we were at 5.5% vacancy nationwide in the industrial market. You know, that is a substantial increase from where we were at all-time record lows during the pandemic, but is still well below the long-term vacancy rate for the industrial market. We're in a very healthy spot.
Lisa, our producer, Jeanette Chen, was trying to explain to me the connection that you see potentially between commercial properties, industrial properties, excuse me, and the crisis or the war in the Middle East and the disruptions of shipping in the Red Sea. Can you explain it to me?
I'll do my best. So what we have essentially happening now is geopolitics is supplanting economic efficiency as the primary driver of goods moving through the global supply chain. So what's happening in the Red Sea with the Suez Canal is actually coinciding at the same time that issues around drought-related conditions in the Panama Canal are essentially causing two critical arteries of trade to experience lots of disruptions. This is driving up maritime transit times and costs. And a general kind of global instability in supply chains is, in the long term, further incentivizing a make where you sell paradigm in the United States and in partner countries. There are short-term implications as well that we can talk through, but the biggest takeaway from what is happening in the Red Sea, what's happening with the Panama Canal, is this is yet another set of circumstances in a long chain that we've seen over the past few years that is going to be driving more domestic manufacturing growth. And I think in 50 years' time, we're really going to be looking back at this early 2020s moment as the dramatic moment where a shift in where goods are produced in relation to where they are sold takes place.
Yeah, make where you sell. That's very interesting. And there are also incentives in some of the recent legislation, the IRA, the CHIPS Act, and so forth, to do that, to revitalize domestic manufacturing. I guess what I'm hearing you say in part is that companies, whether they're manufacturers or retailers, whether it's a Costco or whatever, they don't want to get caught with no inventory because of disruptions in shipping, supply chain disruptions. So they are, A, buying from domestic sources where they can, and B, they're warehousing inventory so they're not caught without it. Am I right?
You said it perfectly, and I'll add to that. The diversification of gateway ports of entry is really important here, and it's driving industrial demand across the board. So, you know, if shippers need to react reactively, I suppose, or proactively in terms of global supply chain disruptions. If you have logistics space in multiple port serving markets across the country, you are able to pivot and be able to bring those goods in and move them to your end consumer quicker. It's a good mitigation strategy.
So one of the things that I suppose we should be concerned about with the issues in the Red Sea is possible inflation. As shipping costs rise, it's true, isn't it, that goods costs are going to rise?
This is something that we're paying very close attention to. You know, a really good metric of global shipping costs across the board is the Freightos Baltic Index. And the Freightos Baltic Index is showing around 153% increase from the end of December to present day. And I think the main concern is that there's really no indication as to when these particular set of disruptions to two critical arteries of trade are going to be resolved. So that the longer that this persists, the more likely that these costs are passed on to the end consumer. And I'll add one more thing, because a lot of time-sensitive goods do not have the luxury, let's say, of waiting for a much longer travel time around the Cape of Good Hope instead of going directly to the Suez Canal. A lot of firms are having to pivot to air freight to get time-sensitive goods to the end consumer on time. Air freight is around 5 to 10 times more expensive than containerized shipping. So there are a lot of cost increases that, depending on how long this persists, could have an impact on inflation.
Lisa, you explained that so clearly. I'm very happy. I understand it a lot better. And if this,
I'm so glad to hear.
If this managing director thing doesn't work out for you, you got a future in television. You're good. Lisa DeKnight, Newmark, thank you. Appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
Coming up, last quarter, analysts said Google search saw no impact from ChatGPT or Bing, none. And shares are up more than 11% since that release. But is that all about to change this quarter with Google reporting after the bell tomorrow? We'll take a look at why its dominance could finally be disrupted. That's next.
Never boring.
A monster week of earnings for tech, with Alphabet set to report tomorrow after the bell, but Google's search dominance could be disruptive as new AI-powered search startups crop up. Deirdre Bosa has that in today's Tech Check. Dee, do you mean to tell me that these startups truly do pose a threat to the dominance of Google in search?
It's a good question. How do you disrupt, one of the greatest business models of all time? But it's more of an existential threat, I would say. Google search is not going anywhere anytime soon, but there are cracks. And Wall Street wonders if that could lead to Google falling behind in this AI race.
My shoulder
or having
blade's
that golden
going
goose
nuts,
advertising
man.
disrupted. Now, it may not be Bing,
My
Microsoft's
right shoulder blade.
Bing,
Sorry,
that
I'm
Google
back.
needs to worry about, rather a new crop of
I'm
generative
gonna pull
AI
this
startups that
down just a little bit. I may have to put it back on for a minute. Let me fire this thing up because my laptop shut off. Let me turn the OBS back on. My fucking face, excuse my French, my face wash broke. The lid on it broke, and now it is leaking everywhere. So, let's see here. Let's see here. Where are we at? Where are we at, OBS? You piece of shit. OBS is, I can't blame it on OBS. I don't know what it is. I really don't. I don't know why this thing just keeps freezing out of nowhere. So, Tesla's regaining this pivot high. Just be careful. Just be careful. The volume isn't there to help. Like, if you think you're going to go long this name and maybe you got room to 189, you might be able to take this to 189, but outside of here, I wouldn't even really fool with it. Look at your volume. Just take notice. Maybe you could get a move to move. It's 1 o'clock. Maybe you could get a gap up tomorrow. This would be the move, in my opinion. Let's see if this takes you somewhere. Let's see here. Let's see. Let's see what happens. Does this take us anywhere? Let's find out. Interesting. Okay. Let's see here. Guys, I have to make phone calls. I'll fix my camera, but I still have stuff I have to do. I just wanted to stop back by because I was washing my face. Let's go here. Let's go to a 15-minute chart. Let's see if we can get a move to move here. Let's see if it adds up. Does this move add up to anywhere in particular? I mean, it takes us to the day after earnings, but not anything crazy. I mean, it does take us right back to 193.50. What is that? 195. So, I may do a poll. I might do a poll. So you have a double top in the S&Ps starting to possibly happen. No, I don't have a position on it right now. And I don't own it. I don't own it either. I don't own it right now. I'm kind of curious if this is going to try and give us another run up, but you need to see the markets. And I mean, you do have innovation, ARKK, Kathy Wood ETF kind of, having a nice day today. IWM having a nice day. SPY 15 minutes. The sun is blinding me. So the SPY and the Qs are matched up. There's no divergence there. The Dow, I know the IWM was trying to hold support. Same for the Dow. I mean, there's really no divergence to let you know if we're going to have any type of continuation. I'm just going to put it out there. I don't think we do. I think you kind of just, maybe you get a little run at the end of the day. I can't guarantee it, but maybe you don't. Like, there's just not a reason to really, you know, unless they're trying to front run a move, or you just start seeing a little bit of a risk going into the end of the day. I don't see how you get that though, with as much as we have going on throughout the week with data, with earnings. I mean, Apple, Microsoft, Meta, Google, the 7 biggest companies in the world all report at the same time. And then you have Powell and her interest rate decision. You have global GDP. And then all these other different earnings that are coming out. So it's like, yeah, I just got back too, Wiz. I just got back too. It was looking a little red today when we started. It's a little bit of progress. You're seeing a little bit of biotech start to pop up. You're starting to see a little bit of a risk on the biotechs. I think that's just more like where all this red and maroon is. Like, they're just putting that money to work somewhere else, like insurance, asset management. You know, the banks aren't doing too hot. You know, they're kind of flat. It's not like they're down big, but tech is winning today. You have tech. You have some of these biotech names that are look, tools. I've never even looked there. Snap-on, RBC, electrical equipment. Dude, I would love to know why my OBS, or why this is doing this. I'm gonna have to, you know, the only thing I think I can do, guys, to keep this camera is either like to keep it from going off is buy a new camera, or just like unplug it, turn it back on, and plug it back in. You know. So it's whatever. Not even worried about it. Software application, the winner of the day. CRM, Uber. You know what's funny? And the trade desk. I like the trade desk. I looked at Uber last night on the live. And look, it fucking already went off. Excuse my language. It already went off. You piece of shit. What an asshole. I noticed this wedge that it was putting in, and I didn't really see it until after the live stream. Like, look at this straight up, like, wedge. I don't know where if it was on the hourly. I know it had to be Uber. I know it was. I know it was Uber. What's up, Mike? Bowl? I'm not sure, buddy. I've never even heard of Bowl. Let me see. We can find out. We can find out real quick. It won't even take us. So we don't even have to use Google. They report on the 5th of February, before market central time, whatever that means. Either before the market closes, or before the market opens, or midday. So, dude, my right shoulder is just like twitching like crazy. Not my shoulder, but like my shoulder blade. What is Bulb? What does this company do? That's a nice, almost a failed breakdown right there on Bowl. This thing could give you a nice little extension higher. That's a nice little cup and handle, but do you know what this company does, Mike? Oh, bowling centers. Okay. I kind of figured. A little divvy play. Yeah, they report on the 5th, man. 5th of February. Is that the 2nd? It says, yeah, the 5th. It's not coming up right now. I don't know why. All right, so Coinbase. That was the trade this morning we talked about. I told you guys 138, 137. I mean, at 50 day, it's going to be tough to get up through that level. Let's see here. A bull flag, it's got to be nice. You know what I mean? It's just that to me, a bull flag is just a trend continuation is all that is. Right? You have ascending wedges, descending wedges, bull flags, bear flags. All that means to me is, are we going to have a trend continuation or a trend reversal? Right? And it's like, it's not even just using, like, some people mistaken this. Right, using just a setup like from a candle setup and not using other indicators to really give them the actual, how do I say this, like to give them the confidence, right? To give them like, yo, this 90%. Like if I have a descending wedge like right here, and I'm starting to see a like, you know, it's putting in lows. Like the stock is putting in new lows while the RSI is kind of going higher. You know, I want to see like in that ascending wedge, I want to see a low volume pullback, right? I want to be able to measure that flag and that flag like here, right? Let's say if this is a bear flag, if you would consider this a bear flag, I want to see this, right? I want to see that obviously match up to something. I would also like to see a look, there's previous resistance at 170. Not that that's anything to be watching, but I also want to see like a retracement, right? Like we could see like, or a major moving average, like the 50 day, right? Like a 50 day or 100 day. So I want to use multiple like things in a bear flag, bull flag, wedge, ascending, descending. Like I don't want to just use the flag. I want to be able to see inside the flag, low volume pullbacks if I think it's going higher, right? I want to see that increase in volume on the breakout, a low volume pullback on the way back in, catch it long, right? It'll shake out weak hands, you know, a lot of things like right here. You know, you kind of gapped out of it, but this is a bad example to use. This is a bad example. But not really. Like you notice that you have an increase in volume here somewhat on the upside of the wedge. I know you can't really see it, so let me pull it up. Do you know what I mean? Like on these up candles, like it goes up and then pulls back. Look at the increase in volume on the upside. It pulls back, right? It pulls back on what? Decrease in volume. And then you want to get an increase in volume on the way out. But obviously you don't want sell side volume there. So this is not one I would use. And the price action, I also want to see that the price action, the candles are nice and tight. Okay, I want to see like, because I'm picky. Like a lot of people are like, oh, head and shoulders or reverse head and shoulders. Like, you know, I see it all the time, and I'm like, okay, yes, the stock has went up, it pulled back, it went up again. It pulled back, and then it went up again, not just as high. So you have your two shoulders in your head, but I'm like, dude, this thing is like crooked. Like, since when is the head and when is the head shorter than the shoulders? And like, you know, I want to see a nice pattern. I want to see the candle, the price action, nice and tight, because that's telling you that that's institutional trading, buying, selling off of those levels in the pattern, right? When they're nice and clean and the price action is really clean, it'll give you confidence, like, and you'll see it. You know, I like if we see a setup, you know, here soon, like oh, what was it, Google yesterday, right? I said you could kind of see a head and shoulders kind of forming out of it, but I didn't hang my hat on it. It's not something I would consider a real pattern. Like it is, right? Look right here, left shoulder, head, and then like that kind of messed up right shoulder. You have this neckline here, right? So that's like, you'll see that, right? Left shoulder, head, right shoulder, and somebody's like, hey, head and shoulder. I'm like, not really. Like, I see what you're saying, but it's not. Like when you get these patterns that are wedges and flags, they'll be nice, right? They'll be the price action will be nice. The candles, the volume, like technical levels adding up to it, things like that. That's it's so but that's it. What does it mean to me? It means either a trend continuation or a trend reversal. That's what that would mean to me. Let's go back and see what Apple's doing, because this was a trade I made earlier, so it has recovered just a bit. Abby girl, I don't know what you want, baby girl. I'm sorry. What's wrong? Are you okay? Say hello to my little friend. Come on, baby. There you go. There you go. There you go. She's trying to jump out of my hands. I don't know if you guys have seen her or not. They're my baby. They're my baby. Ow. Girlfriend. Here. Just come lay down. Let me... I'm going to scan through a few charts. If you guys have anything you guys want to go over, throw it in the chat. We'll cover it. I'll give you guys my thoughts. Again, I'm waiting until tomorrow. Ow, God, that hurt so bad. I'm waiting until tomorrow because we don't really have, in my eye, we got way too much going on to try and throw money at the wall and hope it sticks. Sorry, I'm sorry. And I still got to make some phone calls. Come on, do you want to jump down? Go ahead. Go ahead. I knew she didn't want to get up here. All right, let me get my Squawk Box figured out. All right, so we have a bit of a double top here on the S&Ps. I was a little frustrated. I missed this Apple trade. I didn't miss it. I just didn't take it. That short right off the bell on Apple. I was watching Coinbase, and I missed it. It's not that I missed it. I just didn't take it. I don't know. I kind of pissed at myself that I didn't. It was a beautiful setup. Seen that break of that level right there, and it just was rolling. It was just rolling, making it resistance. And I don't know. It is what it is. Fuck. Nvidia. Let's see here. Nvidia. What's up, Slaim? What do I think of Nvidia? It's just a monster of a company, man. You get a pullback, go long, right? Nancy Pelosi it, especially if they have like somewhat of like okay earnings and the stock pulls back, go long, right? The market pulls back, go long. I wouldn't do anything with it right now, unless you want to just keep going long until it proves to you. Because, you know what I mean? The good sign that you do have is that you have some volume that's drying up here. Jesus fuck, man. I'm going to throw this fucking mouse right at this fucking monitor. Excuse my language. Let me just take a breather. But damn. I honestly, I wouldn't fight it. I'm not even, we'll see how AMD does. I don't know. I mean, what is there, just keep going long, right? I know it sounds crazy, but just keep going long. All right. Buyers, it'll come to a point. Let's go to a daily chart. and see. Oh my God, this girl. I mean, it's, and you know, you can't even really use divergence in a, like when a stock is this strong in a bull market, because these names are going to be like the RSI and MACD, you're going to remain oversold, right? It'll pull back a little bit, it'll be oversold, and it'll just consolidate, and then it'll just go higher. You know, this is a perfect example of a stage 2 rally. Perfect example. Perfect example. Picture perfect. If you went to any type of like institution, this is a perfect rally, consolidation, shakeout, pulls back, starts the second trend higher. Picture, that's just, you know, that's a basic blueprint of a rally. So, you know, where does that go? Maybe measure the move. You know, where would that be? Maybe we could let's just see what this looks like. Let me not do it like that. Let's do it like this and see what happens here, because that was the move. And then we'll go like, because that's the move right there. So you're about there. Let's see if that happens. I'm going to leave that there, and we'll see if it gets to it. All right, what is this? This is 650. All right, so that's our circle. I'm going to leave it there, so you guys that are here, let's see if that works. So if you don't ever do this, start doing it. You know, but you got to know where to start from, okay? Because you can see something go up, and then it pulls back, and then it rallies, and then pulls back. You want to go from where the trend starts. All right, I'm going to show you where I chose mine. I mean, this one was pretty easy. All right, I started here on this candle. Because this is where the rally started, right? The rally didn't start there, right? It came up, it pulled back, and then from here, the rally started. Okay, you had a small pullback. I think that's what I did. Dude, I don't know why my charts are doing this. I didn't ask for this. I didn't ask for it. Or I started from the gap fill. You just kind of have to have a decent idea on where things start. So if I started here or even here, this is to me where the rally started. I don't know what my little girl wants. I don't know what she wants. She keeps yelling at me. I'm going to have to take her to the vet later on or something. Guys, I have to make some phone calls. It's 2 o'clock. I want to get these phone calls knocked out. And I want to listen to this real quick.
Yeah, it's a busy week for sure. Over 20% of the S&Ps reported earnings this week. All the big names, Microsoft, Google, Amazon, Apple. You know, we're going to have a lot of data points that the Fed can look at as far as how
that's always good. Yeah.
Can they, you know, finally start lowering rates? Or,
yeah, I mean, I could, but I don't know if they're open. That's the problem.
And just wait. So.
Now, do the traders and
you know, I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to make a phone call right here.
Just go with
I'm not going anywhere.
Trends in inflation. Do you
I
think
can do
they need
everything
to wait
that I got to do.
Gets to a 2%
So
level?
Levi did have an
Well,
upgrade.
I think the market is anticipating, you know,
So this is the if you don't know, right here, this is the VIX. This is where your orders go if you buy the VIX. This is the CBOE, and this is the volatility pit. This is the VIX pit. So these guys are taking your orders, like when I told you guys yesterday that I'm buying the VIX. Just so you guys know, it's funny that they're talking about it because this is what I want to be on. I just feel like I can get a pullback, and we are. Maybe this is what now maybe I should be buying. Maybe I go buy right now, or get a few calls on the UVXY.
We have seen an immediate pop, so there's plenty of people out there calling that there is a bottom and that something probably should happen in the near term, and I would anticipate some fireworks in the future.
Excellent. Jason, always a pleasure talking to you.
That's confirmation.
Back to you.
Well, Rick Santelli, thank you very much. In the latest front,
That's confirmation. I mean,
growing concerns that regulation could cost the U.S. in the long run. That story is next.
yeah, she does, Mike. She does. She does. I know. You're absolutely right about that. She does. She does. Everyone else, see, I hate this chat. The way it's not you guys. It's the the way OBS has this. Like, it has the freaking... It had, like, why would it put, like, you know, where you can put, like, put different things? Yeah, Shlamir, 650. Let's see. Let's see what happens. Check back in a week or two. You know, don't leave. Hang out. We're going to be trading the rest of the day and the rest of the week, but, everyone else, is that what it says? Everyone else is buying. Well, you know what? I don't know who everyone else is. You know, I do agree with you, but we are, I'm telling you, Mike, if you watched any of my videos this week, I don't know how long you've been in the markets, that shift is coming. I'm telling you. I feel it. I feel it. I could be wrong. There's a few reasons why that shift's going to be coming. And last week, all week, I said it. I'm like, yo, guys, if you guys are going long, I'm telling you right now, what I'm seeing, and you may not be seeing it, you may not be feeling it, is you're seeing profit. You're seeing the start of taking money from certain sectors and getting put somewhere else. These downside moves last week, making lower highs, right? You're making higher lows, but it's a sense, and you're starting to, you know, we're not starting to see it, but you just had a market maker just tell you that there are orders out there that think that you got to understand that all you need is either Powell to say that we're not raising or we're not lowering rates, and you get these GDP datas that start coming in really like negative, okay? All you need is, if not 2 out of the 4 big 7 to like poop the bed and talk about all this uncertainty and that they're cutting back and they're doing layoffs for a reason. I'm telling you that the sentiment is going to shift. I promise. And what's even worse, on top of this, is the main thing that is at play. Why everyone's buying in the first place? Everyone's buying in the first place because financial conditions have been eased because the Fed is providing liquidity. The Fed is still providing liquidity right now, believe it or not. Like, we're technically in a QE. We've been in QE for like a year, right? They haven't been really lowering their balance sheet. They've been slowly running it off, but that shit has been going right to the banks. It's been like, they say they're lowering it, but they're still also at the same time providing liquidity to the banks. That's over in 4 weeks. There's 4 more weeks left of that. So you can expect financial conditions to start rising again because that extra money, right, is not there. Because when the Fed provides liquidity, it is, you know, the banks turn around and like the Fed buys bonds or mortgage-backed securities or whatever, right? Whatever it is. Or they just loan them money. They still will take that cash, right, that they get from the Fed, and they'll put it in the financial markets, right? It's how the whole financial markets work. Once it doesn't matter where the liquidity comes from. If there's liquidity being money, you know, got to go long. Got to go long. And that's coming to an end. It's coming to an end in 4 weeks.
They train a new AI system.
Sorry, guys. I'm sorry about that. That hurt my ears. And like, again, I'm not a bear. I'm not sitting here screaming bearish from the top, but I think we may start to get that gap fill from the 420s, 450s, 440s. You know, does earnings help us get there? You know, that's the question. I've been there for months, and I'm not buying the whole market, but certain companies, doesn't matter what Powell will say, these layoffs will help companies make profits. They will. But at the same token, you know, at the same time, if you went back and see, you know, that like the whole system of macroeconomics, like if you just pull up a chart of macroeconomics, it all goes back to the labor market at the end of the day. So if we start to see energy prices rise, which we are slowly, we're slowly seeing energy prices rise. And I pulled up a chart of this. I don't think I saved it. But right here, workforce market Everything is tied to the labor market. At the end of the day, without a labor market, you have no money in circulation. Dude. I gotta fix that. I'm getting sick of this camera. I'm getting sick of this camera. It's getting really pissed me off. All right, let me scan these markets real quick because I want to see if something opens up for us. Like I said, look at financial conditions. This is all you guys have to look at. You know what I mean? You're pretty much down at COVID lows, right? We're going to start seeing this. This is where we are. We're getting ready to start going up. And once we go up, that's the market pulling back. Like, this is literally the bottom. Like, right there is literally, what is that? October 14th? When was the bottom? October 10th of 2022. Like, this stuff goes hand in hand. So this is why I'm getting ready to buy the VIX. I just got to look at the contracts, see when they end, and like, how do I want to do this? I still think we have a little more upside to go, but again, let's see what earnings say, because listen, if Meta and Microsoft, like Microsoft probably will be okay, maybe. They just, maybe they all are okay. Maybe they guide higher. But if they don't, if they're like, we're going to bring guidance down, you just have to wait and see. Just have to wait and see what happens, man. It could be a little bit of uncertainty because they know this too. They're not stupid. They run, these guys are bringing in, 200 to 300 billion every 3 months. So it's not like they don't know about financial conditions and things like that and how the system works. So they may just, I don't know if they say that they're expecting tough times ahead or possible tough times, or just the unknowing, the conditions going forward are I don't know how I would say that, are, not beneficial, right? They're not beneficial for, I mean, at the end of the day, the data that we've been getting has been contracting. We've seen a slight pullback in unemployment, and we're starting to see that jump again. Now we're working our way back to that 220. See if we stay up there and start rising. Don't buy the VIX and look at SoFi, which means raise outlook. Yeah, no, I'm definitely going to buy the VIX. I am definitely going to buy the VIX, Mike. If I expect volatility, I am definitely going to buy the VIX. And then I'm also going to trade on top of it, right? Because where there's volatility, there's money. And I want to own the volatility. I mean, unless there's a reason why you say not to own it. You know what I mean? I absolutely, for sure. It's just, like, here's what, like, I don't mean to say this for earnings either. But for the fact that financial conditions are getting ready to turn themselves around, I absolutely 100% will be buying the VIX and buying calls on UVXY. I promise. We will get 20, 22 on the VIX. I promise. It's just, am I doing it in February? Am I doing it in March? Am I doing it at the end of March, or am I doing it in April? It's just, when am I doing it? That's the question. I'm just letting you guys know. I will be buying VIX and calls on UVXY, something of that nature, along with trading. I will capitalize. Again, don't forget, we got one job. We got one job here. We have a number. Our job is to make that number bigger. That's it. All right. I'm gonna do my job. I do it every. I've had 3 green weeks coming into the year. Right. So I'm gonna do me. I'm gonna get mine. I just wanted to let you guys know. That's all, Mike. Like I said, I can't tell you when I'm gonna buy it because it's like it's up to the market. But I do want exposure. I definitely want exposure. Because here's the other thing to that. Because as I'm trading, it's not going to take. It's going to allow me to know where the VIX is, and when we get to that second, or if we get it, okay, if we get to that second, third, fourth standard deviation, I own it, so I'm going to see it every day. I don't have to like. There's a difference between owning something and looking at it on the chart. You see it every day. You know it, right? You know where it's at. That's going to help me shift from getting into puts and then getting into calls, right? There's more to this than just trying to make money from the VIX, right? There's a little bit, that I'm not saying here, that it's going to allow me to really play this whole. I think we get I think we get another downside buying opportunity, and I want exposure, right? And I want exposure when it's cheap, especially if things really, just start to ramp up. All it takes is a few pieces of news and a few headlines.
U.S. is trying to
You
regulate
can
and
get
throttle
Midwest
back
or
access to
the
technology
Middle
that
East. Like, there's
could
just, you know what I
help
mean? That's
China
all.
gain
I just
even
want to
more
let
of an
you guys know
advantage
what
in
it is I'm
artificial
doing and what I'm
intelligence. I'm talking
thinking.
about computer chips, right? There's going to be export controls and everything
All right,
else.
I'm going
How
to scan the
long does
markets
it
for
take
just a second.
China, hypothetically, to grow its own semiconductor business that could rival the likes of our chip giants here in the U.S.?
Sure. So obviously the measures that have been put in place around not allowing China access to U.S. High-end chips is actually forcing China to actually develop their own industry faster. Okay, so that's the response. But I still see some cooperation. I mean, you had NVIDIA CEO recently was in China meeting with various companies there like Baidu, and they're going to come out with China-specific versions for AI chips.
Yeah, that's a bull market, baby. That's a. I mean, if you mean like,
from trade between you.
why is this not working? If you mean like AMD and Nvidia, if you mean like trading in a channel like to the upside, right? Yeah, that's a bull market. You know what I mean? Like you said, rally dip, rally dip, rally dip, and like even like Apple has a nice trend line that I'm curious to see if we get back to it on earnings. I gotta close this window. I opened the window for her and it's too cold. So I'm curious. So that's a nice pullback. Long. I might try and get long Apple here. If we can break back above here and look for this gap fill. That's a nice pullback. You held the 50-day. See if we can start to get to 195. That was the plan we went over yesterday. But we got to get above. I hate this. And that's the other part to this, guys, is the China markets, right? The China markets are going to be opening up. So you want to think about what sectors you may want to start buying and selling and how you want to move your money around, guys. Right? What does China, if China starts picking up, what does that mean for energy? Because they've been in a slump. They haven't been doing much of anything other than talking about how other than blowing up buildings because they didn't, they spent too much money on them. Let me use the restroom real quick and shut this. Dude,
stunk lately.
Yeah, I mean, and that creates the buying opportunity. I think the China market is oversold, and a lot of it is not fundamental. So those companies, Baidu, Alibaba, Tencent.
Let's see if the markets start trying to climb here. All you need is Apple to back you up and a few others.
Play into the 1.4 billion people providing data and fueling the AI in China. So I think those are very good opportunities.
If I'm persuaded that these are good opportunities, am I best served by trying to assemble a portfolio of individual stocks on my own or going with a fund like the one you run, which is U.S.-China?
I would love to get a pullback on Meta at 396.
Or what? What would you suggest I do?
Yeah, I think you take a portfolio approach. KWeb, which is CraneShares China Internet, is the top 31 companies in China Internet using AI. So that's a good way to approach the China market through a ETF that has the whole industry.
All right, Jonathan, thanks very much. We appreciate it. Jonathan Crane of K-Shares. Thank you. Oil falling today despite violence in the Middle East over the weekend. Pippa Stevens here to explain what is happening. Oil was up early, then lost its...
Yeah, so earlier it hit 79.29 on WTI, which was the highest.
I said this yesterday, guys, that you're going to hear people being like really bullish oil, but I'm actually like, I wouldn't be surprised if this is a shortable bounce either. because we played this 3 weeks ago. Like, we were on this before when nobody was talking about it, but it could still hold up and start trying to go higher, but this is a perfect rejection of the 100-day. Why is this camera doing this, man? I don't understand. I apologize. I'm sorry, guys.
It can absorb a lot of strife just because it is very well supplied. Of course, we also have the Chinese property developer with Evergrande, the liquidation there. China is the world's largest crude importer, and so that's also having an impact today.
Do you think as though this is a situation where the supply picture is about as balanced as it can be given the price action? Or is it just going to be predominantly to the downside no matter what geopolitical risks happen in the Middle East?
Well, based on the estimates that are out there, it seems to be a very well-supplied market, and I think that the rebound in Chinese demand was what was driving so many of the gains last year, and that never came to fruition. And so that's still very much a wild card. We are going into the Lunar New Year, and so we should see strong demand there for jet fuel. But I think just right now, until there's actually a disruption, and we did see some Ukrainian drone attacks on Russian oil infrastructure, so that could be something to watch going forward. But until supply is taken offline, it seems like a very well-balanced market.
All right, Pippa, thanks very much. Pippa Stevens.
All right, let's get over to Contessa Brewer for a CNBC News update. Good afternoon, Contessa.
Hi there, John. The PGA Tour is reportedly on the brink of finalizing a $3 billion investment. The deal from the Strategic Sports Group, which includes Red Sox owners, the Fenway Sports Group, along with New York Mets owner Steve Cohen and former Milwaukee Bucks co-owner Mark Lazary, could have additional investment from the Saudi Public Investment Fund, according to Bloomberg. It could reportedly value the PGA Tour at about $12 billion. Meanwhile, the White House announced $3 billion to combat homelessness today. The fund will go toward more than 7,000 projects that provide housing assistance or support services for people who are unhoused. Federal data released last month showed the count of homeless people in the United States is now at its highest level on record.
Look, it's still...
Suits just beat The Office's record for the most streamed title in a single year. Viewers streamed Suits for 57.7 billion minutes in 2023, according to Nielsen. That eclipses The Office's 2020 record of roughly 57 billion
Trying to
minutes.
fix these charts
Some of the
real
other
quick.
top shows last year were Bluey, NCIS, and Grey's Anatomy. I mean, Grey's Anatomy, it would take you that long probably just to get through. How many seasons are there?
I remember Suits when it first aired on USA Network, which is, of course, a NBC Universal property. It's amazing that on Netflix it's found a new life.
Yeah.
Contessa, thank you very much for that news update. After the break, Jefferies is naming Costco a top pick, citing the fact that its business model is still working hard and it's holding up. We'll speak to that Jefferies analyst coming up next.
Unless we get absolutely insane volume, I'm smelling a reversal, and I might start to get on it. I'm sniffing it out right now. I'm sniffing a reversal out on the S&Ps, and let me see something here. Let me fix this. Let me go get my stuff, but I'm just letting you guys. I'm gonna tell you guys right now, if we can't break above here and start holding this, I want to look for a short. Possible pullback, maybe. Not sure.
RBSN Real Vision $17.90 up about 90% at the high for RBSN.
All right, Tesla's doing the thing. Shit. Volume isn't there, but damn it.
Welcome back to Power Lunch. Costco hitting all-time highs just this past week, and our next guest thinks it can go even higher. He maintains his top pick rating for Costco this morning, upping the price target to $782, over $100 above the street average. After meeting, by the way, with Costco's CFO.
Let's go. Shit. There was some stuff that I meant to do that I forgot. There's a couple people that messaged me, and just know if anybody's on here that messaged me and asked me to do something, just know I got you. Just know I got you guys. I've been a little busy. I have not forgot.
The power lunch for Costco is the $1.50 hot dog or $5 rotisserie chicken.
.com.
Welcome back to Power Lunch. Costco hitting all-time highs just this past week, and our next guest thinks it can go even higher. He maintains his top.
I hate how my charts look right now. Like, this is bugging me. I'm going to take this out. I'm going to fix this right now. I'm going to stop the zoom in stuff.
After meeting, by the way, with Costco's CFO and visiting some of the locations to channel check things himself. So joining us now to tell us what he's learned.
Here we go. We're back under here. Let's see if Coinbase can give it up.
Many of these names, Corey. We wish you were here in office. You've been here before with us, but we'll forgive you for this particular infraction. Take us through why the power lunch for Costco is the $1.50 hot dog or $5 rotisserie chicken.
Yep, thanks for having me, Dom. And what I would say is that last week we spent some time with the Costco CFO, as well as their head of IR and financial planning, and we walked away very positive. And bottom line, the company feels very healthy at the moment, and we feel comfortable buying shares here because we see a lot of upside to numbers ahead. And it's really driven by traffic. And so the company's traffic
is
growth
insane.
Has been up 7% in the last month or so. And if you look at across retail, many retailers are seeing traffic up.
I haven't
maybe
ate
low
yet
single
today.
digits. Some are up mid-single digits, and some are even negative. And so I think this is really a function of member growth. And the membership is now at 72 million with strong renewal rates that are now at all-time highs, 93%. And so the one-liner here is really simple. More people are going to Costco more often, and they're continuing renewing at higher rates, which should drive upside to numbers.
Today looks like a low volume
Corey,
type of
what
day,
exactly
so keep that
is
in mind.
driving
At least on the
upside in
S&Ps.
membership? What are they doing differently, either from a marketing perspective or from a product offering perspective, that is getting more people to want to sign on for Costco memberships?
So I'd say it's two things. The first is the ongoing focus on value that Costco always tends to drive. So their prices are among the best. They have about 3,100 units or different items in their store. And often for those items, people know that they can get the best value for the price that they're paying. And so that value offering that Costco has tends to drive a lot of continued visits and stickiness among a lot of what the consumers want. And having food, which is about 60% of the business, and general merchandise, another 40% of the business, is very key to driving that balance. So people go there for things they need, and then they also have the other side of the box, which is the things that they want at very good values. The second component to this is auto renewals. And auto renewals, as people sign up for a membership, it automatically renews year over year. So you get a natural accretion as more new members sign on.
Yeah, I think that's a big thing. I was going to mention that because I belong there. But once you're in, inertia takes over, and you're likely to stay in, particularly if they automatically renew and the charge hits
did I
your
miss
credit card
snow?
or whatever it is. But it's very. How big are they? Because I honestly don't know, Corey. How big is Costco overseas, outside of the U.S., and is that an opportunity for them?
It's a very significant opportunity over time. So the business has about 800 clubs. 600 of those are domestically focused, and we spent a lot of time in my meeting with the CFO talking about the domestic opportunity because,
You gotta be shitting me.
frankly, most of the new openings of the 30
I gotta
or so
get
openings
focused,
that they're going to be
guys,
doing
because
this year are
that's a
going to be
trade right
focused
there
on
that I
domestic
missed.
infill
That I
opportunities
looked at.
because the
We've been eyeing
demand of
this
some
thing
of
up
these
for
units
like
that
a
it
week.
has is just so
2
strong,
weeks.
and they need to build new units to be able to alleviate some of the pressure on the existing units that are just performing.
I mean,
at
we
such a high
even
level.
mesid this.
On the international
Right?
side of the
We measured this, and it
that's the
goes
other
right to
200 units that they
240.
have, are performing
That's a longer
more broadly
term
very
trend.
well, and we've seen some
That's a nice
promising
break,
data points
retest.
out of
I
geographies
don't know
like
if you get
China,
a gap up. Maybe
Mexico,
you do.
and the UK, as well as Spain. So, and they've talked positively about all these regions recently.
Yeah, look
And
at
there's
the
also
volume.
the
The volume's
benefit of
garbage.
slightly higher margins in some of these regions too, because of lower labor costs.
Hey, Corey, like Tyler, I too am a Costco customer. I'll be fully
I'm getting so
transparent about that.
frustrated
But
with
one
my
thing that
charts.
they've
Like, it's
done
really making me
that I've noticed over the last several
like,
months is
mad.
they
It's
no
really
longer
getting
just
me
check
angry.
my ID at the door. They also check it when I'm checking out as well and match my picture. It's the password sharing crackdown, that sort of thing. How much
When
is
you
that?
leave, when you
yes,
leave.
and they do all of these things. Is this
You know
going to
what we
move the
do
needle
have
for
on the
Costco,
daily,
this
though?
idea that they want everybody to get their own independent membership and they can't just share it with other people?
So it's interesting that you bring that up, Dom, because when I visited the warehouse that is nearby the corporate campus, I actually got a first look at one of the new pilots that the company is running. And this is a member
That's a
scanning
sign of weakness,
technology
gang.
that as
Could
the,
be a sign of something
where
to
you get
come
that the
for
door when you
earnings.
walk in.
For Snow's
It's
earnings.
basically like signing into
Could
a
be.
concert.
Or
using
this is
key
just
at
setting
a
up to
concert,
rally
a
higher,
ticket at a concert to sign in
actually.
and basically get checked at the door. So it'll hopefully alleviate some of that potential friction at checkout, bringing that out front with this new member scanning technology pilot, which is now in 3 stores with the potential to roll out more broadly.
Corey, it looks like somebody cleaned out your office while you were away.
You little
my
shit.
brand new office.
It's your brand new office.
He needs to go to
Well, you
Costco
need to
and
go
get
to
more
Costco
stuff.
and furnish it up, my friend.
Correct.
Thanks for being with us. Corey Tarlow, Jeffries. You notice that?
I did.
There was nothing
You
in there.
notice that?
Needs more stuff.
Yeah, he didn't get the memo yet.
Get a good cheap LED
Hey,
TV.
but come on, Jeffries, give him some furniture. Let's go. All right, still ahead. Running out of time.
Buff
LVMH's
it.
first ever Watch Week is underway in Miami.
All
But
right.
could cooling demand mean
I'm
the
gonna go
brand
get
is a little
something
too
to
late to
myself.
the luxury
But
watch
I'm not
party?
gonna like be
Well,
forever.
Robert
Just
Frank
gonna go
has the
grab
details
something.
when Power Lunch returns.
You know
Some of
what?
the
I have
watches
something right here,
really
right behind me.
expensive.
I gotta make some of these freaking phone calls. So the markets are being boring as hell right now. Like I'm not shorting Snowflake because it's strong. I'm not gonna just take a long at the highs because it's gonna pull back. And just because it pulled back doesn't mean that it's a long. So if you guys see anything, let me know. I mean, I don't have anything right now at this moment. It's like, there were a few good plays, but other than that, SQ. Let me look at XOM and Oxy. Oxy, let's pull up a 15-minute chart. Do we have anybody from Florida in here? Just wondering. Watch out, man. I wonder if this is starting to... I wonder if this is going to come our way here. I mean, not that it's that bad, but you're starting to see some of those Chinese names start to go red. Look at Pinduoduo down almost 8%.
CNBC.
Welcome back to Power Lunch, everybody. LVMH trying to attract attention for its high-end watch business. And what better way to do it than by renting a Miami mansion? We sent our Robert Frank down to Miami to check it out. Hi, Robert.
Tyler, those shares up again today after rising 13% on Friday. So LVMH can afford to rent this $50 million mansion on Star Island off Miami Beach. Now, the company is really making a play for the global watch industry. Those sales rising to $28 billion last year, expected to go to $37 billion worldwide over the next decade. LVMH already owns 10 watch brands, including Tag Heuer, Zenith, and Hublot. But what they really want is to crack that top tier that includes Rolex, Patek, and Audemars Piguet. Now, executives say that while overall sales slowed last year a bit, they're already seeing positive signs that 2024 will be a rebound.
The beauty of America is that the cycles are very short. We go through ups and downs and all that, but I can reassure you today, Zenith is definitely on a positive upstream and definitely with good traction within the U.S. markets.
So today marks the start of LVMH Watch Week here in Miami. All the top executives are flying in from Switzerland and France to show off their latest models. Tyler, you were talking about how expensive they are. They start anywhere from $2,000, go all the way up to the millions. We've seen watches here that are released that are $500,000 where there is a waiting list. So at that very high end, demand remains strong, but that is the market that all these watchmakers are trying to crack right now, guys.
Wow. I mean, are these
Nope.
collectibles, or are they kind of ready to wear?
Boo this
That's a
man.
great distinction, Tyler.
Hey,
What
not
they
a motherfucker
really
in this
want
world
are
want a Hublot.
collectible,
Stop
investable
lying.
Watches. So if you look at Rolex,
bullshit.
Audemars Piguet, Patek Philippe, those
Hey,
watches
no Tag
typically
Heuer.
gain
I
value
know Tag
after you
Heuer
bought them.
going
And
for no
some of
100,
these top
300,
brands,
400K.
do if they're limited production, but what Tag Heuer, Zenith, and Hublot really want is to have a watch that when you buy
Hublot
it, it's worth more.
going out of
1,
business.
5,
Don't
10
nobody
years
want no
later.
damn
And that's not
Hublot.
really the case now, but that's where they want to get to, where you can call it an investment, not just a timepiece on your wrist.
I didn't know that at all.
I
That's
think it comes
fascinating
with
if they go up in value.
the smell
Robert,
of
thank
shit
you, Robert
with
Frank
your wrist.
in Miami. And Robert is not the
And
only
that's
one in
Hublot.
Florida today soaking up the sun. Melissa Lee is in Miami Beach at the iConnections Global Alts Conference for a special edition of Fast Money. Got a first look, Melissa, at the big hitting lineup you got tonight at 5 o'clock. Tell us about it, Melissa.
Sorry you couldn't join us here, Tyler. You
Oh.
feel a little left out, I'm sure. We're here at the Fontainebleau Hotel in Miami Beach for the iConnections Global Alts Conference. It's a who's who of hedge fund managers, wealth managers, VCs, a lot of asset allocators also, all together in one place. We'll be joined by Altimeter Capital founder and CEO Brad Gerstner to lay out what to expect out of big tech earnings this week. It's like the Super Bowl of tech earnings, right? With Alphabet, Microsoft out tomorrow. We'll find out where he sees tech heading next. You'll be surprised at who he thinks might be poised for a pullback. We'll also hit the sports betting boom on the back of the NYSE listing of FanDuel parent Flutter Entertainment. DraftKings investors Rick Heitzman will weigh in on this debut. A little spicy. The co-founders of
I was
hot
talking
sauce company
about
Truff, how
what
they
CNBC
landed,
was talking
an
about.
investment.
They were talking
Kardashian will
about
also
some
do
of
a
these
little taste
watches
test of our
being
signature
200,000, 300,000.
Dan Nathan
And I said,
will be with me for
ain't nobody buying a Hublot. First off, nobody wants a Hublot. There are a select few that will buy it, but they're not a hot commodity. And ain't no Tag Heuer going to sell for 150, 200K. Maybe I'm wrong, but there's no way I'm buying a Tag Heuer for over $100,000. We're going to go to the APs, right? We're going to go to the Pateks. We're going to go to the Rolex. Like when you start getting into that type of price, nobody is buying a Tag Heuer. Nobody is buying a Hublot. Maybe a select few that like it, but and what that was is a I guess these like the brand is in Miami thinking that they can make a change, but they just can't. Okay, if like nobody wants your product, nobody wants your product. Like that's all it is. Like I you know, Hublot is like a known or just gets a bad rap, I guess. You know, just like they just get equated to poop. In other words, right? I have a Hublot on my wrist. Oh, you mean you have poop on your wrist? You might want to clean it. You might want to clean your wrist. I can smell it over here. You know? So I don't know if they're Russian made. It wouldn't surprise me. I feel like Hublots are. But I mean, really it's LVS or whatever that makes it, but I don't know. Yeah, I was just talking about what CNBC was talking about. The guy was saying that there are pieces for hundreds of thousands of dollars, and I said, ain't nobody spending that money on a Tag Heuer or a Zenith. Zenith isn't bad. Zenith's an okay watch, but and I like Tag Heuers. Tag Heuers are nice, but I'm not spending no $100,000 on a Tag Heuer. In that type of price range, you're gonna go get you're not gonna buy a Tag Heuer. You're not gonna buy a Hublot. You know, there are other names that you're gonna buy. Right? A Richard Mille.
Trial.
All right, folks, time for today's three-stock lunch. We look at three big movers of the day, and here with our trades is Boris Schlossberg, BK Asset Management's Managing Director of FX Strategy. He's also a CNBC contributor. Up first, let's look at SoFi Technologies. The stock soaring on earnings, the company reporting, well, its first ever quarterly profit. The stock up as much as 22% today. Boris, your trade on SoFi, the fintech company.
SoFi is a really interesting story. It's clearly proving that an online-only bank is starting to resonate with consumers quite a lot. Growth has been tremendous. They've added about 550,000 new customers, about 41% growth rate. They've recovered most of their loan book to student loans. So I think business is really cooking on all cylinders right now. Management is also, I think, very conservative in terms of how they forecast their numbers forward. Now, stocks really run, so definitely very expensive at this point. But if you have, I would say, a 2-year time frame to 225, it's probably going to very much catch up with its earnings because it's now starting to enter that stage where it's actually going to really pretty much every additional dollar is projected to produce about 20 cents of gross earnings. So I think it's very, very feasible that you could see by 2025, you could see $10, $11, $12 on the stock, given its growth potential.
All right, Boris. So that's the trade on SoFi. From fintech to media, let's go to Warner Brothers Discovery. Wells Fargo analysts are downgrading that company from overweight to equal weight on what it's calling a risky earnings setup. Shares are down about 3% or so, as you can see there today. What's the trade on WBD?
So I probably have a little bit more of an out of consensus view. I think this could be a value trap for a lot of people. And I know the bullish case on Warner Brothers is they're the second biggest spend on content right after Disney. They have a stellar library of assets, so on and so forth. But the bottom line is they're basically still in the broadcast business. And the broadcast business is just dying with the actuarial tables. I mean, one of the great examples is that when you look at news ratings for the election season this year, they're 50% down all across all the networks. Literally nobody's watching TV anymore. And I think that's a very big problem. And the old adage
I'm
that
done with the
content is
camera.
king, I think is
I'm gonna
false.
turn it on
because
one
what
more time,
Netflix,
and
I think,
after
is
that, I'm
proving
done
that
with
in the
it. I'm
streaming
done
world,
messing with it.
it's actually subscribers that are king. You can always buy content later. And I think that's the danger with Warner Brothers. So I would be a hard pass right now on the stock.
Hard pass. All right, and bad news for television watching. All right, finally, ResMed shares, except for CNBC. I mean, come on, man, give me a break. All right, ResMed shares of that company moving as competitors' sleep apnea's products are pulled from the market. ResMed CEO also saying that weight loss drugs have not lessened the need for sleep apnea treatments. Shares of ResMed up about 1% today and 12% so far this year. Your trade on ResMed.
Right. So this has been, I think, actually a gift to investors in many ways, because they are in a business that is very, very much going to be in demand going forward. The company projects that there's almost 1 billion people across the world that have various sleep disruption problems, including sleep apnea. So the demand going forward is just going to be very steady.
No,
And I
it's
think
not
the
that. It's
fear
just,
that the
Mike,
GLP-1
it
drugs
ends
were going
up,
to essentially eliminate the need for this
like, if,
product,
I don't know if
is
it's
proving to be
because
very
if I
false.
move or
Even
something,
at the worst case scenario, it may
it's
be
shutting
just a
itself off
15%
and it's
hit
freezing.
to the overall market.
Like I've been
But what they've
seeing
actually
it
found when
happen,
they did
so
the
I've been
study
fixing it.
is that most
But I
people who
keep
actually took
freezing like every
GLP-1 drugs
random,
actually
like out of the
increased
blue.
demand
It's
for
just
these
doing what
products,
it
probably
wants.
because they want to just maintain their
It
overall
does this.
health
It goes
once
through
they
little
get
phases.
to a sort of a better
So
position.
I'll
overall,
unplug it after
this
the
has been
stream,
a great scoop for
and
investors. It's actually bounced quite a
it'll
lot
just randomly
since then.
freeze.
But again, I think a long-term, very, very steady, almost a recession-proof business, obviously, because this is sort of a demand that's that's completely outside of any kind of consumer taste.
So it's not a snore.
I see what you did there. I see what you did there.
Talk to me about where you see the market headed. The Fed meets later this week. If it, as most people think, does nothing, what does that do to the market, if anything?
Not much. I think the market expects the Fed to do nothing. You know, I think the Fed is going to be far more cautious. I mean, everybody in the world has already talked about the fact that the market is anticipating way too many rate cuts than what the Fed is actually going to do. But I don't know if that's really going to matter, because you know, at this point, if the economy continues to chug along and we still continue to see earnings growth, it may not matter as much for the Fed to cut rates. They will probably ease at very minimum. You know, it's in everything in the markets is a matter of relativity. The fact that they stopped tightening has already created a lot of loose conditions for the market. People are already saying that lending is much better. So all of that should actually point to a more positive market move in the near term.
The mind spins. Don't sleep on ResMed, says Boris Schlossberg. Thank you, my friend. Still ahead, the San Francisco 49ers, Dom Chu, are officially set to take on the Chiefs of Kansas City in the Super Bowl, and Taylor. But just how much will it cost you to see the big game in person? We'll break down the prices next.
All right, we've got 3 minutes left in show, and there are several more stories that we want you to know about. First off, Amazon says it will not move forward with the planned acquisition of iRobot. The two companies saying there was no path to regulatory approval for this deal. The Roomba.
I'm going to grab a cup of coffee, and then I am going to be right back. We're going to see if we can get a pullback here in these markets. Just keep an eye on the big guys. I forgot about UNH and JP Morgan. So, look, healthcare is flat. You've seen them buy the dip on that Thursday or Wednesday. JP Morgan was on our list. So I'm curious if this is now going to start turning this area into resistance. We'll see what happens here, because now we're back under. Excuse me. We're back under 172. So can we get a short from 172 and see if we can't open up tomorrow around 170? You know, I don't see why we couldn't. But, you know, that's a risk you'd have to, you know, ask yourself if it's worth taking. I don't think it is, just to hope for a gap fill. Or not a gap fill, but like to hope for a gap down. You know, unless you get time. You know, you'll know pretty quick if you're wrong. You know, so I'm watching JP Morgan at 172. This is some of the names I'm watching. Some of the names that we've been watching, you know. And remember, Cat was really strong Friday, I think it was. You've seen a little bit of divergence last week. And you've seen some rotation. It's not doing it. It's just one of those days, guys, right? It's one of those days. Like, you had to be on Apple early. You had to be on Tesla when it reversed. You know, we'll see if the overall indexes can open up something for us. And as soon as I say it, as soon as I say it, let me see here. Let's go to a half-hour chart.
49.35 now.
And the breakout. Okay. All right, so we've broken out. We have broken out. We have broken out. Ascending wedge. Kinda. Let's see here, there. Well, we're getting a little bit of strength. There we go. Just look at that. Look at that candle. One candle is just bigger than anything you did all day. That one candle is bigger than you did anything all day. What just happened? Somebody just had to get. Somebody just covered. Somebody just got margin called. Swear to God. Tell me that ain't a margin call of something. We're gonna hit 500. You gotta be fucking shitting me.
49.42.
Like what? Insane.
Treasury says in October, January borrowing estimate.
Risk gave update miner with no debt. I'm not sure, Mike. I'll have to look at that. I'll have to look at that. And look. There it goes. It froze on me. It froze. She froze. She froze. That looks good. I'll keep it there. I'll keep it there. Fudge it. You guys can. That's. Yeah, I'm not like, you know what I mean. I don't know what you mean though. What you think on BTCS? Which I got you now. Which is a Bitcoin, which gave an update and a miner with no debt. That's pretty cool. How many shares do they have outstanding? BTCS. You know, you guys see what the float is, and you know, have they just been doing offerings after offerings after offerings after offerings, or No, it's not. I don't know. I don't know what to think about this thing. That's such a weird looking chart. It's not too bad, I guess. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. How'd I know? Mike. I know you better than this, Mike. He said, motherfucking no debt, nothing, Trigger. My boy say, I ain't got no debt, dog. I ain't got no debt. Buy me. Be careful, Mike. I don't know if you're like, you know what I mean? I don't know what you got going on here. If you just really are truly interested in BTCS. Okay? If you're just truly interested in BTCS, okay, I would ask that you be careful, okay? But if we're bringing it up, you know what I mean? Come on. Slang a little bit this way. All right? Oh, shit. A little bit of BTS. Yo, no debt, fam. Ain't got no motherfucking debt. Nothing. Ain't little, not a nothing. If you guys know what movie that's from. Motherfucking hot commodity right here. I know you're laughing. If you're not, Mike, just be careful, okay? Be careful. This thing has just been... This thing has just been let me just get my towel and let me just, you know what I mean? Let me just rinse it for everything it's got. Mike, you gotta be careful, man. Like, I don't know. We're on the internet here, right? I don't know if you know that I know, right? Like, I don't know if you know, like, you know what I mean? Or if, you know what I mean? You know I know. Right? You know I know. I think that's where we're going. You know? You don't just pull this up out of your hat. Any random person. But, I don't know. It's funny. Tesla. Did Tesla get down to... I'm looking for Tesla to see if we can get down to 164. So we got a nice little pullback on the weekly chart, daily chart. Jump in a little bit. He said jump in a little bit. I'll be right back, guys. I need a coffee.
This is one of the. This has been one of the most powerful short cycle rallies we've ever seen. For the avoidance of doubt, the 19% rip in the S&P over the past 3 months registers in the 99th percentile of market history. Goes on to say, like, enjoy it, because it ain't going to last like that.
Well, yeah, so you're not going to go up at this rate ad infinitum. And listen, the market from a relative strength index is classically overbought here. And so you certainly could have, maybe it's the Treasury Department news, although it seems like we're hanging in there right now. So certainly you could have some level of a digestion, although the strength of the rally historically doesn't necessarily automatically mean it. But I don't think Tony makes incorrect points.
Hang on 2 seconds, because, I mean, we see the market jumping a little bit on the S&P, and you referenced this announcement out of the Treasury Department. Let's go to Megan Casella, who has that news for us. What are we learning, Megan?
Thanks, Scott.
I knew it was something, guys.
Needs. The Treasury Department
don't
is
just
estimating
jump like
that they're going
that.
to need to borrow $760 billion for the current quarter, the January through March quarter. That's a little bit less than they had previously thought. They had previously thought about $55 billion less than that is what they would need to borrow in privately held net marketable debt. They're also looking forward a bit. They're looking to the April to June quarter, and they're estimating that they'll need to borrow $202 billion in that quarter. And that's a pretty significant jump. That is a quarter where we see some variability. It depends on individual taxes and corporate taxes that are coming due. It'll be the lowest amount of borrowing per quarter, if that holds true, than we've seen since April through June of 2022. So we are seeing that jump there both times. Treasury is expecting for both of these quarters to hold about $750 billion in cash on hand, but they are seeing that $760 billion in borrowing for the current quarter and $202 billion for the next quarter. Scott?
Yeah, I appreciate that. Megan, thank you. That's Megan Casella down in D.C., as you see. We were talking about this. Yields are down, and the S&P's up, And presumably it is on this exact news that we're talking about here. They're just going to borrow less than anticipated.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I'm reading through the report right now.
Yep.
I think that the second quarter, they provided their first estimate for the second quarter. That's a quarter, as Megan alluded to, that has variability because of tax payments. That number looks a little high to me.
Feels like we're getting ready to rip into the bell.
But in the short term here, I think you have a lower number than expected for Q1, and that's going to calm people down a little bit. But, again, this is separate from the larger story here, which is we're running $1.5 trillion deficits ad infinitum, a recession not in the forecast. These numbers, auctions for 2s, 5s, 7s, 10s, et cetera, are only going up from here.
Sure, but there was a point in time in which the market surely seemed a lot more concerned about those facts than it is today. We figure that, even, a couple of the auctions of late that have been a little squirrely, that in total, we're going to be able to absorb all of the supply that's coming on in the market. And that maybe is why we've had the cooling of fears around this topic.
Well, listen, when the news first broke last year, there was a concern that maybe after 40 years of people worrying about this, that this was going to be the moment that people woke up and imparted
Give me
some
the fucking
fiscal
arrow.
restraint on the government. That proved to be obviously short-lived. And now we find ourselves in a moment where this headline comes and actually the market's rallying on it. And it looks like we're at the highs of the day.
We are.
Despite an exceedingly large number of borrowing that the government's going to have to do. Treasury auctions, the 10-year Treasury auctions already call it $40 billion. That's probably going to be on Wednesday when we get some of the details, going to be closer to 42.
You know about the relationship, obviously, between yields and both the NASDAQ and the Russell 2000. So let's put up an intraday as well of the NASDAQ here, because you're going to see a similar chart response as we're looking in the S&P 500, because, as yields have come down in these last
I'm looking at a
moments,
Tesla
the
long,
NASDAQ
guys.
has
Sorry, I
added
didn't know the
some,
microphone
as well.
was
It's
on.
up near 1%
I just
now,
had,
and the Russell 2000 is up about
did not know that that was
3/4 of
on
1%. That's a near 15 point gain.
I was trying to find out what was going on here.
Over at
All right,
Goldman Sachs, since we're
Tesla,
on the topic of rates and
I'm
the
looking
Fed,
for a
we're going
long,
to get the
guys.
decision on Wednesday, of course.
Let me
He's
pull this
sticking with
back.
it.
Damn it, I want something to drink. I want my coffee, and I want it now. All right, I got to make some phone calls, but I want to try and nibble on a long here. I hope I'm not making a mistake. I need to just not trade today and wait until tomorrow. I need to wait until tomorrow. What's up, Nicole? Nicole Webb. How you doing? Nicole Webb getting ready to come up on CNBC.
So
There
what
she
are your
is,
expectations
boys.
heading into what is undoubtedly a critical week, as we do have a spike in stocks, as I ask you that question?
Yeah, thanks, Scott. Last time you and
Oh,
I
you're
spoke,
welcome. No problem,
I
you're
delivered
welcome.
kind of some
Anytime.
criticism of this equal weight S&P. All we need is a flexible Fed. We have disinflation, more disinflation in the pipeline. To Dan's great point, it doesn't matter when
I'm
rates
not
come
in
down,
Tesla
they're
yet.
coming down
I'm not
this
in
year. And
Tesla.
look, the economy is stronger than expected. And Dan made great points around
I
credit
hate
cards,
having.
the consumer.
You guys will have to forgive
And
me. I
yet,
gotta
and it's
do
not a
something with
but
these charts.
To take all that away. It's
I
an
can't-
and this has not translated into earnings per share growth. And so to us, it's not just a necessary given. It's a story, again, of kind of two distinct markets. One where, as one of our analysts put it so perfectly today, you have this scarcity
And this is why I'm done with the
premium on
camera.
how to
It just
participate
freezes
in
and freezes
AI,
and
and you're
freezes.
seeing that play out in the NASDAQ
Right now, it's
and
just pissing me
specifically
off.
in
I'm just gonna
Megatech.
leave it.
And then you have the rest of it, the rest of the market, and curiosity around in a backdrop where we have deglobalization.
If anyone has
and the
anything they're
cost of
looking at
doing
that
business
may or
is
may not
higher,
have relative
and
strength,
we've used the strength in being able to pass along pricing. Can that all really translate into growth?
Semis
and
are a bit
specifically
weak.
revenue growth and keeping up
I
with
miss
margins?
Snowflake.
And
I
for
just
us,
I
that's
completely
still
missed
what
that
we're
trade.
watching carefully
It's
for through this
Coin
earnings
and
season.
Snowflake.
What am I
Like, come on,
supposed to
like,
do
really, dude?
if I was
We
expecting
called
the
these
broadening
out.
of the rally to continue.
This could be a nice
but yet
hold
I've
on
seen
coin.
this return back to so-called
Just be
quality,
careful because
which obviously means
it could drop.
am I
You know,
thinking
I don't
that
thi-
that's
I don't
just the
know
way it's
how
gonna
much
be
of a
for
major
while, and
level you
this
wanna
week is
consider
only gonna
this?
underscore why, or is the Fed going to give us reason this week to think that maybe now really
Just
is the
getting
time
sick of these
to
charts. I'm
diversify
getting
and
sick of
broaden
these
out away
charts,
from the mega
man.
caps exclusively?
I don't understand why
And I'll
they're
go
so
back to saying
screwed
it's
up.
both. This is an incredible
Like, what am I
opportunity
supposed
to
to
be a
do with that?
long-term
I can't
investor
see shit.
Where you have the ability to still
And then it doesn't go to the
purchase what
fucking
you did
arrow.
in 2023
Like,
because there's a lot
dude, I
of
swear to
leverage
God,
there.
man, why the
And so
fuck is
one
this shit
should
being so
participate.
difficult?
And just because Mega Tech hit it out of the water last
I'm sorry,
year,
I had to let that
doesn't
out, guys.
mean
I've been
has
dealing with
to
it since
poorly
6:30
this year.
or
Yes,
8
it's
o'clock this
crowded.
morning.
Yes, it's expensive, and there's still
Like, what the
momentum
fuck?
to the upside. And until we see more
I click the
names
arrow
come
and it
public
continues to give me a
that
hand. Click
specifically
the arrow,
in this
gives me a
AI
hand. Click the
area,
arrow, give me a
because
hand.
you're
And then I
gonna see
fucking
investors,
push
both
auto zoom and then
institutional
what am I
and on the
going to
retail
do with
side,
that?
looking for a
What the
way to
fuck am I supposed to do
participate.
with
And
that?
so it is this
Time
moment
axis.
in
Keep
time where
time
we're
zoom
gonna
in.
see the front end
Nope.
of the yield curve
So
come
it's
down
not
this
that.
year. We have
Like,
trillions in money market.
God
and
damn.
both sides of the market look primed for investment.
It's just, you know what I
I'll
mean?
also
It's
add
the
that
frustrating,
the
it's the
outperformance
frustration
of large, if you
of
will, is not exclusive to technology.
the
It's true
frustration
across
of
basically
not
every
having
sector.
a position
I think
on
the
right
only
now,
two sectors where
guess.
large
I
is
don't
not
know.
outperforming small are industrials and materials. But if you take out
Change
Boeing
this.
in the case
So,
of industrials
time axis,
and
okay?
Newmont
We're going
in
to
the
keep
case
that
of
price zoomed in.
materials, then it is the case. So you've
Apply.
seen
I do not want,
investors
no, I'm
flocking to
going to click the
large more
apply
generally. And I
again.
can't help but feel that that's something
Just to
do
make
with
sure that
asset
it knows that I
flows.
pressed
I can't
okay.
bear it out, and it's not part of my
I'm
job
sorry,
description
guys. I'm
to
sorry to
do it,
yell on the
but
mic
I
and
can't
shit,
help
but
but
dude,
feel
come
that
on.
The fact that more than 50% of AUM right now, give or take, is
Like,
directed
why
at passive
can't
flows,
she
is
just
gonna
do this?
perpetuate
Just do that.
this continued
Just do that.
inflow
You know
into
what?
the large
Let's see
names,
if I can do
particularly
something
tech.
here.
Let's talk about then
Price
the most,
access. Price.
active
Maybe
of
price and time.
investors
Let's see here.
ourselves, right? Do
Apply.
you agree with Nicole that this is a great opportunity for both?
Uh.
I mean, do you think people should be looking more
serious?
towards the broadening out trade, or
Let's see here.
or
Let me
not? I
take
mean,
this
we
away.
came into this year thinking like this is going to be the place to be. New regime of the Fed, they're no longer hiking, they're cutting, economy's hanging in, soft landing, no landing, says the economy's going to remain good. Now's the moment for small and mid caps.
I thought this into the end of last year, correct?
You know what? I can't blame it on the charts because it's really just Tesla. I take no, that's coin. No, this is coin. This isn't Tesla. It's not like this is like a 20, 30 down move.
Certainly inclusive of
down
mega
move.
cap tech, but
So
even if we
there's no
X them out
excuse.
for the 493 or the
There's
equal
really no
weight,
excuse.
valuations are not cheap. So
It just gets
we
really
can
old.
dispute
Just
whether
go
great
like
is the
look.
right
I just clicked
adjective
the
or
arrow. Let's
not,
see if it does it
but I
again.
do, listen, I mentioned a whole
Going
bunch of
to
companies earlier,
click
and
the
then there's a
arrow.
whole bunch more. With respect to the narrowness of the rally, you've got names
It just
as
gets old really
diverse
quick, man.
as
I'm
Cigna,
sorry, guys.
Chipotle,
Damn right.
Uber,
Man.
Eaton.
Appreciate you
that are
guys.
Within 1, 2, 3,
Appreciate you guys hitting
4%
that
of
like
their
button.
52-week
It means a
highs.
lot. It
It's not
does.
as if
It
these
really
7
does.
names are doing all the work and everybody else is
I'm trying to bring
languishing or
I'm
down.
trying to get some
Certainly
home
it's not
runs
as
for us
broad
this
as
week.
you
That's
quote
my
unquote
main
like,
goal.
but
That's
I
all
think
I'm
there are
focused
plenty of
on this week is
opportunities
getting
outside of
a
large
triple
cap
digit
tech
gain.
to get
And so
large returns.
far, I've missed
a sector
2
I
of them.
mentioned repeatedly last year, and I'm sort of involved in myself.
You have a
Look
nice
at the
hold here on
hotels.
coin.
Pull up a chart of Hilton or Hyatt or Marriott.
I just
Obviously,
think
this
you
is
need a
consumer, this
pullback.
is
I think
travel, and
the
this
area
story
is
played out, if not playing out.
It's down
But
here
You didn't need to
or
be in
here.
large cap tech to be
I think
exposed
the
to any
area is
one of
down
them.
here.
Yeah. There's an intraday at least. You can pull.
I mean,
pull
maybe
up
you
a
can hold
longer
this
period
as
of time
support,
if you want to
maybe.
continue to show that.
Just I don't know.
Nonetheless, Nicole,
I can't trust
of the
it. I
ones,
don't know
the
why.
mega
I
caps
just
that are
can't
reporting
trust
this week, you own Microsoft, Alphabet, Meta, Apple. Which one is the most important, do you think? Dan Ives made the case today that Microsoft is. Sounded like Dan Greenhouse was backing that view, and I had a couple of investors on halftime today doing just the same. You agree?
Yeah, we do. And, you know, I think Microsoft is incredibly positioned, well diversified.
There's only
We can
40
talk
some
on and
minutes
on
left.
about the
I
strength, what
forgot.
we're gonna
It's
hear
it's
about
already 3
Copilot.
o'clock.
And I'll I'll go back to something that you've
Unless you
know,
guys
heard
see
us say
anything like
before,
Tesla,
which is
maybe you guys think
we
you can get a
really do
gap up
believe
on
that
Tesla. You
Google had
probably
a
could.
fire lit under
See
it
if we
in
can
kind
get
of
that.
the race
Look,
against
putting in a bit of a double
ChatGPT
top
and
here.
the army of coders behind their large language model, and then
Large
overlaying
language
that onto
model.
their
That's what I was
enterprise
looking
system.
for last night.
Not to
That's the word I
mention
was
the
looking for.
capacity
Large
for
language
which
model.
YouTube can grow from where it is today.
I was
as really
saying
the
big
largest media
language or
company in the
like big
world. And
something.
so,
I
you
can't
know,
remember what I
Alphabet
was saying
continues to be
yesterday.
really interesting to us. And as
All
we
right, I'm gonna
talk
grab a
about
coffee. I'll be right
mega
back.
tech, I think it's also to kind of go back and look at the sum of the parts and the parts of the sum, and then one can really make strong cases for their valuations.
I mean, but let's take the valuation, because you made the argument, I think I heard you correctly, suggest that they're not expensive. Microsoft, let's just say its 10-year historical average is something like 23.
And
It's
I
at
want to
33.
clean these charts off
So,
as well.
how
This
do you
act, as soon as the
justify
market
that,
closes
even
today,
with the,
my charts are getting clean.
excitement
I'm
around
literally
AI,
just
right? Excitement
starting
can
from
get out of
scratch,
hand
and I'm
as
just
well
going
from
to
a
erase
valuation standpoint.
erase them
We've
all.
learned throughout history the hard way when that happens. Unfortunately, it's hard to see the signs as it's building.
Dude, I should have.
And Scott, it's not to say that they're inexpensive or cheap. They are crowded and expensive. I'll go back to what I said before. And they are in momentum to the upside. And investors are going to continue to look for how does one participate in AI. There's so much buzz
so
around it.
time is
Add
good.
in the
Price is
cap-weighted
price zoomed
passive
in.
flows. And
Fitz
then go
Saudis.
deeper. Okay, can I substantiate being a buyer of Microsoft? Can I
prices,
substantiate being a
percentages, like,
buyer
yeah,
of Alphabet? And this
Enable
is where
left
we look at
axis.
the parts of the sum and can create some justification behind, yes, it's expensive, yes, it's a little bit crowded, and what they are bringing to the marketplace today has the highest likelihood for continued growth.
Man, I think it was you, Mike, right? Didn't you say that this thing was going to all-time highs?
Ultimately justify this move, and you do believe in the so-called January effect.
I wonder
As
if this
goes
is,
January, often so
I think
goes
Biden's
the year,
flying over
allegedly.
right now.
Yeah, I mean, listen, when you dig in the data, it certainly works. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah.
There's the first 5 days, and then there's January as a
the
whole.
fucking
There's
2-3
a 900
helicopters
basis
that they
point outperformance
travel
between
in.
an up January and a down January. with respect to
Marine
the
One or
subsequent 11
something
months.
like
No
that.
other month of
Not
the year
Marine One, but
shows
the,
anything similar
it's
to
not an
that, in
Apache.
terms
I
of its
forget what
quote-unquote
it's called.
seasonality. So yeah, I think an up January is better than a down January for sure. But to the point about Microsoft and the valuation, I'm making no argument one way or the other for the stock. But like, they are.
Let it go.
What is
I don't
the
give a shit. Let it
OpenAI
go.
investment worth? What is Bard worth? What
Let
is
it go.
Einstein worth? Like all these companies, and not just these. There's ServiceNow. There's Adobe. There's Salesforce. A number of other ways.
So
to
I
play
want to
this.
know why
I
the
don't think
SPY is
anybody
going
really
higher.
knows what the valuation
Can you guys
is going
tell
to
me
be
what
on some of
stock
these
is
businesses in which they're investing,
is going higher
ultimately
with the
rolling
SPY?
out?
Because
but at
I
least
don't
you
see
can, I
anything.
think-
I'm going
I
to
think
grab
you
a
can more
coffee, and if
credibly,
you
at
guys
least
want
with
to
some
look
of these
around,
names, look at the
what's going
path
higher?
to,
Is Microsoft going higher?
monetization, if you will. See ones that are already
Kinda.
doing it, like a Microsoft or Nvidia. The others are a bit of a guess, and even these are somewhat of a guess in terms of the magnitude of the monetization that you're going to get. But at least there's
sick of this
tangible
fucking chart.
evidence
I really
and
am.
money and data behind these moves to at least justify them in some respect.
Entirely fair, and we're going to probably hear about that on a bunch of the calls. What I will say is historically with a lot of these names, when you're trading at 20 or now 30, 35 times earnings, the assumption is that earnings are not correct. And that ultimately over the next 3 years, it's actually in retrospect going to be looking considerably cheaper than it does in real time.
Let me just steer you back. Let me just remind our viewers too. Let's show the S&P 500 again. We are going for our first ever close above 4,900 today. And barring a surprise in the last 40 minutes, it looks like we're going to get it because we continue to get a spike in stocks here over the
I
final
will
stretch. You
never
take a look at
forget
the
where I
S&P
was
here,
at when the SPY hit the
49.25 just about.
500. I'm
And
just
that is
telling you
on
ahead
this
of time.
news, apparently, that the U.S. has cut its borrowing estimates, the Treasury has, from the January to March period. Yields fell, stocks took off.
Yields
S&P,
haven't fell at all. I went and
the Russell
looked.
2000 and the Nasdaq as well. But
Look,
the Dow's
where
up near
did
200. You wanna
where
just
did
give me,
yields fall when
one
that
more
news
note
came
on
out?
Why the market
We're
is
trading
viewing
sideways.
this in such a favorable way, and what is
US
a critically
10-year.
pivotal week?
Yeah, so as I look at the data
Like,
here.
okay, we're pulling back now,
so what this
but
report is,
what
it tells you
yields
how much
fell?
The government has to borrow on a quarterly basis, and then they
Come
follow
on,
it up
Judge.
with the size of the Treasury auctions I mentioned.
Take your
Everyone's
lying
been
ass
on edge about how
somewhere
high
else,
and how
'cause
large
that's
those Treasury
the
auctions
most
are going to be. I'm looking at the 10-year
BS I
here,
have
you're down
ever.
called 7-8 basis points, closing
See,
back
what's
in
going to
on
happen
4,
is
6,
somebody's
4,
going to
5.
hear that.
And when
They
you
don't
think
know
back
what
to
they're
the end of
doing. They're going to
last
go
year,
long,
when did
and then they're
Treasury
wondering why they
yields
come in with the gap
peak out
down
and begin
tomorrow.
moving lower? The end of October.
Okay, because
When
I just got
stocks
sold
bottom
a
out and
pipe
begin
dream.
moving higher. the end of October.
I'm not saying it's a bad idea or it's not something you shouldn't do, but like, you need a repeated process that you can do consistently.
So it's not unusual,
and that's all it's about, really, at the end of the day, for the most part, right? For the most
Just
part.
remember also, I think
The repeated process for me is playing news, right? Catching momentum and,
we were marching back up in the so-called
being able to lose less than when I make when I'm right.
And now we, as you said, have just.
Let me go get some coffee. I'll be right back.
You could see it, right? We were almost approaching 420. Yep. Yet again on the 10-year, it made people a little bit nervous, and that's why the market last week took, a one step forward. Maybe
I'm fixing this stream to make this stream a lot better. I'm going to turn it from this to something else, and you guys will see. Hopefully I can do it. I'm only one person, so if anybody wants to do something with their life, we only live once. We're only here one time, so if you want to make the best of your life, reach out, okay? And let's put something together, and let's build something that everyone can benefit from.
Well, SoFi is soaring after swinging to a profit in its fourth quarter, beating estimates on both earnings and revenue. The company is also expanding some of its investment options to include mutual funds and money market funds. And iRobot is in negative territory after agreeing to terminate its planned merger with Amazon, with the two companies saying they have no path to regulatory approval of the deal. iRobot CEO is also stepping down immediately, and the company plans to lay off 31% of its employees and 50 people. Scott?
All right. So we're just getting started here. Up next, more of your big tech. Alphabet, Amazon, Meta, among the big. We'll hear from a top tech strategist with how he's navigating this crucial week for the mega. Live from the New York Stock Exchange, you're watching Closing Bell on CNBC. S&P 49.25. Dow's up.
All right, so real quick, I'll let you guys know what I think is the best opportunities that I feel. One of them is going to be Apple. There's the break back through that level. Unfortunately, I'm not long right now, which sucks. You know what? All right, so Apple, all right. Look for this pullback. See if we can't get a 195 long. 194, because I want to get up here. All right, I want to start trying to get up to this area right here. Roughly. All right, what is that? 193. Get through 193 and start getting up here. I'd like to be able to try to get up to like 194. Just take it $1 at a time or 50 cents at a time. I will take this and make it a Dotted line. I'm looking at Snowflake. So I want to buy them so bad right now, but yo, I swear to God, this flipping camera, man. Like,
We're heading towards
unlock,
point to finish for stocks on
deactivate,
that Treasury
okay,
announcement just a
lock
short
it.
time ago.
Unlock.
For the highs of the day across the board. Dow's good for a little more than 230 points.
Activate,
as we
lock.
speak, S&P 500 going for its first ever close above 4,900. Looks to be on the way to doing that. And then, of course, as yields are coming down, the NASDAQ is starting to rip a little bit as well. 15,627.
So
it's
let's
the
go
outperformer
into
today.
Dude,
up
why
better
is
than
the
1%.
price action
Speaking
all the
of
way
tech
up
stocks,
there?
they're moving higher.
What is
Kick off
going
this
on with
busy
my
week of earnings with all of
charts,
these
bro?
mega cap stocks reporting their numbers this week. Microsoft, Alphabet, Amazon, Meta. You know who's reporting at this point, along with Apple. Let's bring in King Lip of Baker Avenue to discuss. So these are at the top of your holdings as well. What are your expectations?
Our outlook is still positive on all of these names. So overall sector positive, but we do recognize that a lot of these names have moved quite a bit already, and it's been just a couple of weeks in the year. So some of this good news may very well be already priced into some of these shares, that are reporting this week.
So how do you judge
All
that?
right, let's see if we can't
the
take
fear
a,
that
like
there's just
the best one that I like, guys,
no room for
is
error?
probably Snowflake.
Yeah,
Man, I
think
missed
it
this
has to do
entry
with
off of this
valuation.
level at
So names like
190.50 for a
Microsoft
long.
and Apple, for example, have relatively high valuations relative to their 10-year historical valuations, which you just showed us.
Yes,
earlier
10
on.
and 5 year.
So they really need to see sort
Dude,
of strong
fucking
beats and
Snowflake, what the
raises
fuck?
on those types of stocks.
Why do I
On the
like
other hand,
Snowflake? Well, Snowflake has a lot of room to go, guys. Right, Snowflake has a ton of room to go, I feel like. I feel like Snowflake's on its way to start to try and make new highs. All right, up here at like 240. So maybe I try to take a long here. I don't know what to do. Maybe I try to wait for a pullback at 207. All right, get this 207.50 pullback. That would be cool. Or that would be better, I guess. I don't know. I have no idea. Yeah, 207.50.
Yeah, the good thing about the way we manage our tech position is that we trim along the way. So as long as we like the name for the long term, we'll continue to hold them. But we do trim along the way to take some profits, to diversify the portfolio. So for those reasons, we still hold those. Those are our top holdings in our firm. If for any reason the sort of long term growth is no longer attractive, then we'll completely sell them.
This is a pretty low volume type of day. We'll take that into consideration. It's a low volume bounce. God damn, that's crazy. I failed today, guys. I failed today. Yeah, it is Monday, and I'm going to be honest that I did not plan on trading today. You know, I already had this kind of planned. You know what I mean? Because like there wasn't anything for Monday. I mean, like what are you going to trade? Like other than like random news that you get, other than SoFi, what was there to trade? There really wasn't anything to trade for SoFi other than SoFi. Like there's no economic data really. Like there's nothing, market moving, I'd say. Monday. Let's see here. You know what I mean? So there's nothing really here. Tomorrow, we do get a little bit of that GDP growth I was talking about in other countries. Europe, Germany, Australia later on in the week. Tuesday, we have JOLTS job openings. This may not move the market that much. Unless it's a big surprise, then maybe it could, but I doubt it. And they'll just look at all these data sets like as a whole. But once you start getting into Tuesday and Wednesday, like Tuesday night, you have AMD earnings. All right, you have AMD earnings, you have Microsoft and Google tomorrow night. Right, we have consumer confidence. So I wouldn't even really worry about consumer confidence personally. Like, that's, you know, so we have a lot, man. Chubb, EA, Mondelez, and so we're going to get a broaden of earnings this week. You're going to get some semis tonight. You know, it's going to be an interesting week. I tell you what, man, it is going to be an interesting week. That's for sure. That is for sure. Is it moving? Is moving... Is that, say, a bit? So, like, when I see the chat, there is, like, a heart or a 100 or a smiley face or something, like, right in the way of the end of everybody's sentence. And it pisses me off. Like, why would they make something like that and not move it? Like, put it down in the chat somewhere. Like, did you really have to put it, like, right there so nobody could finish reading what they wrote? So what I think I'm going to do is tonight, I'm going to work on having the chat on the screen so everybody can see the chat if you guys want. And then maybe we get a new subscriber. Maybe I have a little, you know, Kai Sinet, little, like, you know what I mean? A little dancing video. I think that shit would be hilarious. And that song that he uses gets me stuck in my head. I wish I could use, I wish he would make his, like, available for everybody. It cracks me up. I don't know if you guys know what I'm talking about. Wiz, do you know what I'm talking about? That fucking song is so catchy too. So that's what I was thinking about doing. It's hilarious. Look, I'll show you guys. I'll show you guys what I'm talking about, and it's a song. It has like 3 guys. Yeah, you know Kai. Yeah, so when you see his little subscriber thing, like if you look at his videos, he's got, it's like him and like 3 of his boys in a car, and they're like dancing, and it's got this song going on, and like the one's like outside the door, and then the other one's like doing something. Yo, it's so funny. It's hilarious. To me, it is. I don't know. It's kind of funny. Let's see if we can pull it up. I'll probably get copyrighted. I didn't mean to yell. I'll probably get copyrighted again. Kai, you better not copyright my ass. But let me show you guys what I'm talking about. Let's see. Let's go here. Look. What do you guys see about my YouTube? My YouTube think I'm black, don't it? Tell me my YouTube don't think I'm black, and I'm like, yes. I kind of like it. Why do I like it? Because I like to hide my identity. You know what I'm saying? So I'm cool with it. I'm cool with it. Lyft is up 3. Yeah, all those names, all those innovative names, like the Trade Desk, Lyft, all those names are up. Yo, she even think I wear polo. Look, sponsored ad, polo. Yo, you need your polo, bro. This is so funny. You can't even make this shit up. For real. Oh my god. I have a profile picture in there. I love it because what I'm doing is I'm like throwing them off. So let's see if we can find one. Let's see if we can find it. I literally tried to find this video. Well, if they know, they must not know, because I haven't been watching Young Thug's trial. Wait, you know what? I did put up Free Young Thug one day. He said they know. They don't know. They wouldn't have Obama's ass up there. I'm going to tell you that right now. They would not have Obama and Biden. And I live 15, 20 minutes away from Biden. All right? Not even 15, 20 minutes. Like, right around the corner. So, yeah. Let's see here. Let's see here. What was I doing? Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna show you guys the video I'm talking about. I'm I want to get some Jordan 4s. I do want to get Jordan 4s. Or 3s. Jordan 4s or 3s. Let's see if it'll show it on this one. And if you guys don't know, just go back and forth. You don't have to sit through ads. Fuck all that.
I'm gonna start it off.
Right here.
It's a letter.
See it?
I haven't read a letter.
Look.
I haven't opened up a letter. Bro, I have so much letters
Yo,
from y'all.
it bags me up every time I see it. There's a song with it, and I don't
Check.
think you heard it.
Y'all gotta see my bro. Check, y'all. This is not bad. This is not bad.
I want to see that sneaker that shit that he got.
Be said in this
I
letter.
thought he got... I guess somebody sent him some Jordan 4s.
Hey! I don't even drink no coffee. But we gonna start drinking coffee today. Yo!
How you going through Jordan 4s up there,
I'm wearing
bro,
on
and
stream.
not...
And y'all would never know. There's more. Hold on. There's more. They got me socks.
Yeah, they gonna... YouTube gonna get me. They're gonna be like, yo, you can't be doing that, bro. YouTube is so whack. I'm telling you guys. They will strike the shit out of you and, like, for real, it's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. Bet. I love my Future. That's my guy, bro. That's my guy. Future is my guy, bro. I think Future is one of the, like, he can only do what he does. You know what I mean? He can only do what he does. And I seen something, there was something from, like, 50 Cent that he said the same thing, like, with March Madness. Like, nobody could have did that but him. So, yeah, I listen to Future a lot. I haven't really listened. I mean, guys, like, I'm going to be real. I listen to all kinds of music. But, usually it's either classic rock or, like, you know, I like good music, right? I'm telling you right now, you throw on some Taylor Swift, right? I get down with some Taylor Swift. Just, you know, it's just weird, man. I mean, it's not weird. I just, you know, I got a thing for good music. What was I doing? I was doing this. I need to figure out why this thing is doing this. I don't know why this piece of shit is continuously just, like, cutting itself off. Unless I have some of, like... Unless there's, like, too many different things trying to catch on to it. Like, let me go to settings. No, I don't want to go to Microsoft Store. So if I go to, like, Bluetooth devices... camera... Like, I wonder if I could... turn, like, off settings. I need that on, off. So I already went through and tried this too, is to turn all these off that I wasn't using. So maybe it's just a piece of crap camera. Maybe it's the camera itself and it's not anything else, or it's my computer. I don't know. Yeah. Now I have his subscriber song stuck in my head. Man, I'm so pissed, bro. I'm so frustrated that I missed all these names. I missed Apple. Yo, I looked Apple right in the eye. I looked at him right in the eye. You know what? It was just like short, right? Like, you know, like Batman where it's like bang, boom. It's just, I looked at it, short. Just popped right up in my mind and like just like right in front of me. And I never took it. Like a little bitch. Like, I was watching Coin because it was kind of moving. And I wasn't sure if I had enough on Apple to... And then look at Snowflake. Like, I'm going to be honest. Okay, the Snowflake I was waiting to see if we were going to get a pullback to yesterday's close. It rallied off the bell, and I wasn't paying attention, right? I'm going to be honest. I look back and then the thing's like up here somewhere when I looked back at it. So, there's nothing I can do about Snowflake. But Coinbase, I was watching that. There's no reason why I should have not why I shouldn't have capitalized off of Coinbase. I left Coinbase literally on that candle, or it was this candle, the very next one. I left Coinbase and went to Apple. You know what I mean? I left like literally right here because I was waiting for the pullback. I thought we were on a 2-minute chart, and I thought I was waiting for the pullback. Because I remember it on a 1-minute chart where it was like setting up. Yes, it was right there actually. Then I started watching Apple. So it ended up breaking this level right here on the 1 minute, and then it broke right back above and started holding. Like that was your sign, right? You got 1, 2, 3, 4 holds, and then it just goes, and then the candles, like you can see right after that extension, look how the candles are like the same exact size. Like they're the same exact length. Like that is like a continuation. Like look at all these candles. They're pretty much the same length. It is what it is, man. I got to be honest, yesterday and coming into the week, I didn't plan on trading today. Unless I saw something like Apple. I thought Apple would hold and go long Apple, which I need to go back to right now because we might be able to. As much as I want to trade it, guys, I feel like I'm doing the right thing by not trying to get a gap up just yet when I haven't earned the right to take the risk. You know what I'm saying? I have not gotten a nice trade on today. If I had made some type of money today, then I would have. Then I wouldn't mind going long Apple. There's only a few minutes left in the bell. We can stay for SMSI earnings because they've been a killer lately. And this could turn semiconductors around if for some odd reason they don't do too well. He said, you got your profile pic. They know. I know they know. They know. Oh, downgrades. She's talking about downgrades. She said there was something about on CBS here. A couple energy names got downgraded. Look at that 15-minute setup on Apple here. Look at it. If we can hold this level, guys, I think we got to go long. We just reverted right back to where we were. Guys, oh shit. Of course it's going to break. So I was just getting ready to say, I may put this Apple trade on, but I would get time with it. Why would I do that? Because look at this increase in volume on the break through that prior resistance level here. All right. And I feel like we should be able to hold this level. We should be able to hold it. Let's see what they're going for. This sucks, man. I'm frustrated. I really wanted to get on Apple today. But like I told Chris, we just got to chill. We got to relax, right? Tomorrow, we'll get a little bit of data. We'll find some opportunities. We got a little movement today. Remember what kind of happened? Watching Tesla, watching Apple. Let's see if she holds here. And taking that into tomorrow, I feel like, guys, I feel like this week's going to be big. I do. I feel like there's going to be data. So it's going to be tough sledding because you're going to get a move in one direction and then you got to look. Is there a data set coming out at 10 o'clock and, you can't get ate up by these big swings. You just got to know what's ahead of you. It's important to do that in this. There's just so much this week you have to. between data and just news. Like you just got news. That's why the SPY ran like it did. There was news about I guess Yellen or something. Let's look. It'll probably be up here. Pentagon says, hold on. Pentagon says drone attack in Jordan has footprints to. Okay. Hezbollah. Pentagon says numbers. Okay. Fed meeting preview. March rate cut likely. Cater. No. U.S. stocks rise. Week start. Tesla rebounds. SoFi, Lucid, Shine. What's driving the market? So they announced something about them not spending as much, guys. So that's why the market, you've seen the SPY just rip. I said, I thought to myself, somebody got margin called, but it was more, I think, Janet Yellen came out and said that they're going to like lower their spending or something like that. I wasn't really clear on what it was, but that's why they ran. All right. So, let's look at Meta. Dude, look, Meta's a freaking monster, guys. Meta's just a beast. A freaking beast. Freaking beast. Yo, we are almost at 10 likes, y'all. Almost at 10 likes. Holy shit, we might hit 10 likes for the first time. I'm about to take a picture with my first 10 likes. Like, that shit would be funny. You know what I mean? Hey, man, you got to take them small wins. I really want us to kill it this week, though, for real. Like, all the fun and games aside, I want us to be on the right side of a beautiful trade that we can knock out a nice triple digit a trade where we can put our feet up if it offers it to us, and we can just put our feet up and let that trade work.
Today.
I like how the camera hasn't messed up yet. I
I
still want to know why this is doing this. Like, I want to save this.
The hydrogen fuel cell maker to underperform from neutral. Analysts expect revenues to be flat through 2025.
I want to save this right here.
Recent COO replacement adds some uncertainty during a critical growth period. And Warner Brothers Discovery is in negative territory as Wells Fargo downgrades the stock to equal weight. See, it's now down over 1%. Analysts there expect the media giant's earnings to remain under pressure, citing headwinds such as subscription cancellations and declining ratings in its networks business. Scott, a lot of headwinds in the media space.
These settings affect all chartings.
Still ahead. Your earnings rundown. Some big names are reporting in overtime tonight. It's not all about the mega caps. We're going to tell you what to watch for from those reports when we come back. And tomorrow morning, we're going to hear from UPS.
All right, guys, we got 10 minutes till the bell. I'm going to turn this down for when
we take inside the market zone.
When the market closes, because it'll get pretty loud. What was I going to say? The SPY. Dude, it still didn't do it. It still did not save how I wanted it to save. This is crazy. Oh, man, this sucks. If anybody uses Thinkorswim, I don't know if you guys know how I can go back and refix everything. I don't know why it's closing like this. Give me favorite time and access. Aggregation. How many days? Expansion areas. Bars to the right. Time interval 15 days. Let's see if I go to like 10 days. Apply. And it's still not doing it. This is crazy. Like, I don't, like, what is this? Why is it so tight and up at the top? I don't understand.
Coming up after the close, earnings from NUE, Newport, CLF Cleveland Clips, WHR Whirlpool, SMCI Super Microcomputer, FFIV, F5. Says here it gets plenty of light. Reporting after the close.
All right, I want to see if we can get ourselves a pullback, guys. Let me not just say that let me not just say that randomly. Damn, I'm kind of pissed I gave back as much as I gave back today. I'm not worried about it, but it just, you know, SPY, the S&Ps. So let's see here if we have the hourly chart, and we are, yeah, we're a bit oversold here on the SPY. 489. I want to see if we can get a pullback. I feel like I can't say that because in a bull market we remain oversold.
We're now in the closing bell market zone. CNBC senior markets commentator Mike Santoli here to break down the crucial moments of this trading day. Plus, we're watching 3 key earnings reports coming out over the next 24 hours. Pippa Stevens is on Whirlpool and Cleveland Cliffs. That's in overtime tonight. Frank Holland looking ahead to UPS. That is tomorrow morning. I begin with you, Mike Santoli, in the here and now. And that is the market liking this Treasury funding announcement because yields came down and stocks went up. And we're probably going to get that 4,900 above close on the S&P.
It looks like it. Wouldn't have thought necessarily the PTSD from the Treasury supply story of last fall was still that strong. I think it might have just been, this market has had no give whatsoever. It's like 8 straight days of higher lows day by day. There was not even a 1% pullback in the last
Sorry,
few
guys,
days.
I had somebody stop by.
The last chance for maybe some pressure to come
let's
out.
see here.
But the 10-year yield did give on the announcement, so things are moving in the right direction. The market's still, I was saying last week,
you know,
playing by bull market rules.
Let me see here.
Persistent rallies.
I'm just we're gonna have to wait. Honestly, we're gonna have to wait to see what earnings are. This was a low volume.
All that being said,
this was a low volume day.
20% in 3 months. Usually that
like a really low volume day.
But, you know, something can come along to knock us off
this
course
wasn't even like we're coming up on 355 right now.
Yeah.
This is probably the lowest volume we've had all year, guys.
Tony
P
this year. So take that for what it's worth.
Like, look, this has been
and what this is just sellers stepping away. I want to see if they start to step in right here. Let's see if sellers start to step in like after hours.
Sure, there's no doubt about it. The valuation is not going to make the top of your list of reasons to be mega bullish in terms of expecting great returns. But when yields are tame, the Fed is
like we're about to close, and this may be. I think we just put in the lowest volume of the year, and we tend to do that. Like it's weird, like a few weeks going into the year.
You know, reassess moment because of how far we've come.
It's because we have because of the earnings and everything that we have coming up. I'm excited, guys. I'm telling you, I am excited for. I'm excited for what we have coming up.
Well, Scott, we'll get another read on the health of the consumer when
after SMSI reports, I will probably. I'll log off of here.
The appliance maker pointed to higher mortgage
and I want to work on some of the stuff for the stream here tonight, and do a few other things. I wanted to make some phone calls. I wasn't able to do that I need to do them tomorrow or later, and
the steelmaker reporting
like
after
I want to get. There's like some stuff that I really want to get done this week. That I got to get done this week.
Automotive is the company's largest market, and so investors will be looking out for the health of that division. Now, JP Morgan recently giving the company an overweight rating, saying it should generate ample cash in 2024 amid easing cost pressure and minimal capex requirements, supporting focus on shareholder returns and further debt reduction. Scott?
All right, Pippa, thank you. Pippa Stevens, now to Frank Holland. Looking ahead to UPS, that coming tomorrow morning. Frank, what should we expect?
Wait, Scott. Well, first off,
There's
UPS
just
shares
nothing I can do. That's just what she
since
wants to
announcing
do.
a tentative contract deal with the Teamsters Union underperforming the market and its rival FedEx. As investors, they worried about the impact to profit and to margin. So the company said that nearly half of the financial impact of that deal will be realized last fiscal year. The two key areas to watch are U.S. margin and guidance for the current fiscal year. You can see on this bar chart right here, margin dropped sharply in the report after the deal. Estimates have revenue increasing by 4.5%, EPS by 8.5%. Another area to watch, the next step of CEO Carol Tomei's Better and Bolder plan. Over the last 18 months, UPS has made a number of acquisitions focused on healthcare, returns, last mile delivery, and same-day delivery. The company has also said it would increase the use of artificial intelligence and triple the use of bots in facilities this year. Scott, back over to you.
Frank, I appreciate that. That's Frank Holland. Mike, I'll turn back to you. I mean, we had a long list of things we need to check the boxes on this week. So Treasury funding, check, that right, goes in our favor. You got mega caps, you got the Fed, you got more mega caps, and then you got a jobs report. You want to talk about mega caps, sort of what's on the line, given what these stocks have done, especially what they've now done again since the beginning of this year?
Yeah, and that changes the field position a bit versus last quarter. As we know, we
1
were in the
minute,
midst of a deep
guys.
correction when they reported in late October. So
take whatever you did going into today, whether you lost money, made money, guys. Please, you know, learn from it. Tomorrow, the week is just beginning. You know, the week's just beginning. So don't. What do they say? Don't fret. Whatever the hell that means. Don't fry. Don't fret.
We're kind of,
right?
you know, making new highs, even though overall you're not seeing great.
I want to see if we can get a pullback, but I highly doubt we will. This was a very low volume day, guys. 1 minute,
and we'll see. You know, obviously, if the Fed and the bigger tech companies reporting this week, you know, underscore that or not. But it is interesting when you talk about today's
can we get to
reports,
10 likes, you guys? That'd be sweet. If somebody could just hit that like button, that'd be awesome.
You know, cyclicals look
That'd be
cheap.
sweet.
You should look at the stuff that has
It would really help the stream out, guys. We don't charge a dime here. It's free 99, and we are shooting for a triple-digit gain this week. So we're going to end the last week of the month on a strong note. We'll go through a watch list. We'll have a watch list later on today.
At this point,
let's go see what's up with SMSI.
Last week we talked
all right.
On many times
Basic, what up, bro? I was just thinking about you earlier, bro. I have not forgot. You messaged me. I have not forgot. I read the message, and I'm gonna be doing it right after this stream.
A little nervous.
How was your day today?
Now you have March in focus again as HOTCS at Goldman sort of doubles down. You heard Chris Heisey, Bank of America, Merrill Private Bank say, yep, our view is March as well.
I want that,
leading into
I want
the Fed
that
chair
10.
On Wednesday.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to forcibly
I've been trying for 10 for
off of March, but he also, because there's
for a
still
while
some data
now.
to come between January and March. 7 weeks, you're not going to necessarily promise it either. I'm not surprised.
I'm with you, man. That's good. That's good.
Because of everything the Fed's already said.
Yeah, I kind of. Oh my gosh, dude, alright. I'm sorry guys if that's loud, I apologize. I'm not sure where volumes are at. And stuff. Oh man. Okay. Hold on 1 second.
Well, late day rally sending the S&P 500 to another record close above 4,900.
Okay, got this. Just let me fix this time frame real quick. My camera's giving me problems.
That is the scorecard on Wall Street, but the action is just getting started. Welcome to Closing Bell Overtime. I'm Morgan Brennan in Washington, D.C., along with John Ford at CNBC headquarters.
You're in my hometown, and today, consumer discretionary comm services
up, down, use log scale, naval left axis, show price percentage up, down.
Investors now awaiting earnings from F5 Networks, Supermicrocomputer, Cleveland Cliffs, Nucor, and Whirlpool. We will break down all of those results as soon as they are released.
Plus, the CEO of Juniper Networks.
Sorry, Basic. Give me 1 second. We got to 10?
No doubt a big part of Hewlett Packard
Let's go. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I'm gonna take a selfie with that motherfucking 10 likes, boy. Yo, my first 10 likes. I'm gonna take a selfie with that. I appreciate y'all. I really do, man. I really do. All right, because I want to help some people. I want to. It's not like, oh, I'm a good citizen. I want to help people, guys. I'm here fucking trading anyway. All right, I sat and thought about this for a long time about whether I was going to do this or not.
It's tech. And it's big companies. I thought we were off this.
Well,
I'm gonna post my selfie. I'll post my selfie tomorrow. I'll show you guys my selfie with my 10 likes.
To the key big growth themes in AI. Yes, they're working, and I think that the
so I'm gonna wait for SMSI earnings, and we'll see what they do, and see if we can. You know what I mean? That might give us that may give us a play tomorrow with the semis. All right, that may give us a play with the semis. I got shaken out of Coinbase today. I didn't get shaken out of it. I didn't even take it. I kind of was waiting for it to tell me what it wanted to do. I thought that
it's been there. It's been getting its share.
I thought that.
So I do agree. You still
before these earnings report, real quick, I just wanted to say, you know, I can always cover it on the watch list, but Coinbase, there was a lot of low volume, so I was like, okay, are we just going to sit in the range for a little bit, and then like get a direction? So I kind of waited, and then I went to Apple. I put on an Apple trade, didn't take profit. It reverted on me. I had to sit through it a little bit, and I took a small loss. I did not take the loss that it, I had to like sit. I was down, right? I was down, and I had to wait and let it pull back in. And I would have even ended up, if I could have held longer, I would have made profit. But I had to take what it gave me in case it decided to bounce, because I was bullish and I went short. I didn't know if we were going to be able to get that extension back off the 50-day moving average, and that's why I took the short on Apple. I was trying to find out if there was news, but I didn't find any, and I just wasn't sure if like there was a downgrade or what the case was. So let's go in here to see SMSI,
really just had
SMCI.
Shock and people pricing in no recession and all the rest of it, and then all of a sudden it became, oh, but it's really about supply. So I mean, maybe it was.
I want to personally thank each and every one of you guys, though. I do, guys, girls.
The micro details of the Treasury financing itself. And what maturities, we're going to hear about that tomorrow. It seems like maybe the fever broke a little bit. I don't want to say all is clear, but yields are in a comfortable zone right now for stocks to do their thing.
CALX is a
beat.
beat.
Of course, we know this is just the start of a very, very busy week in terms of earnings, in terms of Fed, jobs report, and other macro data. And to your point, more coming out of Treasury as well. Mike, stay close because we're going to come back to you in just a little bit. Let's bring in our market panel. Joining us now is Scott Wren of Wells Fargo Investment Institute and Keith Lerner of Truist Wealth. Keith, I'm going to start with you because we have the S&P closing above 4,900, 4,927.
Just waiting for SMSI
it's a new
or
record
SMCI.
close for the broader market. What does history tell us when we see this type of momentum happening with records for the market?
Yeah, well, great to be with you, Morgan and John. So history, which is just the starting point, is actually favorable when we make an all-time high after not doing so for more than a year. In fact, when we go back to 1950s, we've seen this happen about 14 times, and 13 out of 14 times the market was higher a year later.
I feel like it might have came out, guys.
That data was
it's
the
getting a
recession
little
in May of
squirmy.
Following the May 07
Oh,
signal.
Whirlpool.
So it's not a perfect indicator, but I will say that that's a positive.
Whirlpool, $8.90.
The market was stretched or overbought. We looked at that as a good overbought.
Oh, that's
the market
Woodward.
Turned sideways for a few weeks to start the year. You start to see sentiment come in as well, but there's been no issues.
Whirlpool's selling off
and,
here.
We're seeing earning estimates continue
Let's see what that does with
well.
the Dow. Probably not really anything. It is actually pulling the Dow down a little bit with Whirlpool earnings there.
Yeah, Scott, I want to get your thoughts on valuations. You've got an S&P trading at what, 20 times earnings right now, but in some ways maybe that's a little bit of a misnomer because, and we're going to see this week, right, with 5 members of the Magnificent Seven reporting, but we know how top-heavy the indexes have been because of the rallies in this
but again, I want to just say I appreciate you guys.
Morgan,
what is
tell you, AI, most companies, it's going to take a long time to monetize
U.S.
that.
Treasury
and,
Department
stocks,
releases quarterly borrowing estimates. U.S. Treasury estimates
we have a
$202 billion net borrowing for April.
The S&P 500.
U.S. cuts
so
January and March
talking,
borrowing estimates
760 earnings. Now, of course, we're at the lower end of the scale. We're below consensus. We think these estimates are too high out there for 11 or 12%
Okay, nobody
growth.
watches it anyway.
But,
let's face it, we have a few people, reputable people out on the street.
They
watch
Barstool
252.
Radio
So if
just
you
as
do
much
the
as they
math
watch
there, and
my
they're
life.
right, you know, valuations don't
Just
look that
announced
stretched. You know, we
funding
think we're eventually by the
eased
end of
in
this
March,
year
and based
and
on
into
the reaction, I
2025,
guess
we're
it was
moving
less than
into a
people
modest
thought.
growth, modest inflation environment. You know, that typically
Treasury
means
just
valuations are going to be
announced
higher than the
funding needs through
longer term
March,
average. So, you know, what we're trying to do, given the fact that we think the three sectors you mentioned that outperformed today, they've outperformed dramatically over the last 12 months. You know, that's where we want
Investors
to
are
trim,
projecting
and we
that
want
I
to
will
look at
win.
sectors like energy, industrials.
This is what I miss about that guy.
Trail.
You guys
So we're
seeing
trying
this?
To adjust
Holy
portfolios.
shit.
You know, we're
If
not
it's
just
even
sitting here
true.
watching the market
I
go
love
higher.
Trump, man.
We're not
You
gonna
can't make
chase it.
this
In other
up.
words, we're not
You
just
can't
gonna
make
buy
it
the
up.
S&P here, but I think there's some
The
things
Trump
inside
stock market,
portfolios
because
that people can do to
hold on,
take
guys. I
advantage of
apologize.
the
This
hot
isn't
stocks.
this isn't appropriate. I'm still waiting for SMCI to come out. So I don't know if it's real or not. Why, man? Why? I don't know what happened to my charts, but
We get Microsoft, UPS, etc. So
why? What's taking SMCI so long, guys? We may just have to wait for the damn whatchamacallit.
how much of this momentum continues?
Yeah, I want Trump. Yeah, I want Trump back in office because of this. This is half the reason right here. This tweet. This is the Trump stock market because my polls against Biden are so good that investors are projecting that I will win and that I would drive the market up. Everything else is terrible. Watch the Middle East, and record-setting inflation has already taken its toll. Make America great again, my guy. I mean, dude, he's right. Because what do you get when you get with them politicians, right? Like Discover and all them, like all these different companies. They just go out and they throw on regulation on top of regulation on top of regulation, and then Biden at the same token wants to come out and talk about competition is good, competition, when the motherfucker can't even provide a competition because there's so much regulation that the small man can't do nothing because he ain't got the money to pay for all the regulation and to pay for the 2, 3, 4, 5 people that gotta watch one person get a job done, right? Like he talks out one end and really doesn't understand the other end. That's why I always say, man, they're not your friends. They're really not. They're not your friends. They're not your friend. Just like these DOJ guys, the DOJ blocking iRobot from Amazon. How do you guys think that iRobot deal is really bad for the community? Like, do you guys really think iRobot doing vacuums and even little robots and stuff that Amazon already owns healthcare? Like, wouldn't you think that healthcare and some of their actual business that they use right now, like, would be more, if it was harmful to others than this little iRobot deal? Now that they said that they didn't want to allow it, and I think it was the European, so it wasn't necessarily us, but now you got 30% layoff or something like that. So all these engineers and all these people are losing their jobs because Amazon was not capable of buying them out. And I told you guys that. I said, watch, if Amazon does not get it, they're going to be laying people off. They're going to get rid of them. Like, there's a reason why Amazon was going to buy them out. So, I don't know what's going on with SMCI. I just want to look into semis with this name. F5. This is crazy.
That's right, John. F5 shares spiking on better than expected earnings and
we have had so much financial conditions eased too with Cleveland Cliffs is out, guys. Look, I can't even see my charts now. Why? What is going on?
Ahead of the estimate of $685 million.
Let me do this.
Q2 revenue guidance for range of between
Let me get rid of this.
$695 million is above the median, the median estimate of 675 million. Earnings per share guidance, though, lighter than expected, of a range of 279.
Okay, so Cleveland Cliffs.
An estimate of 295.
Selling off, guys. Cleveland Cliffs expects fiscal year 2024 shipment volumes of 16.5 million net tons versus 16.4 in 2023. Expects Q1 adjusted EBITDA performance to meaningfully exceed quarter over quarter. So they're guiding higher, but they don't like something. The market doesn't like something here. Adjusted loss of 5 cents a share. Consensus estimate of 4 cents. By 25%, the company reported quarterly sales of 5.1 billion, which missed the analyst's expectation of 515. So I guess that could be sales for Cleveland Cliffs, and I think you have SMCI coming out right now because they said something about AMD moving here. Of course, because this is what this stock does, man. This thing is a monster. I'm so ashamed that I don't own this. And that last Friday we weren't calling this out and being long this name.
What's instructive is to compare this with mega cap growth, essentially same methodology, just going
there we go.
Stocks, and you'll see that growth has pulled ahead of value here, but it's really not by as much.
Okay, so SMCI, guys, here we go, and then we'll get up out of here. And I personally want to say thank you guys. And if you guys need anything at all, help with anything, reach out, please. I don't care if it's about life, trading, anything at all. All right, I wanted to say thank you for getting me to 10 likes, guys. It means a lot. It means a lot because I'm trying to build a place that people that don't have a lot of money to just throw away on services and get, just continuously upsold, and, all the things that come with those groups that just, the emails, their information, and like all this stuff. It's a nasty business. All right, so I appreciate you guys trying to help me, and you guys are the day ones. So if I can pull some strings here, and if you guys also want to, and if I pull some strings and things start to come together, I'm going to reach out to you guys. You guys were here first. I'm going to be reaching out to you guys if we can start to do something, and really build something. So. And again, that's your own personal choice, if you would like to venture on with that or not. But again, I want to have things set up so that, you guys aren't risking your lives and your, what you guys have going on, without me having something set in stone. So, SMCI, let's do it. I did not pull up the... Okay, so here we are. Oh, Helmerich & Payne, guys, also reports. That's an energy company. I'll look at them in a second. All right. I don't know if you guys can hear me over them. Come on, please hurry up. SMCI Q2 adjusted EPS $5.59 beat, 493 estimate. Sales $3.67 is a beat versus 3.6 billion estimate for Q4. They guide for Q3 EPS. Guides for Q3 of $5.20 a share to $6.01 a share. So 520 to 601 a share is what they're estimating, with a sales estimate of 3.7 to 4.1 billion next quarter. CIQ analyst consensus of 4.65 billion. Okay, so they are lowering guidance, the guys. They're lowering sales. Hold on. For Q3 on sales. Versus CIQ analyst consensus of 465 a share. I don't know if that's before or after. So sales was 2.9 billion, just under 3 billion this quarter. Guides for Q3 EPS of $5.20 to $6.01 on sales of 3.7 to 4.1 billion. Okay. And then versus CIQ analyst consensus of $4.65 a share. Okay, I see now. So they're expecting $5. They're going to guide for $5 to $6, while the consensus guidance was $4.65. I got a little confused there, so I apologize. Wow, look at her go, guys. That's it. So she's just a monster, you know? You can't help but just stay up out of the way if you're trying to go short. I know CLF is dropping, and it wasn't even that bad. We were talking about Cleveland Cliffs a month ago, weren't we? Something like that. So she's coming back. Cleveland Cliffs is coming back right now. 1860. That was that previous little pivot area right there. Let's see. Let's bring this up. Let's bring this up again. So Cleveland Cliffs expects fiscal year 2024 steel shipment volumes of 16.5 net tons versus 16.4 net tons. So that's an increase in shipment volume. Okay, so that's, you would think, you know, a good thing. Versus 16.4 net tons in 2023. It's not much more, but it's still not contraction. I mean, I don't know. I don't know the past couple years how much more they were doing and like how, like if it's shrunk or not. But expects Q1 adjusted EBITDA performance to meaningfully exceed quarter over quarter. Whirlpool is falling. We'll have to see what that does to the Dow. Cleveland Cliffs are 2023 total steel shipments 16.4. We already read that. Okay, Cleveland Cliffs Q4 revenue 5.1. You know, it's not really giving me much on that. I don't know. That doesn't tell me what the estimate is. I guess it's greater or less than the estimates. So that's why they don't have it, I guess. A loss of 31 cents. I guess this is sales here. Loss of 155 million. Maybe that's revenue. No, revenue was less than 5.1 billion. I guess that's sales. 155 million in sales, less than estimates. Cleveland Cliffs options. A look at what the big money is thinking. You know, I don't know why these steel names just struggle, guys. I don't understand why. So, Cleveland Cliffs sees steel unit cost reductions of approximately $30 per net ton. I don't understand. I don't know why they do so bad at times. Whirlpool. Let's go look at Whirlpool real quick because I want to look at the Dow because I want to see if, like, that's trying to turn this. Nope, she recovered. Let's look at Whirlpool. What is that? Woodward also reported, I think. I don't even know what Woodward does. The only Woodward I know of is a skate park when I was growing up. I always wanted to go there, and I was never there. I used to play it on Dave. You guys remember Dave Mira's BMX game? And it's crazy to think that he died. For anybody that, you know, is about my age that grew up back then. I had a... my parents bought me, and I was so thankful, and I loved it. My parents bought me a Ryan Nyquist Backtrail XL1 bike, Haro, with the eyeball crank. We had this. It was the craziest thing. In the back of the woods, like just way back. I don't know who found it, who built it. Bro, there was a huge dirt jumping thing. Like, I know, Basic, I know you ride dirt bikes. Bro, there was a huge, like, just like in the middle of the woods, right? It was cleared out, and somebody built this ramp with like this berm that came down with a berm that came around the side, and then it went back up to the top. And it was just like there was a lot more going on too on the side with just like, you know, like steep drops and being able to, like, it was just cool, and it was just like in the middle of nowhere. So, you know, that's what we grew up doing. You don't see that nowadays. And we used to skateboard a lot. I was more of a skateboarder than anything, but I used to love that bike. Not sure what happened to it. But yeah, it was I don't know why I got into that, but yeah, because of Woodward. I always wanted to go to Woodward when I was a kid growing up. No, wasn't ever able to. Let's see here. So Whirlpool, that's what I was going to look up, and then we'll get up out of here. Why are my charts doing this, man? I got to figure out how I can align these charts up, because I don't like that. Whirlpool is selling off here. Q4 earnings. Let's see here. So Whirlpool beats estimate earnings by 8.15%, reporting EPS of $3.85 versus an estimate of $3.56. Okay, so they beat EPS. Revenue was up $165 million from the same year prior. Last quarter, whether it's Q4, Q3 for them, I'm sure it's Q4 for them. Last quarter, the company beat on EPS by $1.02, which followed by a 15.83% drop in the share price the next day. Here's a look at I don't care about that. So, EPS was a beat, $8.90. Net income was a beat, was more than $491 million. Q4 EPS $1.89. And then it says here, Q4 2023, adjusted EPS, $3.85. Oh, 369. I don't know. I don't know what they mean by this here. I don't know if this is like quarter over quarter, full year EPS. I don't know. Maybe that's full year EPS. Again, though, Q4 sales, $5.9 billion, which is a beat versus $4.98 billion. That's Whirlpool, and that's pretty much all we got. I'm not too sure why they are pulling back. I don't know. It's just maybe because they're at highs or something. I don't know. So, but I appreciate you guys. That's about all I got, unless you guys have any questions. Oh, yes. So what I'm going to do is, and we'll talk about it later, is how do I get my charts up? Like, what the flip, man? This is crazy. So, SMCI just spectacular earnings. So, I guess you're getting AMD, Nvidia off of the back of that SMCI news. They are going higher right now. Nvidia. NVDA. Come on. Dude, this is ridiculous, man. I can't even bring my charts up. So we had said 650. We had said 650. I seen the comment. 1 second. Bang. Okay. Alright. How do you set up VWAP? My setting look different. I get like 5 lines. Oh, what you'll have to do is you'll have to delete, because what they'll be is a what they will be is a standard deviation from like the middle one. So you want to find the middle one, the one that is VWAP. So if I were to go to like let's say like TradingView, are you using Thinkorswim? If you're using Thinkorswim, then I'll let's see here, VWAP. Okay, you'll just have to go hit the hourglass, okay, on your charts. Are you on TradingView or Thinkorswim? Okay, cool. So go right up here to the hourglass, or the little chemical thing, like we're in the lab. We're gonna click on VWAP, okay, and then what we're gonna do is what you do or whatever is get rid of the upper Bollinger Band and the lower Bollinger Band, okay. And again, these numbers are either 2, 3, 4, 1. What they are is standard deviations above and below. And you want to you want to keep that middle line. So like you can see here, upper band, lower band, VWAP. So like that song WAP. That's why we turned VWAP pink. Gotta have that pink WAP. Pink VWAP. Hopefully that helps, buddy. Just go right there to the go to the little chemical thing. Go to VWAP and then go to settings on VWAP and then take off the upper band and lower band. And you can change the style however you want. Show plot, show bubble, show tile. Show study, show plot names, input names. Let me know if that worked for you or not. But that's all I got, really, guys, for today. I want to thank each and every one of you guys for showing up and showing out. You know, not just for me, but for yourself, right? For all of us, for the people that can't show up, right? Because there's a lot that can't right now. Think about the service members that just lost their lives fighting so that we could get goods. And that these ships can pass through these seas and without conflict. And here they are losing their lives because of, for whatever reason, right? Because either they don't like us, don't want us using their waters, or whatever it is. But it still doesn't matter. You know, they lost their lives. They're not coming home. So be thankful. Let's put in the work. I'll put out a quick watch list. I'm going to work on my charts. I'm going to work on the stream a little bit. And I'm going to look to see what semis look like tomorrow. We should get a really good opportunities at semiconductors with SMCI. All right. Are you good? TSLA bounce off VWAP, right? Would you trade off of it? Let's see here. Let's go look real quick. Bounce on VWAP, right? Would you? So, you know what? It's like it's not going to be. I try to explain this, Wiz. And I know you know this. Like, why? Like, I can't see my charts, dude. I want to see multiple indicators lining up in the same area, right? Let's say if I have VWAP, like let's look at the 3-minute chart. Let's go to a 3-minute chart. Let's see here. Okay, so you know what's cool? So if you look, VWAP is it's kind of like up by yesterday's close. Shit, I was thinking about going long Tesla too. So if we measure this move, right? Let's say from yesterday's close or even this low. I mean, I guess you could technically say that from here is the low, and that's when it started to go up. But from here is, in my opinion, from there is where I think this stock started to go up. So just to show you something quick, yes, I would like to buy it at VWAP. You know why? Because I have VWAP, today's VWAP at 38.2 fib off of, which would be a 35% pullback off of the rally from where the rally started. And look, I have the VWAP, I have 38.2 fib. What else do I have? I don't see anything right now, but like that's what I want to do. I want to line up as many buying indicators as I can to give me a buy signal. Maybe, we have no moving averages there on a daily, but I will probably we'll have to see. I got to clean these charts up. I really got to do some cleaning up on these charts, man, because they're awful. Yes, exactly. You see what I'm saying? It doesn't mean that it's going to hold. But what it does tell us is that if it does hold, okay, that this is only profit taking and not selling. All right, so VWAP could act as support, and it's only pulling back 30%. Now, if you get something that pulls back, getting into like the 50, getting into the 60% retracement where it's going back in the opposite direction, that means either, you know, the selling, like this is not profit taking, this is selling, or even on the buy side, like it's not short covering, it's actual buying. Like if you were to be short or something, right? Like if you were short and it was pulling back and then it bounces higher, right? And it bounces past like initial morning high and like, you know, the measurement in and of itself is telling you something. The length into which that Fibonacci retracement is made, and a lot of people don't know this, right? It tells you whether or not there is a trend reversal or a trend continuation, pretty much. All right, if we get a pullback past that 38.2 and VWAP and Tesla continues to pull back, then we know, okay, this is not profit taking, this is still selling, right? Then we would look to say, all right, we're not going to fight the trend here. It's either going to consolidate or it's got a little bit further to go to the downside. But yes, I would that could be a buy signal. I really got to clean these charts. I do. I really got to clean these charts up. I'm looking at Nvidia also because I still feel like we could take this thing to 265 or 665. 650, I mean. I'm sorry. 650. I know it sounds crazy, but I think we can do it. I'm going to have to restart this, guys. There's something going on after hours. Shit. All right. I'm going to fix this camera real quick. I'm going to try and fix my charts. I'm definitely going to clean them up. I appreciate you guys. Give me a couple hours. Like, just give me an hour or 2 or 3 or something. And, like, I'm going to do a live. I'm just going to cover some levels. Maybe cover a little bit of the earnings, possibly. I'm going to be looking at semiconductors tomorrow for sure. All right, with SMCI reporting and whatnot. Semiconductors are going to be on the list. We'll talk about some of the data that we want to look for. All right, tomorrow. Because I know we have some data. And what do we want to, like, what do we want to see? Okay, yes, JOLTS job openings and stuff like that. Even bigger, you know, there's even some bigger data. SoFi, what a hell of a day. So, there's a lot of names. I'm going to clean these charts up. I want to thank you guys so much, guys. I do. I really, really appreciate all of you. It means a lot. It greatly helps. You know, you're helping you guys are doing a big service for someone else too that would like to trade with us. So, let's keep our heads up. If the day didn't go your way, do not bring it into tomorrow. Matter of fact, don't even take it into the night. Okay, let's move on. We gotta, like, the opportunity hasn't even started. I haven't even started my week yet. You know, it's coming. It's coming. When that bell rings, when after AMD reports and we get Powell and we start getting Microsoft and Google, guys, after tomorrow, it's on. Okay, tomorrow we might get a little semiconductor movement. We get these little JOLTS job openings. We got some GDP, but really, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Wednesday and Thursday are going to be days where we need to be focused. All right? Leave your emotions at the door. Leave your ego at the door. Just drop everything off right at the door. Your shoes. All right? We ain't walking around the markets with our shoes on, right? We like to keep our floors clean. Right? You walk in the bathroom with them things, and then you walk around your carpet. Don't do that. We don't do that here, okay? All right? So, that's all I got, guys. You guys have a great night. I will see you guys in a little bit. I'll put out a watch list. I'll just run through some charts. I'll have it all pre-panned, and it won't be like last night. I don't want to do that. Again, I'm new, so I don't want to just keep doing these, like, where I go on these, like, spurts of talking about different things. I need to just stick to the charts if we're doing charts. And it's okay to comment and talk and stuff, but you know what I mean. You guys know what I'm getting at. Guys, have a great night. I'm going to clean up my charts. I'm going to get started on this watch list. I'll see you guys in just a couple hours. Have a great night, guys.